this new resurgence of lurk. Players just aren't yet quite accounting for it, I think, and you need to get kind of reaccustomed to the level of aggression that a list like this can sometimes output very fast game one.
So fast that I'm going to go ahead and say that that was the fastest game we've ever witnessed on Fight Night EU. I don't think I'll be proven wrong because that was round 4 lethal, which I think is not usually possible aside from maybe a disqualification or some kind of, disconnect earlier on.
We've seen some very heavy hits on round 4, like early pre-nerf, like Blighted Caretaker, Nasus Thresh aggro stuff, right?
Round 4 though, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's pretty early.
I think we've seen like 17 damage round 3 before, but never like a true lethal. But that was,
I mean, Cosimo played one card that entire game. No one has ever lost playing only one card without being AFK. I think an AFK player might have done better.
And we've got now going into the second round, we've got Mono-shurima trying to take down Bandle Tree. This archetype has been very, very strong lately. You have an aggressive board-based win condition with an inevitability-based backup plan with the Bandle Tree. Cosimo's variant does have one copy of Desert Naturalist in it, so you can stop the first Bandle Tree potentially, and maybe hit the next one. Cosimo developing the Azir here early, trying to just keep up on board.
And of course, Mono-shurima, unlike most Allegiance decks, it is completely Shurima just to fulfill the kind of the ability on the Bird Sunday, so it appears in hand at the start of the game. You have to have only Shurima cards, so it is truly a Mono-shurima deck with Soothsayer, of course, as the Allegiance card. And overall, again, it's not been the most competitive deck in the history of Runeterra, but something might change here.
I mean, I did see that, I believe it was Darlian had tested this deck as well and said that it didn't perform quite well for him at the time, but that he had a lot of fun playing it. So I like that Cosimo is taking the time to bring some fresh lists that are recently showing their faces on social media and in the metagame, and willing to give them a shot here in a competitive environment.
Of course, Ragnarosic's list, just to go over kind of the more specific details about this pairing with Noxus, he is running only one Scorched Earth, and he is running 3 House Spiders, no Ravenous Flock. So again, this list has continued changing throughout the last 2 weeks, and this is the final version that Ragnarosic at least has come down to.
Yeah, the Ravenous Flocks, I think that maybe the really big units you want to clear with the Ravenous Flocks maybe don't matter as much when you're just going so aggressive that the units are just going to get, traded away regardless. But the one Scorched Earth, it's always nice to have just in emergencies, or of course for the mirror match.
And there's the Golden Ambassador coming down onto the board, drawing the Zilean with the buffs as well. And of course, there's a lot of very cheap or very low health units here on the board, so Zilean might be able to start putting in work with his time bombs if the game is, let's say, controlled enough in the mid to late game.
But looking at the board here, the Bandle City Mare and the Loping Telescope and Bandle Commando, they generate a card every time you play it, and as you're attacking, you're just generating more resources. So even as Cosimo works, his way through the current board state, there is just going to be so many cards still left for Ragnarosic to play and fall back on, especially with the Shark Trainer that we see in hand. Time Bomb is looking pretty juicy here. Clears the Loping Telescope, clears the Owlcat, maybe softens up this Mare and this Bandle Commando for another Time Bomb down the road. And ooh, a second Time Bomb at the top. This is actually pretty huge to clear some of this.
And of course, the Time Bombs ideally played on your own attack token turn, or after your opponent has already attacked on his attack token turn, or else it is kind of, not the best strategic plan, because you play a Time Bomb, your opponent's just going to try and sacrifice his units before they die, and cause you to take chip damage on your units or take damage to the Nexus. So this is definitely the way to play out Zilean, trying to control the board here with Landmark.
And getting the Xerath sniped by Aloof Travelers means that you don't have the additional damage to follow up on this. The Mono-shurima deck running Zilean and Xerath means that you get a little bit of that Landmark control style deck that's also been floating around. Second Aloof Travelers now coming and discarding Rite of Negation, which actually isn't a very huge part of this deck, of course.
The Bandle Tree was just drawn by Ragnarosic as well, so he has that kind of win condition in hand, and we'll be ready to play it at some point in future rounds. But like you mentioned, there are desert naturalists in this list for Cosimo, so he does have interaction with landmarks and does have a way to try and remove that win condition. And it might be up to Ragnarosis to really just, do it through chip damage and do it through damage in the Nexus instead.
So Mini Morph coming through on the Zilean needs to stop that continuous value. Bandle Tree is normally the one that generates so many cards and, can keep up that pressure throughout the mid game. But with Zilean potentially creating fleeting time bombs, the consistent AoE damage might be too much for Ragnarosis to handle. There is one Bandle Tree in hand, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to fulfill that condition.
Bandle Commando attacking here, not really anything that I think... you're going to get the value in hand, of course, from the Owlcat generation, but this will be dying to the Time Bomb once it does go off later this turn, so I'm not sure if playing something like a Spirit Fire is worth it. Although, you do end up, taking away the generation here and also making sure to kill off one of the Aloofs as well, but I don't think the 7-mana commitment is really worth it.
Yeah, we've got Merciless Hunter coming through, cleaning up the Aloof Traveler, and Cosimo right now has actually done a really good job of stabilizing. Bandle Tree started out as, this is going to be a control deck, you want to slow down the game, chump block forever, get to the Bandle Tree, but it has shown time and time again to have a very aggressive slant that if your deck does not have enough board generation, you will get overrun by the Bandle Tree. So the fact that Cosimo is able to take over the board essentially right now going into round 7 shows that Mono-shurima isn't as much of a pushover in a value-based matchup.
But against the deck like Lurk that we saw earlier, there's, the problem of not really having, unless you draw your right 1 and 2 drops, of not really having much of a board until you're able to control it with Tie Bombs and things like Spirit Fire. And then that just, it goes downhill very quickly. So in this matchup, and this might be the matchup that Cosimo was kind of preparing for when he thought about bringing this deck and this lineup, because Bandle Tree is obviously one of the higher play rate decks in tournament and in ladder right now after the Bandle City expansion came out.
And we've got a lot of card draw coming through. Aspiring Chronomancer actually predicted for the Desert Naturalist, so that's going to be drawn into hand right now. So the first Bandle Tree will go down here. And slowly but surely, units are being summoned to level up this Azir. We could even get a taste of the Emperor's deck here in a few rounds. If another Bandle Tree isn't drawn, the game is just going to go very, very long, right? Without Bandle Tree, without having an extremely wide board, there isn't a lot of direct damage, right, in this deck. The current champion sort of spread has always been like Fizz and Poppy, but without Poppy already in play and starting to pressure and threaten to snowball, I think that it's going to be very difficult now for Ragnarosis to even consider a board-based plan from this position.
And there's the Bandle Tree going down. Obviously, there was a bit of a lack of board space there, but just went to overwrite one of the 2 Rolling Sands there, and it's fine either way. It's not really that much value lost, although it could have been used, of course, right at the Arcane to get some removal, but there weren't really any options on board that you would want to remove, just 2 spiders in this case. And now 2 Bandle Commandos come down as well and can start chipping in some elusive damage and getting some hand value with the Owlcat generation. But Spirit Fire proving to be a pretty interesting tech card in this current meta and in this matchup.
One up in the deck, but it's absolutely huge this late into the game when your opponent wants to just try to go wide and push through that damage. It really comes in handy. Loping Telescope, pulling a Messenger. Ragnarosis recognizing, I just need more card draw. I've got to find my next copy of Bandle Tree. This is, again, an open deck list format. So the players know, Ragnarosis knows there was only one Desert Naturalist. And Cosimo now just continues to flood the board, looking to level up this Azir here pretty soon. This is all 3 Bandle Commandos down, by the way. So there's no longer an elusive threat from Ragnarosis at the moment.
And this is a massive swing coming in. We have 2 Poke Sticks and a group shot in hand at fast speed to try and remove something like the Rock Hopper, for example, and maybe also a Sand Soldier. But either way, again, still chip damage coming in through the sides on the attack token turn for Cosimo.
Poke Stick comes through, another Loping Telescope. No win conditions yet, but there is still the Shark Trainer in hand, a very strong card when we've seen it very rarely hit the board. And Loping Telescope, with its ability to pull an epic card, could get something very strong here as we head into round 10.
And the removal there on a seer, almost a good thing for Cosimo, because he's been having board space issues for the past 3 or 4 turns now. So that removal there is definitely helping him in this case. Waiting and just priority passing here, thinking that he's in a fine position. Still gonna wait to see what comes up, and then can decide to maybe play Xerath out.
Yeah, we've got Unraveled Earth, maybe looking for the card draw. If you play the Xerath, once again, you're running into that board space issue. You'd love now for Xerath to hit and maybe start controlling the board even further that way. Yeah, just drawing here. We've got Rite of the Arcane to maybe answer Poppy or anything else very aggressive that happens to come through. And even if Ragnarsich draws like the one Scorched Earth in their deck and clears the Sun Disk, that's not the true win condition. It's, again, the way Bandle Tree is the backup almost sometimes for this deck. Buried Sun Disk seems to be a backup plan for this Mono-shurima. It's more about just the good utility and value here.
And more than 7 HP now for Ragnarsich. He has to be worried about not just drawing the Scorched Earth or not, but surviving the next big attack swing from Cosimo, especially now with Xerath acting as an onboard removal for anything that does come down, and having to really absorb the priority in terms of removal from Ragnarsich for this turn.
Yeah, there's Rite of the Arcane, and Ragnarsich, the next unit they play will just detonate that Roiling Sands, and then Xerath is just going to continue to snipe the board. Voice of the Risen was picked up much earlier in the game as an epic rarity card from Loping Telescope. And we've got Rite of the Arcane. You can, of course, as a right, you don't need to sacrifice a landmark. You can just break one of your mana gems. And, of course, at round 10, this is no longer a downside. Poppy eating another Rite of the Arcane.
Poppy.
And we know that Cosimo was waiting for that exact target here.
And you thought it was over, but it was just the first one. But now the second one comes down as well, clears the board. We were talking about the worry now for Ragnarsich is not just getting his Bandle Tree, trying to win the game that way, but surviving the next attack swing. And he might have problems because he currently has 1 blocker, no more mana to play anything out, and a full board attacking here from Cosimo.
And there's the swing. I love the skip there on the predict, by the way. Looking for just more removal, more utility, more champions potentially. Double group shot. Still stabilizing here, Ragnarsich. The biggest issue as well is a lot of value generation has happened for Ragnarsich, but the ability to play followers from multiple regions really hasn't come through. The first Bandle Tree before it went down, I think they were at 5 out of 10, and not much has changed since. Zillion now coming down from the Golden Ambassador. Getting even more time bombs, even more card draw, even more value out of this Mono-shurima.
The Shark Trainer comes down all by his lonesome. The last remaining soldier in this Bandle Tree army. Still no second Bandle Tree coming down. Bomber Twins with landmark generation in hand, giving some extra value now in the late game to what is a very depleted hand right now from Ragnarsich. But will it be enough to really, get back into this game? I don't think so. Unless he finds a Bandle Tree, which it seems like he has not now, with only 4 mana remaining. Poppy, a scary prospect, of course, but still 17 HP for Cosimo and a full board to block with, so nothing too scary happening
Cosimo
here.
They're once again skipping the predict, looking for a very particular card, it seems. A wide board, despite everything. Still able to put up a pretty strong attack here.
Gonna opt to take some damage. Doesn't really mind. No, there's no kind of rally effects or any kind of secondary, amount of damage going to be going through, other than like Poke Sticks and Nexus. So nothing really too scary in the burn department either. And I think he's fine taking this. It is 11 damage. He's gonna be down to 6 HP, but not really the end of the world, I think.
Yeah, you can, if you wanted to, you can quick stand the Shark Trainer. Cosimo just holding on to this, maybe just as a failsafe against another big overwhelmed target or an elusive threat here. Second mini morph to hit the second Zillion. Ragnarsich doing the best they can to keep Cosimo's value and advantage in check. This does give a chance for Cosimo to reconsider, but no, still takes the damage. Really wants to hold on to this quicksand.
And even if you quicksand the Poppy there and block with Xerath, it would still be a 1 attack, so it would have still killed the Xerath in this case. So couldn't really go for that trade, even if you wanted to. And there could have been, the chance for possibly removal in the hand that might have, definitely killed Xerath off there anyway before he was able to trade. In this case now, one final full swing. I think Ragnaros now is out of removal, fast speed removal in hand, and this might be what it takes to do it. 6 damage coming in here on the sides. Pokey Stick on Xerath, only taking 2 damage, survives at 1 HP.
Is actually pretty dangerous now with Xerath going down before the Sun Disc pops, means you don't get that direct damage. We've got Preservarium maybe into a Time Bomb. This is what Cosimo was looking for off of the other predicts. 2 Zillions have been played, so very high chance of Time Bomb here. Doesn't get it. Double Quicksand.
Finds... It could help him survive, though.
Pathways
but I don't think so, actually.
What
4
Ragnarsich
HP.
needs here. Look at this reload. Now has potential to go wide. Poppy going to be buffing a big overwhelm here. And the Time Bomb, it's there, but can Cosimo survive this next swing? So much potential development here.
I don't think he can. I mean, only with the Shark Train and the Poppy, plus the buffs from Poppy, get Ragnarsich puts down on the board. I think it's not going to be enough. The double quicksand and -4 attack on 2 attackers, I think it's not going to happen.
What happens if Ragnarsich doesn't open attack, we play Time Bomb, and maybe that draws into another Time Bomb? Spirit Fire was already cashed in earlier.
Just the full swing coming in here. There's obviously the overwhelm as well. No development from Ragnarsich is interesting here, considering that no cards were played last turn. So
with no development, the quicksand is enough to chump block this, and the Time Bomb comes through.
And he finds a second Time Bomb. He finds the lethal here. I'm not sure why Ragnarsich did not develop, considering he has a full hand. Cosimo's hand is really depleted. He didn't develop last turn when he had the mana to do so, so there's no units in hand, actually. And there would only be faster burst speed root spells to react to the open attack. So very strange final attack there from Ragnarsich.
Yeah,
and the win goes to Cosimo.
Was there a weird punish with they develop and then Azir gets played and then Emperor's deck makes some shenanigan happen there?
It's possible, but... Considering the hand, considering Azir wasn't played on the last turn, and you're banking on your opponent getting that exact top deck, and knowing that there are 2 blockers and there could be a potential quicksand for
that was the other
Shark
thing,
coming out on
I
the
think
side.
the Time Bombs were a lot more likely than level 3 Azir. And we did not have eyes on Ragnarsic's hand there towards the end, and maybe the last cards were just like more expensive than he was willing to commit to. Maybe they were some very oddball spells like that Scorched Earth coming through, for example, that just really weren't castable at the time.
All in all, we're going to game 3 now. Ragnarsich still on Noxus Bandle Tree, and Cosimo is now bringing the very new and very exciting TFGP Bandle City aggro deck, kind of taking over a similar role to Pirate to some extent. Misfortune being swapped out for TF, and obviously Bandle City swapping in for Noxus.
Game plan for the old Bilgewater Noxus decks, like these more controlling ones, the Gangplank Twisted Fates, I touched on this a little bit earlier. They always had like this sort of board-based style and chip damage game plan. The swarms and good early units were mostly for defense. They were trying to build towards that late game of Dreadway and plays of that nature to burst you down and kind of close out the game. But this one allows you to just forego that late game win condition, because the deck needed to do that because it would run out of burn, it would run out of resources. But this deck now hits the critical mass thanks to Bandle City, where you can consistently burn your opponent out throughout the early mid game without needing a very expensive, disruptible, equinoxable late win condition like that.
Hits the critical mass and hits the high roll here with the Demacian Sentinel 1-drop. And with spells, obviously, to kill off units here to provide a little cheeky combat trick on his attack swing from Cosimo.
Does get a boost the first time you slay an enemy with a spell. Actually, super strong here with the Fearsome.
I have to say, Demacian Sentinel in Shadow Isles, a bit confusing, right? You're gonna have to, stop confusing your players, because I'm not sure how that works. Calling a card Demacian and putting it in a region that isn't
Senna
Demacian.
just went all over the planet and recruited the new squad of the Sentinels after the Ruination event. But we've got a lot of great damage coming through already, 14 HP. And I played this matchup personally yesterday after testing this deck against Bandle Tree, and it feels easy breezy. Let me tell you, Panda, like, outside of very specifically Poppy, like, coming down and snowballing the game, it's... You just consistently go wider than they do, and you don't mind just swinging in, because every time you attack, you're dealing damage to the Nexus, and that's really all you care about. You're ending the game before the Bandle Tree value can really overtake.
And there is the TF stun coming in clutch, stopping Poppy. Also, obviously, a meta call to stop Scion when he comes down on turn 7, if you haven't already finished your opponent off by that turn. In this case, proving pretty worthwhile here on Poppy, and providing the setup now for Lecturing Yordle to come in with his Poison Dart to finish off Poppy.
And yeah, Lecturing Yordle, huge here. Having the extra mana is so great, and then it puts mushrooms in the opponent's deck, right? So you're still going to get 1 or 2 points of extra chip damage here and there throughout the course of the game. And with this card activating on summon and on attack, depending on how much mana you have available, you can even get 2 poison darts per turn sometimes, and it's very, very useful for setting up for your pokey sticks and Make It Rain to just further chip away at some of these shrimpy units. It almost plays out like Go Hard, where you have a lot of really good trades for yourself, and any bad trades you're able to shift back into your favor using the chip damage available to this list.
Yeah, you compare this list to kind of the GP TF or the TF Swain, early to mid game curve, and again, to me, it's very similar to Go Hard's initial curve as well. Back in the day with Jagged Butcher, with Fortune Croaker, with the Least even in some lists, where you would just flood the board with units. Your opponent, if they were playing an early to mid game based strategy, they would match you or maybe fall a bit behind, and you would have at least a defensive capability to then survive till Go Hard. Or if your opponent was playing a very controlly deck or a very slow deck, you could actually just chip them down to almost 7 or 6 or 8 HP by the mid game, and then finish off with Go Hard very easily, which was one of the strengths of the deck as well.
Aloof Travelers come down, snipes the second Lecturing Yordle, but that's fine. Hidden Pathways manages to survive, and Double Up is now drawn. A lot of direct damage to the Nexus. Double Up, when you deal 2 damage to a unit enemy and kill it, it'll deal 4 damage to the Nexus. Against Bandle Tree, there's so many juicy 1 and 2 HP targets for this spell to hit. It's a fast speed decimate, my friend.
That being said, the Make It Rains are now a little bit dangerous in hand, because they do target Fizz, and he does play a spell. They will be countered, so Fizz comes in as kind of a trap card, considering Cosimo has 2 Make It Rains in hand.
Unfortunately missed out on the opportunity to cast it early in the game. It's one of those just unfortunate circumstances where it always seemed like there was a better play at the time, and now things do get a little bit dicey. Ragnarsich is going to probably make sure to keep 2 mana open at all times, specifically for this contingency.
Has the triple crack shot trio on the board, ready to rain down 3 pings to the Nexus, and he had the double up and the Make It Rain possibility on Nexus as well, just to do it. So no healing in Ragnar's deck, no spell denial, and that's gonna look like GG to me, unless something can be done to stop the double up.
They changed it so you can mini morph your allies now
with mini morph. That might be it, but the Make It Rain could then still hit the Bandle City Mayor on what is a little RNG fiesta that a friend called Lobster, I believe, would love. And there it is, mini morph happening now. Make It Rain.
It has to not hit Fizz, but also hit the Bandle City Mayor. Got it! Got it!
Yes!
Let's go!
Lobster is, somewhere out there shaking his head because he hates Make It Rain as a card. He says it adds a lot of RNG. I always tell him, come on, it's not that much RNG. It's not game winning or anything. But in this case, it was, and Cosimo wins the game off a bit of a high roll there, hitting the Mayor and not hitting Fizz at the same time. That's a double high roll,
right? Where there's like one target you need to hit, and then one target you absolutely do not need to hit. And I'm not going to crunch the numbers around what's the likelihood of hitting Fizz with such a wide board, etc. But wow, what a game. And you can see that just consistent burn, that aggressive game plan really coming through, specifically against Bandle Tree as well. And without that recent change to mini morph, it would have been absolutely guaranteed there.
And Cosimo's lineup, I'm not sure if he's trying to win this tournament or not, but he's definitely in the mental game against his world competitor. Rosage just lost to Mono-shurima and TFGP Bandle City. He's going to have to recover from that one, and this might affect him all the way to Worlds. So Cosimo playing the long game here, I believe, takes down Rosage, takes down a possible World opponent in the next few weeks, and advances to semifinals of this Fight Night tournament.
I mean, the deck matchups are pretty strong, right? Mono-shurima kind of covers certain late game value oriented ones. Maybe anything a bit slower can get cleaned up by it. And then the Gangplank Twisted Fate, this new Bandle City build, has proven to be very strong versus Bandle Tree, which is incredibly popular right now and can just beat up on a lot of other stuff that's just too slow, doesn't run a lot of healing. There's a lot of Draven Scion, Draven Caitlyn. That region combination notoriously lacks healing, and this deck just takes advantage of that beautifully.
And I think Bandle Tree really, I mean, the first week it was very powerful on ladder and it seemed very strong, but as the meta has adapted to it, I think it's now, at least in my opinion, not really, at least when I queue into it, not really much of a threat. I think players have adapted to this very swarmy, fast meta game and have built their decks to consider this, and also have considered obviously landmark removal for Bandle Tree. So it does seem like much less of a threat, and I think most of its very strong cards aren't really as meta warping as they seem to be. But we've jumped into now Pinas versus Badge Attack game ? And Pinas is on Sivir Demacia with Badge Attack on, I believe it's an Ezreal Draven Caitlyn list rather,
Draven
not
Caitlyn,
Scion.
you know, this is like the new evolution of Ezreal Draven. And the idea here is you've got the new top end package with Lost Soul as your discard fodder and some continuous value. You've got the Aloof Travelers, which is fantastic for disrupting the opponent's win condition. You lose out on that over-the-top burn of Ezreal, but you just swap it out for another really strong 3-mana attacker, like a pseudo Draven for the list. You've got the flash bombs going in the enemy deck, setting up your Ravenous Flocks, etc. for free. Look at this, the Twin Blade Revenant lining up beautifully against this Ruin Runner. It looks like despite the lower HP, Badge Attack is definitely prepared to turn the corner on this match and take over.
And turn the corner he must, because he's currently 1-0 down against Pinas. Pinas is on match point here to advance to semifinals, and Badge Attack, of course, our last week's winner, definitely wants to try, I think, and you know, get a hot streak going on here with the second win here.
Aloof Traveler draws a Sivir, and she immediately gets discarded. Pinas is getting locked down now here in the late game with no units in hand, and Warlord's Palace still waiting to pop.
Now, I'm going to be honest, you know, I want to be biased for a Spanish player like Pinas, but my hate for Sivir Demacia is stronger than my national pride. So I'm happy to see Badge Attack controlling the board like he is, only the Fleet Feather Tracker coming down all by itself, not really going to make much use of the spells in hand.
There's been so many new decks in the meta that have like really risen to prominence that we haven't gotten a chance to see some of these other, like, you know, decks that are very, very strong from the previous meta really go toe-to-toe against some of the newer brews. And you kind of touched on it a bit earlier, Panda, that the name of the current meta has essentially been decks that are very strong and don't have the longevity and staying power as we've seen as of other top tier decks in the past. Like even Bandle Tree players, as you said, are adapting to it. Scion was very powerful day 1, day 2, and immediately players started adapting to that, and the cycle has been just continuing over and over and over again, day to day. There seems to be a new brew or some new OP thing that counters the meta.
That being said, in a tournament setting, Sivir Demacia will continue, you know, running rampant, because in the right hands, it is an extremely powerful deck with some very good tournament matchups. At least we saw in the Worlds qualifiers, at least in the European region, kind of the optimal lineup by players like Shihu and Alan included this deck. So, and we're going to see it today as well, quite a bit, which is why I'm already getting ready mentally, because it is one of the most brought decks in today's tournament.
Absolver's Return being cashed in there, isn't that supposed to revive a champion? Does that mean that Pinas actually has not been able to play any champions throughout this game?
And there's the huge swing, but not huge enough, because we do have blockers here, 4 HP potentially from Badge Attack. There is a Golden Aegis, but of course the Sandstone Charger will be dying due to the Ephemeral, passive strike. The Flea Feather Tracker looks like it's also dying here. Sharp Sight might be able to swing some more damage, but I think not enough to get any kind of lethal here. And Badge Attack has double flock, just in case. He has, you know, the cannons loaded with 2 flocks ready to go on anything that survives.
Yeah, and
this
blocking
attack
with as much HP as possible versus the Overwhelm, trying to play around, you know, the Sharp Sights and the Shaped Stone. Badge Attack safe now at 5 HP with no units in Pinas' hand.
No units in Badge Attack's hand either, though, so kind of a game of spells here. But a big swing coming in from Badge Attack, putting down his opponent to 3 HP, no direct burn in hand, or possibly even in the deck, if you know, not like kind of a weird get excited is being run, but usually not the case, especially now without Ezreal. I think it changes a bit, the tech cards you add to the deck with Caitlyn instead.
So now we've got Merciless Hunter as the final unit. Badge Attack now has a read, obviously, that the last 2 cards in the hand are spells. Probably won't even play this Aloof Traveler to keep Pinas under control. And there it is, the surrender. Badge Attack managing to grind it out there towards the late game to take that game 2.
And there are actually 3 Get Exciteds in the deck rather for Badge Attack, so we'll keep that in mind for the rest of the broadcast. He does have some burn potential, but he didn't need it in that game. Just able to control the board. Draven, Caitlyn, I think that deck, we came into the end of the game, but it kind of, we could expect what happened in the early to mid game, because it's the goal of the deck is to control the board, outvalue your opponent with, you know, clutch and efficient mana removal, and just take over the game in the late game at your own pace, which is exactly what we saw happen there with Badge Attack, able to take the game 2, and now we're going to go into game 3 between Badge Attack and Pinas. Pinas still on Sivir Demacia, and Badge Attack on Sivir Demacia.
Yeah,
welcome,
so this is
Scarzig.
actually really dangerous, right? When you're going into game 3 and you just beat the deck, but then you have to try to win the mirror as well. There's a lot of strong decks in the metagame where if you let them shuffle their deck and try a second time, they have the potential to hit a much stronger curve and just run away with the game. Fortunately, Badge Attack does have the attack token here on even rounds and has the Akshan all ready to go here.
And has a much stronger curve. I mean, talking about strong curves, Badge Attack looks, you know, a little bit better, maybe very low to the ground. He is missing the Sivers, but at least for the early game, has the Akshan coming in down early. We see the Vagabond coming down for Pinas, but no Akshan to accompany her. And then double Sivir in hand is obviously great for the
once Sivir comes down, you just start oppressing your opponent, right? There is a lot of buffs in this deck, but it's one that still can't really deal with quick attack effectively because you need to get those barriers. You need to pop the spell shield and maybe rely on concerted strike. It's going to be a tall order, and fortunately with the even attack token, Badge Attack gets the use of Sivir first.
And we'll see what is played out here by Pinas, knowing that he might have to sacrifice a unit to his attack from a Sivir, or take quite a bit of damage to the Nexus quite early on. In the end of the day, this isn't really a matchup you're trying to rush down your opponent's Nexus. It's more trying to control the board and be efficient about the cards you play out and the removal you play out, trying to make use of things like Cataclysm with Sivir's quick attack, and just outvaluing your opponent on the board.
Mirror match is pretty common, right, with Sivir Demacia. I know a lot of players are like just banning it sometimes in tournaments, but when you're forced to like play against it, it really comes down to how well adapted you are for the mirror match. Especially for Demacia, I think is a region that is very susceptible to getting sort of outdone in the deck building phase of when you know the mirror is coming. You can go bigger and greedier than your opponent. There are some techs we've seen in the past like Prismatic Barrier and Riposte to help out in the mirror match, where you have the barrier to combine alongside Spell Shield to make absolutely sure that your units are safe. Pinas does have the Brightsteel Protector in hand, which could set up a good trade, maybe get some value going here, but it's nigh impossible for both players to remove either side's Sivir here.
And some key differences, Pinas' version is much more spell heavy. Looking at the deck list, has things like Riposte, for example, added in, and Badge Attack has a few kind of new units like Screeching Dragon coming into the mix. And even though the Rune Runner did get nerfed, or the Merciless Hunter rather, she is still in the deck with the 4-2 stat line. Is still a worthwhile addition, whereas Rune Runner is a bit more up in the air, not included anymore in Badge Attack's version, seemingly too slow or too weak now at 3 HP in terms of the trade she can get once she does swing in on the attack token turn, and still 2 copies in Pinas' version. So a lot of differences between these two lists, and it comes into the hotfix changing things up and players having to kind of reconsider what the best options are.
Opting for the Screeching Dragon, we know that board control is more the style of the season. We've got a more of a Shen Jarvan, Shen Fiora style of, I'm going to just play for my combat tricks, I'm going to take over the board, and once I do, it'll just be impossible for my opponent to get back on board. Rather than using Quick Attack and Overwhelm to just close out the game, you've got Quick Attack and Challenger to just maintain supremacy on the board and eventually, swing for lethal that way. Cataclysm coming through now to clear the Akshan.
One of the strongest cards in combination with Sivir.
And look at this. Sharp Sight plus Shaped Stone to level the Akshan. 6 HP now to survive the Cataclysm.
And this comes down to Pinas tapping out after playing the Cataclysm, thinking, there's no way he has, double health buff spells plus a level up. Maybe didn't even consider the level up in this case, and a big punish, a major punishment here. Obviously 2 cards wasted and some mana spent from Bite Attack to counter that, but taking down Sivir at this stage of the game, having your Akshan survive, even at 1 HP with Quick Attack, it's really not a big deal because he's not gonna really die in combat, and there aren't really ping effects in either of these decks because it's just not the way the deck is built. So really good swing there by Bite Attack, and able to punish.
I was a little bit worried that things could go downhill with vulnerable on the Sivir, but now with the taking over the board, the vulnerable Sivir does not matter. There's just gonna be no way for Pinas to get on the board, and the lethal comes through.
Bite Attack gets the reverse sweep, was down 2-0 or 1-0 rather when we joined in to spectate this match, able to take it back against Pinas' Sivir Demacia, and Pinas drops down losers bracket. Bite Attack still in the semifinals now and trying to make a repeat win here after last week's performance.
Incredibly strong player, won the last Fight Night EU, and really shows, right, some interesting deck building ideas for adopting an already strong deck for a new meta, right? That deck in and of itself has its own meta game now, adapting for the mirror, adapting for Bandle Tree, doing this, that, and the other, and it forced his opponent to take a bigger risk with the Cataclysm to take down that Akshan, and got punished for it. Really unfortunate to see, but they'll have another shot in the losers bracket. We'll take a closer look and see how the rest of the matches in the bracket played out. Serrano is going to be Bite Attack's next opponent. Thomas taking down Spikes and is going to be going up against Leon. Spikes has had some unfortunate showings here in Fight Night recently, but we know that they are a strong player, and we know that the lower bracket buff is a constant that we have to be wary of in Fight Night EU.
And 2 Spanish players making semifinals. I can't complain about that one. I haven't seen Serrano actually play in a tournament, live, so I'm very excited to see his performance, hopefully, on the next round or the one after that. But we'll be going to a very quick 3-minute break, not 5 minutes, just 3 minutes this time around. We sped things up here at Fight Night EU.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just got through the first round of the bracket and we're heading into the next one. A lot of new decks on the block, really surprising us with their effectiveness, and we've got some reimagined favorites from the previous meta. A lot of just old and new decks vying for those top slots, and I think that the meta is continuously going to shift here all the way up until Worlds.
We'll be checking out now Serrano, 86 from Spain. First time in Fight Night, 35 years old, so more on the experience side. Pinas as well, 42. So people have been playing, I think, strategy and card games for a long time and know all the ins and outs of how things work. And I mean, it's going to probably show here in this next matchup. The young versus the more experienced, with Badge Attack at 19 years old, or 18 rather. I think he might be 19 now. I think there might be a fixed needing to happen.
Everyone is 18 for at least a year, Panda.
5 years from now, we'll have Badge Attack still at 18 years old.
Face pick. But what's interesting, too, is that a lot of these young players, there's so many resources now for these players to learn and grind. And especially in the EU scene, a lot of these players are very young but very hungry competitors. And they are not just learning from the veterans, but also scrimming amongst themselves and shifting the meta and coming up with new brews in their own right. You love to see it.
We'll see the matchup here. We'll see, how Serrano performed. I'm very excited to see, him in action. I haven't really seen. I've seen his name obviously pop up on Twitter and on ladder and stuff like that, but never really on the big stage. So very excited to see what happens there. And also the name, I'm not sure why, but it reminds me of jamón Serrano, so the Siberian ham that's very tasty. I'm not sure if it's a reference to that or something else entirely, so I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce the name even, but I'll ask him at some point after this tournament just to make sure, because I'm sure he'll be a mainstay in the European
Bandle
scene.
is a mainstay of the current meta. We've got the Fizz Poppy build, this version running 2 Ravenous Flocks and 2 Scorched Earth, accounting for the metagame just ever so slightly here, trying to account for the mirror match, and overall just been a powerful list. We've only got 2 copies of Aloof Travelers in this variant, 2 copies of Minimorph, because as you start to adapt for the mirror match, you start to account for wider decks. You've got to start cutting things, right? This version running 3 copies of Poppy. Some variants only run 2 and 2, but I think that with the Ravenous Flocks and 3 copies of Poppy, this deck is really looking to take over the board early and really hope for that that snowball here.
And overall, looking at a bit of a lower curve, more cheap removal, less draw with hidden pathways, kind of just relying on Mayor and on Telescope for value in that sense. And looking at maybe just a faster tournament, faster metagame for this tournament in general, which we'll see if it pans out or not in this case. But definitely a bit of a different version to Ragnarsson, who was able, like we saw, to withstand kind of a very late game against Cosimo with Mono-shurima and still stay in it and still find, redraw value with the hidden pathways. In this case, that deck might not have worked out in that matchup in the same way because this deck is built to be faster.
And we'll see if, the one hidden pathways just might end up coming back to haunt Serrano, because if you get into a late game grindy situation like that, things have just really gone off the rails. For if you get maybe multiple copies of Bandle Tree, that doesn't happen, and it just comes down to your preferences as a player, your experiences on the ladder. If you're consistently playing against decks that can box you out from your aggressive game plan, chump block you effectively, and keep things in the late game consistently, the 1 copy of Hidden Pathways is going to be inconsistent and coming through to rescue you with that reload.
And the second deck for Serrano is actually going to be Plunder, which is a deck that we've seen a lot last season. We've seen a lot actually in Worlds qualifiers as well. Maybe a testament to players not being fully comfortable on newer decks. We saw it especially, not actually in Europe, but in Americas. We saw 2 players, I believe, qualify with Plunder, or 3 possibly. And in Asia, we also saw 1 or 2 players. I think 4 or 5 total of the qualified lineups had Plunder as one of the decks. So this is kind of a comfort pick, a very good mid-range versatile list that can beat almost anything on any given day, and a deck that just overall feels strong at every point in time. Might be a bit less played right now because of a boredom factor of players not wanting to play kind of the same thing again this season, but still not any changes, not any nerfs kind of, and
Yeah,
still a
you've
very,
got
very
that
strong
early
deck.
bilge water package, so you can meet them on the board early. You've got a little bit of an inevitability with the leveled up Sejuani, just basically taking away your opponent's attack token for the rest of the game. We've seen this deck struggle a little bit against Bandletree, despite the overwhelm damage because of Minimorph. And but outside of that, the ability to have something in your back pocket that does decent into Sivir Demacia, especially with that AoE Frostbite being able to just nullify their attack tokens, is very powerful. And one of the reasons that this deck is still pretty popular, just because it has such a large target to still hit in the metagame. But we'll see how this deck can do versus Draven Caitlyn. Draven Caitlyn being, once again, the new version of Draven Ezreal that's a little bit more tempo oriented. So I think this game is really going to be decided here in the first like 4-ish rounds. I think whoever can take over the board there is going to be cruising into the mid game with an insurmountable advantage.
And Draven Caitlyn, one of the decks that obviously has very good and very efficient removal in every single stage of the game, including the stage at which Gangplank comes down or Sejuani comes down at turns 5 or 6, with something like a Thermogenic Beam, for example. So does have the key removals, does have new cards being added in like some fumes to really, be able to control the board. Maybe stop the plunders, not obviously turn 1, but later on in the game it might be relevant, and just try and outvalue his opponent in that way.
Normally is a really great pull for just setting up, gives you a chump blocker every round, gets you very consistent plunder procs even on your off turns. But against a deck like this with Ravenous Flock, it is a liability to play this down, and there's a chance that Badge Attack could immediately remove it. You don't get the value that you're looking for. Caitlyn already demonstrating her potential on round 3 here, where you just have the chance to get a 3/3 quick attacker and just start pressing an advantage much earlier in the game, whereas again the Ezreal Draven version was more reliant on Draven, to the point where we did see that deck shift to even include Biggest Fan from time to time.
And Serrano thinking here, but I'm going to take the Make It Rain in the end. Going to be a guaranteed hit on Nexus, so has the Plunder proc, gets the kill on the Spider. It doesn't really matter if it hits the 2/2 Spider or not, because it will be traded off with the Butcher here. Because the Butcher, of course, obviously will just be traded off next turn if not, and you can't really guarantee Plunder next turn because of this, unless the top deck is favorable for Serrano.
Both decks right now, important to note, have no healing, so so all the damage that we're seeing here in the early game does matter as you get later and later into the game. Serrano with Monkey Idol as a 3-drop, again, that you aren't super confident is going to stay on the board. It is a bit risky here to trade away your only defender, but...
And opting not to really take a trade here on the off chance that you may be drawn to, I don't know, a Parley or Make It Rain. Oh, there's a Parley actually. Caster Blessing coming in full effect. To try and get the hit with a Jagged Butcher this turn to get Plunder is a possible idea, but I think it's clear that there would be a Draven coming down or a Caitlyn, so you wouldn't get Plunder
Traveler
anyway.
Comes through and hits the Monster Harpoon, tanking for the Sejuani. It's actually really important here, and one of the reasons that we've seen this deck sometimes struggle against some of the new blood in the metagame, because Aloof Traveler hits so much of their top win conditions. The Dreadway, Gangplank, Sejuani, all very susceptible to this card.
But Monster Harpoon clearly a pseudo, counter to Aloof Travelers, protecting the Sejuani from being discarded from hand, and obviously with a chance still to discount itself to 3 mana. So if these cards would have been released in the same set, I think people would be saying it's a direct counter, but definitely an interesting interaction with something like a Monster
Ravenous
Harpoon.
Flock being cashed in as well by Badge Attack to answer the Monkey Idol as we predicted. So very big swing coming through already. There could be maybe Babbling Bjerg to draw. Another unit being hovered instead. Just a second Monkey Idol. Serrano saying, I'm going to take a bunch of damage here, and I want to get these Plunder procs.
I don't know if you've noticed, Scarzig, but there seems to be someone sleeping right next to the speakers on the board. I'm not sure that's the best idea from Badge Attack, but seemingly still asleep, hasn't woken up to any of the stuff happening on the board or right next to him, next to the KDA speaker.
Completely at peace. Badge Attack is calm and has that, that killer mindset. Gonna just keep the cool, keep the mental until absolutely necessary. Must have been partying hard, actually, if you can fall asleep next to a loud KDA speaker like that. But the chip damage still coming through.
And taking this idea of a deck playing itself quite literally, Bajatak is currently asleep on the wheel. Draven and Caitlyn taking over, controlling the board with Phlox.
Serrano
No problem.
actually wants to cast Monster Harpoon, but might not, just so that he has a chance to protect the Sejuani here. With the second Sejuani in hand, maybe you can just cash this in. If another aloof discards one Sejuani, you have the second. The big issue, once again, being that even if Sejuani hits the board and is like a force to be reckoned with, it's only one spell plus a Ravenous Flock away from getting taken down, or a spell plus Scorched Earth. Babbling Beard being cashed in here now. So a lot of threats in hand, a lot of expensive cards, but when your opponent has the tempo, has the cheap removal, putting all of your mana down to play out one big thing can really result in disaster if you get punished. Quick attacker.
The one good thing is that looking at the late game, it's kind of a dissonance here between Serrano's hand that's very late game heavy, and he's very much prepared for the late game, double Sejuani, Gangplank, whereas Bajatak does not have the Tri-Beam that's been stacking up the entire game. It's actually not in the hand at all, so it doesn't have that late game value that Serrano's probably worried about in that sense. Doesn't have obviously the control of the early to mid game, and does seem like he's definitely on top of things, but when it comes to the late game, things might flip in that case.
Yeah, Serrano has dedicated the entire match up to this point to getting those consistent plunder triggers. So now with Monster Harpoon coming through, evening out this board ever so slightly, really clearing a path for Gangplank and the rest of the supporting cast to come through. We see the level up here as well. Gangplank is going to come down, summon a barrel, and then another barrel at the start of the next round to get a really strong open attack potentially. Some fumes now is going to be the ticket here to soften up this Gangplank, set up for Ravenous Flock to counter.
Hits the 3 damage, but even if it didn't, even if just with 2, the combination with Flock would have killed it regardless. So that 2-card combo, obviously very strong right now in this deck. And Some Fumes is one of the more interesting cards that initially, when the expansion released, wasn't talked about very often, wasn't really, the star of the expansion at all when it comes to very strong cards, but still has found a way in many control shells and does make sense as a very mana efficient tool that you can, kind of complete the ability or the requirement
yes, in
very
order to
easily.
get the bonus damage, you have to add 2 cards to your hand in the round. You draw 1 card naturally, and you just have to get that second card from somewhere. A spinning axe, for example, is a very easy way to meet that requirement, and it just goes to show that, again, the tempo-oriented and aggressive slant of this Caitlyn Draven variant means that you're just doubling down on that condition. I get Draven in play, I start snowballing the game with some fumes. We've got the Ravenous Flock being able to be put on the stack versus the Sejuani is quite nice here because it's stunned.
And could have killed off the Babbling Beard killing the Draven here, but instead opting just to take care of the Sejuani now because she is flipped, she is leveled up, and she is going to be a really big menace if she sticks on the board next turn on the open swing.
So we've got great stat lines, right? Lined up against the Babbling Beard. Potentially 7 damage coming through on the Nexus. But now Bajatak is running out of resources. This part of the game is where you're kind of hoping that the tempo that you've gotten for yourself has given you enough of an advantage that you don't need to worry about running out of cards. There's 3 copies of Lost Soul at the top end, and there we go. This is exactly what we needed to see here for Bajatak, is starting to get this consistent value, more and more units in play to press through an advantage here.
And how things have changed. Sejuani was in hand, ready to take over, but she gets discarded. Lost Soul comes into the hand for Bajatak, and now things are looking much, much better for him. Finds the infinite value card to really take over the late game.
Goes for a parley here, directly onto the Nexus. Has to activate this Black Market Merchant now to just draw a card. If Serrano gets, another Lost Soul potentially, that would be a lot of
That's
of
what
value.
I was thinking.
And then we have the Twin Blade Revenant Wars, but Aloof just hits this deck so hard. Out of all the lists in the metagame, this deck, I think, is probably the weakest to this card. Discarding from your opponent's hand is always going to have some pretty strong targets, especially depending on how well timed it is, but it's almost always a correct play versus Sejuani Gangplank because all of its win conditions are just so great to discard. And as we saw earlier in the game, even hitting a Monster Harpoon is great for this deck because you're protecting some of your bigger units. Oh my
god. How do we do this, Scarzig? How do we bless every single play that happens? I was talking about the parley before. He drew the parley. You were talking about the flock on the monkey idol. It happened as well. The lost soul is now stolen. We are on some kind of Omega caster blessing the past few weeks because everything we say ends up happening.
The issue too is that if you discard lost soul, you get the Twin Blade Revenant, or you can just naturally play out the lost soul as well to get the Twin Blade Revenant. Despite everything, despite all the removal, despite all the damage coming through, this Gangplank does manage to stick to the board. There is no Ravenous Flock to counter, and now, you know, Lost Soul can sit in the hand and maybe protect the rest of the deck from the third Aloof Travelers.
I think it's a little bit late to enter that bodyguard position at this point in the game with Sejuani having been discarded already in the previous turn. And the other issue is that you maybe don't have a discard synergy. You need to find another merchant to draw you a discard card, and then you can start talking about playing, Draven Caitlyn yourself. Actually,
the game. you black market merchant, get a rummage, maybe a sump dredger to get that discard cycle plus a body in board. It's certainly possible, Panda, because as we head into the late stages of the game, right? This Ezreal, oh my God, I said it, Ezreal. It's Caitlyn Draven. Doesn't have like burn damage. The get exciteds are being used to control the board from this position, and so it's going to come down to who can get that final swing of tempo in their favor.
7 HP for either player, but Gangplank is now taken down, and it's really just the battle of the infinite value Lost Souls in hand, continuously cycling themselves, continuously giving you kind of pseudo card draw in the late game. And Serrano's next top deck will be very, very important. Of course, his Lost Soul discounted to 7, but still have to play it out yourself if you don't have the discard for it, so it's not going to be as relevant in this case.
Enough mana for Badge Attack to play out both Twin Blade Revenants, which is huge. If Serrano can't keep the board wide enough here... Oh, very interesting. Goes for the Entomb on the self-entomb on the Gangplank
and
rather than...
It is the better play because you have the parley for the Sum Treasure. So if your opponent plays out both Twin Blade Revenants, only taking 4 damage. If you would have just played out the Fury of the North there, Gangplank would have gone up to 4 HP and then just being killed by one of the Twin Blade Revenants anyway. So this keeps him safe until the next attack token swing. So very, very heads up play by Serrano. Actually, very, very smart. Depending on what is drawn here, but that is a problem. That is not the right draw. And you don't have mana to play both the Lost Soul from hand and the Monster Harpoon, so you are in big trouble if you are Serrano.
You've got the Monster Harpoon to answer one thing, but it is going to be lethal here with only one blocker being presented, thanks to the Arachnoid Sentry top deck. Wow, it's really unfortunate when you see such a high level play with like the Entomb there to set up for a powerful attack token just get punished like this. When you're developing an attacker and then taking a defender away from the opponent this late in the game when things are coming down to the wire.
And it was a risky play, but I think, in certain positions when you are kind of against back to the wall, you have to start making those risky plays to try and find some way to win it. When your opponent is cycling to 2 Lost Souls, essentially with discard, able to get kind of infinite value in the late game, and you don't really want to just rely on top decks, I think you have to go for that play with the Entomb. I think it was a good play. It had a good foundation in why it was done, but like you mentioned, the Arachnoid Sentry top deck was clutch for Badge Attack, one of probably the best top deck you could have gotten at this point in the game.
Because even if you draw and you play Aloof Travelers, you're just giving more fuel to Serrano, potentially defend, even something like a Sump Dredger, you're still able to defend correctly if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, the highest chance of potentially surviving and managing to close out the game on an overwhelmed swing was the Entomb line, but couldn't really close it out. And this is only the first game. So there's still a lot of matchups to be played, more chances for Serrano to really make a big splash. And I think it just goes to show that even a player that we haven't seen a lot of yet in the competitive scene, you know, really shows that they have what it takes to make such a high level, sort of out of the box play. A lot of players certainly would have gone for Fury of the North or something there.
Exactly. Even though he lost the game, I think that was a good example of what I was hoping to expect from someone that I hadn't seen before, that I had heard good things of and saw perform well on ladder and on Twitter. I saw his name pop around, but now it's definitely a good thing to see kind of those. It's not saying that it's the most 5-head play in the history of Runeterra, but definitely some nice little situational stuff that you can see kind of that skill.
But now going into game 2, we see the matchup that this deck actually really wants to see. You have the Sejuani to level up and get that Frostbite going to shut down all of the attacks from this Sivir Action list. And Badge Attack's variant, of course, is running Ruin Runner, so there's going to be less threat of just over-the-top bursty damage coming through. We've got the Monkey Idol as well already set up. We know this deck can curve out quite well. We already see Badge Attack's mulligan is fantastic, but we'll see how much the plunder triggers can come through here in the early game.
And of course, Sejuani against Sivir Akshan in all of last season proves to be a very good matchup, or a very interesting kind of tech matchup coming up, because of the fact that Sejuani's ability can kind of bypass Spell Shield and kind of pull in Sivir once he does come down on turn 6. So it is a very, very strong ability, definitely rivaling Akshan's grappling hook. I think definitely the better grappling hook is on Sejuani's arm.
She's got that grappling icy flail, and already with 2 Sejuanis and a Gangplank in hand, the late game is secured for Serrano. It's just that the rest of the top decks leading up to that point have to be very, very good, or we're going to see some awkward pass turns, right? Where you just don't have anything to play, and if you have to skip your turn 4 or something like that, the tempo loss could just be insurmountable against a deck like Shurima Demacia, that once it takes control of the board, it's built entirely around bullying the opponent from being able to develop from that point onward.
There's a trade there between the Tracker and the Crackshot Corsair. Akshan comes down now, pretty much on curve, attacking on turn 3 now, striking, getting the bit of a level up there on the Warlord's Palace, and slowly getting that game plan going as well. The Vagabond helping speed it up even more. A recent addition to these Sivir Akshan lists. After nerfs happened, things got reshuffled around in what is kind of considered the net deck, let's say, for this archetype. Although it's still up in the air, like I said before, even in the Worlds qualifiers, where everything was on the line, players were expected to play the best possible version of this deck. It wasn't still kind of refined to the point where people knew what that was.
There's going to be not just finding the new refined version of this list, but also now with some of the clear-cut strong cards being more contentious on their inclusion, it opens up more flexible slots for you to edit the deck to account for the mirror match, or just double down on the newfound power whenever that's sorted. Consistent plunder still coming through from Serrano. We've got the Monster Harpoon as well. Gonna play out the Monkey Idol first, just to see if any more defensive tools are cashed in. And Monster Harpoon on Akshan, perhaps?
One Monkey Idol was taken down there with single combat. Knowing there's a second one in hand, now you do feel a bit worse about playing that single combat out, because I think the main point of that was not so much being threatened by the monkeys and the Monkey Idol itself, but more the plunder effects happening. And when you're doubling up on 2 Monkey Idols, it doesn't make sense, because it's just not getting that great value because the plunder's happening anyway. So in this case, Badge Attack somewhat punished for the single combat when there is a second Monkey Idol to still continuously get the plunders.
So the Monster Harpoon is cashed in to stop this Akshan for accelerating the Warlord's Palace. Then you have that 3/3 quick attacker in play. That's really difficult to deal with. This is fortunate for Badge Attack, because now it clears a path for Screeching Dragon.
Of course, now an easy trade onto the Monkey Idol if you want to do that, if you don't want to go for the direct damage. And again, this is a deck that doesn't really try and rush down their opponents in terms of Badge Attack. It's more controlling the board. Although, like you mentioned, in this matchup, that is especially difficult, because Sejuani has a very strong effect on entry into the board, and also once she does level up, and once you get those plunders, just frostbiting everything on the board, regardless of spell shields, regardless of anything
We know
else.
that Serrano really does kind of want to play out the Gangplank here. It would just die to potentially Shape Stone on the Screeching Dragon. Looks like Parley is going to be put on the stack instead to take out this Fleet Feather Tracker, kind of shore up the defense here. Also countered by Shaped Stone, and that is going to be the Warlord's Palace, giving the Relic of Power here in hand.
If he saw Cosimo's game, he might go for the Make It Rain, trying to get the damage on the Nexus and the Plunder effect, either with the Make It Rain or just with the Parley itself. Can't play anything else out this turn, so I think this is kind of maybe a no-brainer to go for this at this point, because I think you don't want to just waste the 4 mana here. You are trying to play very much on tempo if you're Serrano.
And we'll see if this connects, because
if he does
hit, with the pulls that are happening right now, Fleet Feather Tracker takes the Monkey Idol, Screeching Dragon maybe takes the Powder Monkey, and you still retain 3 attackers on board.
Doesn't end up going for it.
Considers. And the burst speeds Sandstone Charger. We actually don't see this play a lot, but Badge Attack just taking advantage of the current tempo advantage here, going even wider on board and making Make It Rain slightly worse.
And I think this is Badge Attack probably understanding by the play patterns that we've seen from Serrano this game, that he probably has a very top-heavy hand, that he probably has cards to take over in the late game, and that if Badge Attack doesn't play it, if he plays kind of how he usually plays this matchup, as I was mentioning, very kind of slow, methodical, taking over the board, he might not be able to win it, because things will get pretty crazy once Sejuani comes down. So instead, opts for the Sandstone Charger and opts for a much faster route to victory.
So that bonus 5 damage could be the secret to closing out this game. Badge Attack now has some reload with the Preservarium, but now that the Gangplank is coming down, we've got and Sejuani's coming down, we've got a second Sejuani in hand. We've got the Monkey Idol still prepped to generate 1 more Powder Monkey. The level up is inevitable here.
There's a Sharp Sight, can save the Screeching Dragon, can't trade obviously with Sejuani either, so I'm not going to do too much in this case. You might have to take the hit here. And it could be not even the level up yet for Sejuani, so still 1 round away.
Merciless Hunter, and so now at the start of the next round, the Powder Monkey will level up Sejuani once it dies, but we're hoping for a bigger unit to take down this first Sejuani. You have to consider Fury of the North. You have to consider 3 Sisters.
The Warning Shot as well was just top decked. And the Warning Shot, the burst speed level up, giving her 1 extra point of health, might also be relevant here. We're seeing with the Sharp Sight plus the Merciless Hunter for attack, thinking you might get the kill on Sejuani before she can level up, but the Warning Shot might change that at burst speed. And of course, like you mentioned, you have the Fury of the North still, but if you can Warning Shot and also get Gangplank down this turn, leveled up, that might be the better play.
So has to go for the Sharp Sight on Merciless Hunter here, calling out Serrano. Do you have some sort of burst speed plunder? Do you have that 3 Sisters? Do you have Fury of the North? Really awkward hand, unfortunately, here for Badge Attack. We're starting to see now that the deck is not able to rely on a consistent through line with the Sivir into Ruin Runner to just close out these games. By adapting to a more mid-range style, we see a little bit of the cracks start to show. Very akin to the Shen Fiora, Shen Jarvan style games where you have units but no spells, or vice versa. Very difficult to come back on the board once you lose that tempo advantage.
And there's a level up on the Gangplank. Now has the extra ability of dealing 2 damage to all enemies and the Nexus if this barrel's still up as well, once Gangplank does commit the attack here. Treasure Seeker, not really the game-winning top deck in this case for Badge Attack, nor is Brightstone Protector. So like you mentioned, just didn't find the right tempo or pressure, let's say, in terms of controlling the board in the mid to late game. And overall, this Plunder deck was very popular last season for a reason, considering that Sivir, Akshan, Demacia, or even with Ionia before that, was a big part of the meta. Plunder came up and rose up to prominence because of this matchup specifically, and that is Serrano now taking the game 2, tying up the series, and putting Badge Attack, a world qualified player and our current Fight Night champion from last week, against the wall, going to a game 3 now.
Is going to be very exciting. Again, you have that deck specifically to counter these board-based lists, and if you're, you have the bad matchup in game 1, but then you can get the matchup you want for game 2, you take it to a very exciting game 3. Now that Sejuani Gangplank has gotten its win, Serrano will be forced to try to get the win in game 3 with Poppy Fizz. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Bandle Tree, now how that competes against Sivir Akshan. This is the new, like, sort of touted top deck in the metagame that's sort of waning in popularity. And then the top deck from the previous metagame that also is waning in popularity because of the hotfix changes that were made to those key cards. So 2 decks that are, still kind of vying for their top slots in the metagame. And we'll see if Badge Attack's new take on Sivir Demacia has the tools it needs to take down Bandle Tree.
Does have a few, small removal spells like Group Shot to take down spell shields, possibly not at a very, obviously, very efficient tempo or hand advantage stat kind of, but still, you have the options there at least to try and ping off a spell shield and try and maybe kill off a Sivir with a Buster Shot, for example. But, as we know, with Demacia, with cards like Sharp Sight, that makes things a lot more complicated. And of course, barriers like Resident Protector or the Golden Aegis.
So actually mulligans away the Buster Shot and the Group Shot. Serrano opting for mulligans for more early game, just wants to curve out, wants to meet Badge Attack on the board, recognizes that if I just don't have units, it doesn't matter how many things I remove from Badge Attack's side, they'll eventually stick something so big that I can't handle. If we get AoE quick attack coming through from Sivir onto a Screeching Dragon or something, despite the lack of overwhelm and potential burst finishing potential, when you're able to trade into Bandle Tree without sacrificing your own board thanks to quick attack, it's only a matter of time before they fall too far behind and can't keep up. We saw that earlier on the broadcast with Mono-shurima, right? When Xerath hit the board and there was a lot of, and time bombs were hitting the board and there was a lot of that additional board control, the chump blockers just weren't mattering anymore. And it was very difficult for Bandle Tree to even look for a win condition outside of that.
Very good curve here, actually, though, for Serrano, though. Doesn't really have... we'll see what Mayor gets to see if he can get any, 0 mana cards, let's say, after he plays out the Mayor. Or maybe just a Loping Telescope to continue that value train. But the Aloof will get the discount. And there's a Bandle Tree drawn as well. So kind of the perfect curve with some extra removal there in hand for Serrano. Like you mentioned, I think the biggest thing here is the Bandle Tree. Just being able to survive until that becomes a viable win condition is really the game plan for Serrano. I think you don't really expect to go wide enough and to get enough chip damage on the board against... Badge Attack, I think, can control the board well enough.
Yeah, unfortunate here, too, the Aloof Travelers, it has the scope set on Sivir here. Serrano's going to get the first action next round, so very likely that Aloof Traveler will be the play. There could be a draw of a Screeching Dragon or the Recurrent Bruiser to dive into the way and protect Sivir from that shot, get down Mrs. President style. But right now, Serrano has a really well-rounded hand, right? Has the Pokey Stick plus Ravenous Flock to deal with a Screeching Dragon potentially, has the win condition of Bandle Tree in hand, has the value generation. So if we extrapolate from just this position, Serrano's looking very favored right now, where Badge Attack has some strong units in play, but some awkward reactivity with the Sharp Sights.
No Fearsome Blocker there for the Merciless Hunter. Finds the Bomber Twin, could have gotten the Poro Sled, but already played out the Poro turn 1, so you do want to kind of keep track of the Bandle Tree and try and go for the most efficient way to get to the 10 as quickly as possible, especially when you're on kind of a clock against Sivir Akshan. It's not going to be that easy to get it to 10 before you die.
Travelers coming down. This meets the P&Z requirement. Does indeed snipe the Screeching Dragon.
Oh. The dragon swoops in from the skies, takes the arrow for Sivir, and Sivir lives to quick attack.
Yeah, so next round it's going to be really huge for Sivir to come through, because again, the quick attack is so important, where you're able to safely attack. You aren't getting your units chipped down and set up for Ravenous Flock or Scorched Earth plays. And Brightsteel Protector actually doing a lot of work here too. Serrano doesn't even want to attack. Needs to keep this wide board of potential defenders. Double Bandle Tree going to be pretty awkward now too. The early draws from Serrano were fantastic, but now we're starting to see some clunkiness seep in here in the mid game.
And for all the new viewers that have just joined the stream, we are currently in the semifinals. Badge Attack against the wall here against Serrano, Spanish player, new player in the tournament scene, in the fight night scene at least. Bajtak, of course, a household name, a world's qualified player. Currently against the ropes, has to try and fight back here in Game 3, playing Sivir, Akshan Demacia against Serrano's Bandle Tree Noxus.
I think right now the Bandle Tree is about 6 out of 10, and it's just about surviving the next couple swings, finding enough tempo to play down the Bandle Tree. It's going to start generating units and potentially more blockers for Serrano. Looking at Bajtak's list, there is 2 golden Aegis for a rally. So from a board position like this, Serrano has to be very wary of that 4 open mana.
There's the Buster Shot, the attempt, the valiant attempt at killing Sivir. You take down the spell shield, you try and Buster Shot her, but she lives at least until the flock comes down and takes her down. We'll see if there's any mind games here trying to wait it out, but it looks like there isn't going to be one. It's going to be just direct cast here and the single combat to try and get a little bit extra value, squeezing it out here from Sivir before she dies.
And that's going to be the final proc for Akshan to level up. So now we've got the Warlord's Horde going through, and now the Sentinel's Horde going to start ticking down, getting potentially the Absolver's Return. You get to revive that Sivir, get a really strong finishing swing, Font of Power to reload. A lot of strong options here, a lot of utility. Akshan, you know, that's the point of the card in the list. You've got a great tool of early attacking, takes advantage of all the Demacian spells and single combats and Bright Steel Protector, and then you just have this extra card draw and utility heading towards the late game. With no attack token, this could be the opportunity for Serrano to get the Bandle Tree down, but no, just keeps developing, keeps blocking the board, recognizing that if I can just stabilize, eventually I will hit enough units that I can just play a completed Bandle Tree, perhaps.
And the Bruiser for 5 mana does come down, kind of taking the spot of Rune Runner in this list for some players, at least in some versions of the kind of the newly refined Sivir Akshan Demacia list. And yeah, again, just chump blocker on Serrano's side, trying to buy enough time for Bandle Tree to come down. I think he couldn't really play it last turn because he knows he's kind of still under a bit of pressure. We see the Screeching Dragon coming down and a very scary board now.
Yeah, I think the threat of the rally is what's really keeping Serrano's game plan in check here. The Bandle City Mare, fortunately, discounting all these units means that Serrano is able to keep up with the defensive game plan here.
If there was a rally in hand for Bajtak, that would be, you know, really big trouble. A Golden Aegis possibly still 4 mana up, but only has, you know, double Sharp Sight, Single Combat, and the Bright Steel Protector instead. So can't double up on what would be a big attack here, and Serrano can just kind of chump block away most, if not all of his units, survive, and maybe get a Bandle Tree online.
Yeah, we've got the attack being massively threatened here. Look at that snap pull. Takes the Bandle City Mare down with the Screeching Dragon, saying, I need to keep this value train under control. If Serrano has less mana to work with to develop defenders, then I'm able to press my advantage even more. This wide swing is important, however, because without Sivir to give quick attack, it does mean that Serrano is able to, you know, remove portions of this board and kind of stop the bleeding.
I do like now blocking the Portal Portal here, taking some damage, because if there is a Golden Aegis, you have to have, I think, some idea of how much damage that would be coming in. You can't just throw away all your units and then maybe die to Golden Aegis. So in this case, he has to be very careful. There's exactly 4 mana left here for Bajtak.
And so Serrano now has the option to play Bomber Twins. Maybe this gets a Preservarium for more card draw, which we've seen before. Star-Tipped Peak could also be some much-needed resources as well.
Had already played Bomber Twins before, so not really trying to double up on the regions just yet. Poppy, Demacia, and also the Yordle Ranger there. I'm not sure how far away he is from Bandle Tree. I think he might have to play out this turn.
The 7th region. And I think we're still looking for... we saw the Fizz for Bilgewater, actually, so I think we're 8 out of 10. We still need...
So it might be a chance that if he plays the Bandle Tree now and then next turn plays the Poppy plus something else, that might be it.
We still need
so I think
Targon,
he might have to take that risk.
If I'm not mistaken. No Loping Telescopes yet. Yeah,
and
that
Ionia
is correct.
as well, I believe. No Alcats either, or Lulu. So it might be 3 left then. He could find, you know, the Loping Telescope into an Ionia unit into Poppy next turn if he plays the Bandle Tree right now.
It's a huge risk versus a rally.
But it might be like we mentioned, Serrano is someone that we've seen take risky plays, knowing that it might be his only out in a matchup like this at the stage that it is right now. And he does go for the Bandle tree. It is at 7, so, congrats, Scarzig. We are good counters here.
The Vicurin Bruiser really showing off how well it can accelerate the Warlord's Horde, the Sentinel's Horde, because you have the strike effects with single combat that generate the lucky finds, so that it's just continuous targeting of friendly units to bring this up. And now we have a 6-2 overwhelm breathing down Serrano's neck.
And the opposite of what Serrano wanted. He finds a third Demacia unit, and his opponent finds Golden Aegis on the top deck. So really, this next turn going very much in favor of Agitators right away, because he has a chance now to make use of this very, very strong board. Get a second barrier on one of his units. There is a Buster Shot, but it's going to be a slow speed spell, so you can't react on the stack to the Golden Aegis being played out, and still 8 mana to work with. With double Sharp Sight, this might be maybe not lethal, but definitely full control of the board for Badge Attack.
Is programmed so that it gives you a unit from region you have not yet played. It doesn't care if you have that region in hand yet. So getting Demacia from this position is very unfortunate. Serrano might just need to sacrifice the Poppy here just to put a blocker down. Because after you see the barrier like that, you're thinking to yourself, okay, maybe my opponent just wanted the Sentinel's Palace, but nope, the rally is coming through as well.
And double discounted Treasure Seeker as well, just in case. The attack, you can't really attack now because of the barriers if you're Serrano, so he's just going to watch as the Treasure Seekers come down. Even a Sandstone Charger, if you had enough board space, just open up the space here, because you have so many units to play out to go in for an enormous swing if you're Badge Attack.
And there it is. And now we've got an enormous swing here with Quick Attackers, Challenger, and Overwhelm. Evens out the board into an open attack on the next round versus this.
And, no mana to play anything if you're Serrano, so everything went terribly wrong in this turn with his, if he would have found, unlikely, but still, if he would have found a Loping Telescope off of the Bandle tree into an Ionia unit, into the Poppy, he might have won the game. There's no landmark removal in this deck for Badge Attack, but not how things panned out. Quite the opposite happened. Found the third Demacia unit and the Golden Aegis top deck for Badge Attack, so that will be it, either right now with the Sharp Sights or next turn.
Sharp Sight is pretty much lethal here. It's like with Badge Attack, you don't need to, you're like, okay, does Group Shot punish me here somehow?
Only 3 units on the board. You can just buff the 1 HP unit up. So, really, the math, checks out here. Nothing that Serrano can do. And game 3 goes to Badge Attack. Continues on his spree, makes it to the winner's final after winning last week's Fight Night. And also, the Worlds Qualifier in between. So, on a bit of a hot streak and proving to be one of the stronger players in Europe right now.
Bandle Tree, again, was a breakout hit after that deck got optimized and further developed with the Noxus package. But despite the swarmy capability, despite the value, the deck struggles to keep up with the tempo of attacking and aggressive-oriented mid-range decks like that. So Sivir Demacia still has a lifeline for the metagame, but that does conclude that set. We are going to be moving into Thomas versus Cosimo. They are still in game 1, actually. An entire set was just played, and these players are still putting their thinking caps on and making absolutely sure they make the best plays possible. So we know we're going to go into a heater here.
And for our new viewers, viewer discretion is advised. You will be seeing Mono-shurima in action from Cosimo alongside TFGP aggro with Bandle City. So we'll see now what is happening here. The Birdie Sun. Okay, I think we just jumped into game 2 right on time. Thank you other, Thomas and Cosimo for waiting for us. And Birdie Sundays comes down. Mono-shurima is in action here for Cosimo versus Thomas playing Sivir Demacia.
That means that Thomas took the game 1 with Draven Caitlyn, needs to pick up the second one with Sivir Demacia. Most likely it was against the Mono-shurima because Scorched Earth maybe shut that down a little bit. The tempo, I imagine, is very, very strong from Caitlyn Draven into this list. The Quicksand maybe helped, but maybe they were just poorly timed. The early game being set up now. We've got the Rockhopper with tempo to punish an Akshan coming down, punish a Sivir maybe coming down. Thomas fortunately does have a 3/3 to sort of sacrifice to the Roiling Sands here.
And we'll see how this matchup plays out. I think, you know, if we're looking at stats and matchup tables, this matchup has never been played in the history of Runeterra. So we don't have the numbers to back this up. We don't know if Mono-shurima can do anything against a Titan in the meta like Sivir, Akshan, Demacia, but we'll find out very soon. It does have, we're seeing here, some new cards like Endless Devout that I think made the overall Shurima pool better, which makes, you know, running a fully Shurima deck a little bit less of a troll, a bit more maybe of a competitive deck, but he did win against Fragment Osage playing Nox's Bandle Tree, so we'll see if he continues to slay, you know, the Titans of the meta, as we saw someone predict on Twitter.
The Dunekeeper comes down for great defense, and this is something that we've seen consistently so far, is decks opting for this this chump blocker focused, very defensive style of play versus the Sivir Demacia, and it only helps you for a little while until eventually you're just out of resources, right? You're still defending your Nexus HP, but that's one of the strengths of this list, is that just this massive amount of quick attack damage hitting you turn after turn is just slowly eating away at your available defensive resources.
And the Scrying Sands, of course, not the best way to take down Spell Shield in the game. I believe there was a weird interaction with Scrying Sands not taking down Spell Shield when it first came out, but I believe that has been fixed, and you know, things are normal once again. But yeah, Sivir's going to be having a very good time here on the attack token swings, of course, just taking down units for free. We've always mentioned that this deck, the big weakness is, of course, defending, because, you know, you tend to not have really the units to defend with. You want to just make sure of the quick attack and make use of that. But when there is kind of a tempo heavy swing, like with Endless Devout, maybe the Sarcophagus coming in later on, and things like Rockhopper that have a very high attack, even though the health isn't quite there, it can still get a bit tricky to defend properly.
And looking at the next round, Cosimo's maybe thinking about open attacking against the Sivir. You're playing into a lot of defensive spells, of course. Even with the nerf Shaped Stone having that 1 mana flexibility to grant that +1/+1, that +2/+1 is really important for fixing combat or surviving key removal spells.
And more things like quick attack and yeah, and you know, for both Akshan and Sivir, it really does make a big difference.
And so, thinking about the line here, I attack with Endless Devout. They have Sharp Sight or what have you to defend the Sivir. I get my Sarcophagus in play to activate Rite of the Arcane, but you still have to worry about the Spell Shield. Even with that really strong removal in hand, with the Spell Shield, there's just not a lot you can do here. Thomas might even just take this 3 damage and save the Sharp Sight for a better opportunity down the road. You've got Vagabond in hand to discount the Warlord's Palace a couple rounds and start working on that win condition, getting more card draw. We can see already some early concerns potentially with Thomas's hand, where Sivir's like the only real threat. Everything else is very reactive.
And we saw it with Pinas in his, I believe it was the quarterfinal match, where he was not able to win because of that game 2 against Thomas, actually, because he just wasn't able to have any units on the board. He had all these spells to back the units up, but didn't draw enough units. And we talked about his deck being more spell heavy, had things like Riposte, and that could mess up kind of the ratio of units to spells, and could end up in situations like this one, where you're seeing that there aren't enough units to support.
And if Sivir's the only one attacking, then that's much better aligned with what Cosimo's deck can do. But indeed does, in the end, go for the Sharp Sight to get value off of this Sivir on the defensive turn here. And Cosimo now maybe looking for Zillion into Time Bombs, because the damage from those do go through the Spell Shield.
Yeah, the Quicksand's just not really against Spell Shield, just feel very, very awkward to play out, obviously. 3 mana to take down Spell Shield is not the most efficient way to deal with it in this case.
And we're seeing a hesitance to play the 3/3 here. I talked about discounting the Warlord's Palace, but Thomas might be adopting, again, this Demacia mid-range style of maybe playing slow and taking a turn to float some mana, but goes for it anyway. Wants to get this online, needs the card draw again to increase the chances of fixing this sort of awkward hand. From a position like this, as we're getting later and later into the game, Cosimo's still at 20 HP, you need to get your power cards that give you that board advantage where you start to threaten your opponent with rallies.
We could see a Red of the Arcane here to take down, the Vagabond at 3/3 does not have any spell shield, and maybe yet again another open attack potentially from Cosimo. We could also see, like you mentioned, Zilean coming down, and the predict, but it looks like it might be quicksand into Red of the Arcane, so an expensive way to remove Sivir, but Cosimo might be kind of looking at how the play patterns are going out for Thomas, saying that maybe he's, you know, very much relying on Sivir for his mid game right now, and if I can take it down, even if it's expensive, it might be worth it.
Yeah, the quicksand is going to be there to maybe take quick attack away from Akshan later on, but this is probably the only opportunity you're going to have to answer Sivir, because there's no way for Thomas to outplay this now. And you do get the 5/3. If this was just removal, it would feel way worse, but now you get a 5/3 fearsome unit that you can then protect yourself with on defense.
And now with Sivir down and with very few units on the board, even cards like Concerted Strike now lose a lot of value because there isn't a spell shield unit. Your units are at risk of interaction. With Quicksand, for example, even a very good burst speed interaction for things like Single Combat and Concerted Strike if they can't get the kill there. But all that work for nothing because Thomas has a second Sivir that he just top decked.
Really unfortunate too. I think that Cosimo, after analyzing the line there, you saw a very, very methodical play. Right, just got that hand read. That clearly the hand is very awkward here, and even looking at the deck list, because this is an open deck list format, Cosimo was probably able to analyze and say there's probably tons of spells in the hand, and I need to take down this main threat.
There's a barrier coming down, going to be an attack he has to deal with. A time bomb could come in to start trying to chip on the board, but this is not really a deck that goes, you know, very wide, or at least not with a low amount of health if you're Thomas. So the time bomb not going to be that effective.
Yeah, you're basically counting on Zilean like not surviving. The time bomb isn't really going to result in a win condition. Both time bomb and Golden Ambassador effectively draw you cards, so it's a really tough idea. But time bomb is going to be the pick at the end of the day. For current,
looks like the Bruiser going to be picked here just to have, again, a bit more of that unit, you know, to spell ratio balanced in hand there. And Sivir finally comes down with a spell shield, of course, once again on the attack token on turn 6. So again, very, very scary board to look at. If you are Cosimo, we're going to have to take some damage here, both because of the barrier unit and the quick attack unit coming in.
We saw how expensive and awkward it was for Cosimo to remove the first Sivir, and so with the second one coming down after the resources are already strained from Cosimo, it feels awful here. Next round, we do have this another play of Quicksand to pop the spell shield, Red of the Arcane set to sacrifice the Buried Sun Disc, perhaps, to try to put 4 more damage on the stack. But Sivir's about to level up. We've got Sharp Sight, we've got Absolver in the hand, a lot of HP buffs to back her up. When we look at Cosimo's list, there's just not any like good draws from this position to deal with Sivir.
I think you have to take the damage here as well. 8 damage, you're still very healthy at 20 HP, so it's not really the end of the world taking this 8 damage, but I think if your hand is looking pretty thin right now, which it is, you have to try and play the long-term value game, and you can't really throw away units to block here.
Again, you can take a lot of damage because this version, especially without the Rune Runners, there isn't that threat of the Overwhelm plus a bunch of buffs to close things out.
It looks like still committing the Quicksand here. Yeah, it takes off the barrier. That's actually something I hadn't considered, but it takes away all keywords, including barrier in this case, and you're able to get the really nice trade here for free. Endless Devout, even if you use Sharp Sight, doesn't save the Vagabond and also doesn't kill the Endless Devout, or the Sarcophagus rather. So it's a perfect play there actually from Cosimo.
And so Time Bomb, that was predicted last round, is the top deck now. Draws another card, and it's another Time Bomb. So just a chain of draws here. There is still Concerted Strike to take down the Zilean if Thomas is afraid of that level of value that could be coming out. But this is a
very defensive hand. Right negation makes it even more defensive. Not really. I mean, concerted strike I guess would be a possible hit, but everything else in hand, sharp sights, absolver, all burst speed, so you can't really deal with it with right negation.
So at the start of the next round, Zilean will level up, and then we're going to be seeing potentially Rite of Negation being doubled up, Rite of the Arcane being doubled up, Spirit Fire, extra copies of Spirit Fire could be great. The first one, the Spell Shield does stop the Spirit Fire, unfortunately, but when you have the extra copies of these cards, you know, you're able to kind of keep up with the board a little bit better.
The Bright Super Protector will be taken down by the second time bomb that is waiting to blow up on the board there. So, and any other development that Thomas makes here, he's playing into that. So you might not want to develop too much in this case. Might want to commit for the Concerted Strike, but there isn't really a premium unit he wants to remove, I think. Zilean is usually the case of you remove him, that just gives the opponent the chance to play a second Zilean, predict again. It's not usually ideal. And yeah, not really the best unit to target here.
So overall, we get a little preview there. Azir's partway leveled up. Xerath's about to flip. If we can get a Xerath to hit the board as well and start doubling down on some of these landmarks popping, get that ping, that key removal coming through, then it could be very difficult for Thomas to actually survive on board. With Sivir now on 1 HP and Fleet Feather Tracker now is a great top deck. Thomas is barely hanging on. It seems like the Sivir is so strong, but with just a bunch of reactive spells and just one main attacker, there's just not as much threat as you'd like to see. And now, with the potential for a wider board to come through, the potential to take down this Zilean now and stop that value, this could be the break turn where Thomas pulls ahead if Cosimo does not maintain the 4 mana for that Rite of Negation.
Cosimo seems to be taking a moment to admire Zilean's level 2 card art. It is a nice card art. Looks very nice, very mystical, very powerful in a Time Lord kind of way.
So we'll see, again, it's this particular matchup that's really struggling to deal with Sivir. With the release of Bandle City, we got a lot of new ping spells that can pop the spell shield quite easily, and Bruiser is going to be the play, not opting for the Fleet Feather Tracker first.
I think Cosimo making some reads on seeing what kind of threats are going to be developed and how to react accordingly. Wants to maybe commit the Spirit Fire if he sees a very wide board, but I think he's not going to see it here, so we're going to go for the Preservarium still. And still 9 mana, still has a chance to play out quite a few different combination of cards that he has still in hand.
So we've got, of course, the 5/3 to go into the 5/5. That is going to force another spell out of Thomas. I think when you, again, are looking at this game from Cosimo's direct perspective, you still have that read that your opponent's hand is going to be mostly spells here. Developing just 1 5-drop, and then not something like a Merciless Hunter to follow up with this play with so much mana open. Yeah, just takes a chump block here. Doesn't want to give the value of the 5/3 going down.
And the biggest thing to watch out for here is when you see a deck like this attacking with still 6 mana up, is any kind of rally effect, if that can punish you in some way. And that's something that Cosimo has to take into account, of course.
So now there's the Sivir level up. We've got quick attack going through onto the Bruiser, and we have to worry about a rally, right? This has been the name of the game as well, playing against Sivir Demacia. When you're on the opponent's side, you have to keep certain amounts of mana open in order to stop the Golden Aegis. Rite of Negation is up. You want to play out potentially an Azir as well, because then Zilean will give you some fleeting copies of some of these cards.
Cosimo deciding here what options to play out. Has a bit of a awkward hand, very reactive hand with both the Spirit Fire and the pretty much every spell in hand except for the Azir. And the Azir obviously not the most impactful drop in this part of the game. Still 9 mana passing here, doesn't mind if his opponent burns 6 and there's no rally effect.
Yeah,
he's
just
happy
again
passing the
2
turn
attackers in play, no overwhelm damage yet. With the Lucky Find, you are still pretty safe. We've got Preservarium drawing a card. We've got a fleeting Preservarium as well. So Zilean now if this does come down to a resource fight, if Thomas does keep getting these reactive, slow plays, there is a lot of room for Cosimo to just outvalue from this position. As the game goes on, there is still always the threat of Xerath coming through to take advantage of some of these. Time bombs to help even out the Sivir. Golden Ambassador could be very strong here. A fleeting Golden Ambassador, if Zilean survives, means that the champions are going to be tutored out of the deck very consistently, and you're going to be getting your power cards and your Ascendeds to go into Sundisk, to go into Emperor's deck. There is Xerath. 4 mana 5/5 now.
And still has 6 mana saved, potentially have a Rite of Negation available if there is attempted a kill spell on the Zilean. That being said, there are actually 2 single combat and the Concerted Strike as well, so, and still obviously 12 mana to work with if you're Thomas. And not much to spend it on. I mean, you only have spells now on the board.
Here. Just the Fleet Feather Tracker. Wants to see if Cosimo is going to tap under. Thomas being very respectful of the Rite of Negation, even with the 2 kill spells in hand. And maybe Thomas isn't even considering killing the Zilean. When you take a look at the cards that are being duplicated by Cosimo, there's not like a lot of big bomb threats. It's just 1 Preservarium here, an extra Golden Ambassador there. It might be better to save these spells to remove blockers out of the way once your Overwhelm does come through off of the Lucky Find, for example.
Cosimo opting for yet another Sand Soldier there, overriding one of the Preservariums in this case. Gonna go for possibly a swing here.
Still has the mana open for Rite of Negation.
Just ending the round. I mean, you're burning 11 of your opponent's mana. He's not really developing or doing much of anything at that point. You still have the extra value from Zilean. You have another Rite of the Arcane now coming in, so extra removal. And you have the chump blockers to deal with Sivir for the most part. That being said, the Absolver is in hand.
Yeah, this is very scary, where a big overwhelm.
That's a lot of damage.
Absolver now could really end the game. Thomas has to respect the Quicksand plus in order to maybe pop the Spell Shield and deny that. I love, you can see here, overwriting the Preservarium means that my hand is already mostly full thanks to Zilean's ability, and by playing the Dune Keeper, I get a fleeting one here so that I have extra defense against a rally. So this is going to be the turn where Cosimo is going to need to cash in a lot of this board on defense, I imagine.
The scariest thing here will definitely be the Overwhelm, and it will be, does Cosimo have a way to deal with it? And I don't believe he does. I mean, doesn't have the biggest health blockers. Zilean is the toughest here. Has a Spirit Fire, I suppose, to get some attack debuffs.
Yeah, it's going to be Spirit Fire, and still just a massive amount of damage coming through on the Sivir. You go for Spirit Fire, and then Thomas, again, like we talked about, going for the kill spells to remove blockers, so your overwhelm damage can swing true. But the AoE spell shield.
Yeah, that's why there's really, I think, unless you had a way to get Quicksand and also a way to break the spell shield on Sivir. Other than that, I mean, you're surviving here, but we're still going to see the sharp sides coming in. We're still going to be seeing potentially single combats. In this case, obviously with Overwhelm, you're pushing all the damage through when you kill the blocker. So the entire hand here is ready to support what's happening on Thomas' side of the board. And he has all the different spells he needs.
Despite, look, Thomas's hand, all spells, all reactive, all buffs, it gave Cosimo so much time to build up a defense, to get this huge war chest of cards and resources in hand, and none of them are going to help from this position. No Quicksand, so unfortunate here. And Thomas just thinking, do I want this attack to just go through and set Cosimo down to 3 and just kind of win through forcing the board sacrifice here? Or am I going to commit a little bit more? I mean, with the spell shield, there's not really a massive punish outside of like double Quicksand specifically, right? Or Spirit Fire Quicksand.
Still 1 HP now for Cosimo. You have to at least submit the lethal here if you're going to go this far in if you're Thomas. So Shapestone coming in now as well. 6 mana still to deal to benefit Thomas there for a few more spells. But there really is nothing that Cosimo can do in this exact situation, this exact board with exact cards he has in hand. Even though he has a full hand, he has a lot of value from Zilean. Can't deal with the spell shields on all of these units and the overwhelm on all of them as well. Game 2 goes to Thomas. It will be Thomas versus Badge Attack, the Czech teammates that, you know, the high five masters from First EU Masters having to battle each other in the winners final. It is a tough one for them. Obviously, great friends. They're prep partners alongside Pokerback for all the EU Masters and on ladder as well. But they're also very good players, so it's not you know too weird to see them battling out in the finals of a tournament, because these players have been very consistent all year long and have been putting up great performances. So both of them make it to the winners final of today's fight night.
That match went very long. The players knew what was at stake. They had to be very methodical with their play, and it was just a shame, right, that with a leveled up Zilean in play, that value just wasn't able to save him there. But we still got a lot of great matches coming up, even as we work our way through the lower bracket. But we will get to that when we get back from this short 3-minute break, so stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to head into the winners finals, actually, between Thomas and Badge Attack. Thomas, very strong player, and Badge Attack, of course, last week's champion. And, I mean, it's going to be a heavy-hitting match. This bracket has just been so incredible so far today.
Both players have, you know, all the milestones and the achievements already behind them. They've proven it. Badge Attack qualified to Worlds. Thomas won one of the last seasonals in Europe. So, I mean, both players have made it in the big stage and have been consistent throughout the entire year. So I think very well-deserved and very, I think, expected to some degree. Winners final participants. We'll see who ends up taking it. That being said, a lot is mirrored here. Their age is mirrored, their nationality, and their lineups are also mirrored because I believe they did prep together probably. So it's all about mirrors in this match today. It seems like.
I mean, this is a great way to, if you have decks that you're comfortable with, you have decks that you believe are strong for the metagame, this is a fantastic venue to test it out against other people's decks, right? What other people's read on the metagame is. And so going in, we're going to see not only the mirror, but also players' individual takes on the deck. This is Badge Attack's build of Caitlyn, Draven. We've got 3 copies of Lost Soul at the top end, as well as triple Aloof Travelers. This deck wants to just be very tempo focused, very value oriented with the mid game, and the Lost Soul is just kind of there to give you those final push of resources you might need to close out.
You have the Poro Cannon there as well. Interesting decision to include in what used to be kind of the Draven Ezreal shell, now with Caitlyn, a bit different. Like you mentioned, the House Spider might be the big difference between the list that Badge Attack is bringing. But overall, some cards that have been released recently, like Aloof Travelers and Lost Soul, you're going to expect to see them in most of these lists because they're just so strong in a vacuum that it can't be any other way. The bigger thing would be maybe the tech choices, like the Sun Fumes, for example, is a bit different, but Tri-Beam, also a card that, has gotten a lot better because there are just that much more good 3-drops now with cards like Sun Fumes and even Archivist.
Station Archivist has been a really strong card. A lot of players are saying that this card is very good in the right decks. What it does is it looks at the top 5 spells in your deck. It looks at the spells in the top 5 cards, and you get to pick one to add a fleeting copy to your hand. But what I have heard with Station Archivist is that the spells that you preview go back into your deck in the same order. So then you get a better idea of what sorts of removals and things you have coming up. And very high-level players are able to, of course, plan their turns accordingly around information like that.
Yeah, I was playing one copy in my Caitlyn Teemo list, and I did actually notice some maybe odd things in my opinion back then, but that would make sense what you just said, I think, because it did seem like it was kind of already programmed to just draw the cards in that order. So yeah, definitely something that like you mentioned, the information game is a big thing with Prank. One of the bigger problems is not the debuff on the cost or the attack, whatever it is, but also just the information of knowing what cards to play around in a certain case. And with the top players in the world, even more so, they're really able to utilize that to their advantage in a strategic way. And we might see that happening here, of course. Something like Aloof Travelers in a similar sense. Hand disruption information is all going to be very valuable. And this, of course,
is Thomas's build of Caitlyn Draven. We already see the Boom Baboon being included. If you get that early into a really strong curve of Caitlyn and Draven, the Flame Chompers is going to allow you to push through a lot of damage. A lot of oddball one-ups, right? We've got the Time Winder in here as well, and a Thermogenic Beam. The players are accounting for a lot of different contingencies and decks with these small inclusions here and there. But because of the amount of card draw, this deck does very well with, these one-off cards and these very silver bullet techs for certain matchups. So going into the opener, we've got Tri-Beam Improbulator in the hand versus an opening Lost Soul. So very strong cards already in the mulligan for both players.
And whereas Badge Attack had the Sun Fumes in his deck list, it looks like there's Piltover, Peacemakers, the actual, not the Caitlyn spell, but the actual spell itself in the deck as well for Thomas.
Peacemaker is 3 mana, deal 2 damage to an enemy, but then you put 2 flash bombs into the deck, and this is going to set up your Ravenous Flocks, going to set up some of your other removal. It's a 3-drop, as you 3 mana spell, as you mentioned, so to help with these Tri-Beam Improbulators. Ironically, if Badge Attack doesn't play any units, then Thomas won't be able to stack up this Tri-Beam, but with a Draven on 3, it's too juicy to pack up.
You don't really have, many other, well, actually, you have no other plays other than trying to remove this Draven. So I'm going to try and use your mana effectively in this case here. Play out the setup there, at least on the Draven. Now it can die to Ravenous Flock. We see the setup with the Axe onto the Draven, trying to get one of the procs for level up possibly, but mainly just trying to get the Twin Blade Revenant down on the board to control it. And now Caitlyn coming on the board looks a bit more awkward. You have to really think about, is it worth it here? Because you're going to be trading with the Twin Blade Revenant.
And so now it's, do I take 4 damage or do I sacrifice the Caitlyn? Even if Caitlyn does die to a challenger, she'll still put the flash bombs in the deck. And, but then, you know, the board is empty. Those flash bombs will maybe whiff with no targets if they are drawn from the top card. So very awkward here. And with the Twin Blade Revenant just going back to the hand as a lost soul, you aren't even getting the luxury of going 1-for-1 against your opponent's card. So very powerful here indeed from Badge Attack right now.
Let's see what the play will be here. Looks like it's going to be another Piltover Peacemaker on to the Draven. We could have seen obviously a full removal with a Mystic Shot and Flock onto the Twin Blade Revenant, but I think really just not worth it in that case. You want to kind of save that for something that's a bit scarier later on, if it comes to be that. And then Caitlyn now coming down obviously on the attack token turn. She gets the quick attack and she is not going to be challenged immediately by Twin Blade Revenant, who is now damaged. And now this, again, seeing the Flocks in hand really are enabled thanks to the Piltover Peacemakers being added to the deck instead of the Sun Fumes.
Back in the early permutations of Ezreal Draven mirrors, we saw players adopt this very tempo-oriented stance where you cast a Tri-Beam Repopulator for 2 or 3 just for the sake of controlling the board. And with Thomas's approach here with the Piltover Peacemakers, getting the flash bombs, setting up for the Ravenous Flock, getting this tempo, I think that Thomas is definitely approaching this match from a more aggressive standpoint, maybe accounting for the mirror match specifically.
Let's see what is played out here. Again, cannot play any units this turn, so Thomas going to really just be relying on his spells in the early to mid game, trying to remove everything possible, which is usually not going to be the most efficient way to answer units. Usually you're going to be losing out on a little bit over the course of a few rounds, especially like you mentioned with Twin Blade Revenant, which is kind of the infinite pool of value in that card as well.
The Tri-Beam Repopulator is stacked up to 4. You can snipe this Aloof Traveler. You still have the Ravenous Flock in your back pocket to deal with Twin Blade Revenant. I think that Thomas might not even worry. Oh, check that out. Got Aloof Traveler off of Tri-Beam. So both players just draw and cycle another card.
That is quite the hit. Finds the Tri-Beam there now if you're Badge Attack trying to start putting some counters on that. But definitely,
they're so kind to one another as teammates. They're just, oh, pardon me, let me help you with that lost soul in your hand. So this is the battle of Twin Blade Revenants in the mid game. And right now, Badge Attack is still slightly ahead because of that 4 damage that was able to go through. And Twin Blade Revenant has a quote-unquote real target to pull.
And there's the Flock number 1 coming down onto Twin Blade Revenant, saving the Aloof Traveler, maybe trying to finally give Thomas a chance to win the board a little bit and have some units surviving and trying to, you know, put some extra tempo on the board here. And once again, the traps are enabling the Flocks here. So the perfect synergy between Caitlyn and the damage package from Noxus.
And so with the Ravenous Flock as an option to clear the Aloof Traveler, this opens up Twin Blade Revenant to pull whatever it is that Badge Attack develops for defense here. And again, this repeated value of being able to clear your opponent's defenders and then you just get another attacker added to your hand that you can then recycle is just so huge for the grindy tempo style that this archetype and this region combination is really known for at this time. The double Twin Blade Revenant has just perfect sniper scopes on Badge Attack's board, and some damage is going to be coming through here no matter what is done.
And we're going to see this, you know, I think until changes are made, but the Noxus package, the whole discard package, I was talking with Lobster during the survey analysis video I did, that it just really does seem insane in the sense that before, when you discarded a card, we got excited, there was a trade-off, obviously a very, you know, you're paying something to be able to use these strong cards with strong effects or a strong body like Sumdredger, for example, in this case. But now, instead of paying to get these effects, you're getting a benefit from getting these effects. So it's been completely flipped on its table, and Lost Soul is obviously one of the biggest offenders alongside, you know, cards like Fallen Rider and Ruben Grenadier. And we're even seeing it with the deck that Ruben got to number 1 on an A with. He just took the most broken cards in that package, put a burn you know, shell on them and got rank 1. So we'll see how long this lasts for. Obviously Lost Soul, now we're seeing it here, just gonna continue you know, I don't want to say abusing, but taking advantage of this infinite
Triple
value
Lost
from this
Soul
card.
in hand. The Twin Blade Revenant train is leaving the station and is not stopping anytime soon. I mean, I don't mind Lost Soul just because I feel like it just allows discard to do what Shadow Isles has been doing for a long time, where all of their downsides are wink wink. It's a downside, trust me. But we now.
Does this game end though? I mean, I'm not seeing it ending now. I mean, both players have 10 cards in hand. It's not going to go down. They don't have a way to push through damage because everything's just going to block in because they have the same stat lines of 4-3. Are we going to see an eternal game of Draven Caitlyn?
If we do go through a situation where the game just kind of drags to a halt, Thomas is perhaps a little bit favored because of the Tri-Beam in hand that's been stacking up this whole time. And with the Piltover Peacemaker is maybe a little bit ahead on leveling up Caitlyn, which does potentially result in some direct damage later into the game. With flash bombs going off and preemptively clearing Badge Attack's defenders, it could open up a lot of opportunities for Thomas later in the game to have some really nasty open attacks.
Another great trade happening, another Lost Soul in
the
hand.
The soul is never lost, Panda. It just goes back to the hand. They're gonna start burning
wandering
cards
around from board to hand.
It's the
card
most
makes so much sense to me now.
Card to play against a mirror like this that's so removal focused because it's like a freebie, and so you don't want to play anything else, and things are just gonna start burning. You're gonna run out of cards.
Well, a new card, Arachnoid Sentry, comes down to the board. Reminder for the viewers who have maybe just only seen Twin Blade Revenants coming down the last 2 turns. This card does stun the unit it targets here for 3 mana. Very interesting card in Noxus. Aloof Travelers directly countered. You cannot play Aloof Travelers now if you're Thomas.
Only if you want to draw more cards. And if we look a little bit closer at Thomas's list, you know, you're thinking, what do I want to draw? You're looking for that extra copy of Caitlyn. You're maybe looking for that Get Excited, trying to get some burn going. I believe we looked at Badge Attack's version earlier, and it does have triple Get Excited. So while Thomas has the potential to get some powerful swings later on with the Flash Bomb traps going off, Badge Attack does have the health advantage right now, plus more direct damage thanks to Get Excited. And if mirror matches like this keep happening, I wonder if Ezreal does end up coming through just to be the over-the-top burn savior. Because, you know, Captain Farron got cut quite a while ago from this archetype.
All we need is for one of these players to tech in a 3rd region, Freljord, and play a copy of She Who Wanders to obliterate all these Twin Blade Revenants to the Shadow Realm. That's the only thing we need.
This is definitely the more extreme, I think, showing of Lost Soul's implication for deck building and just the game in general. It's kind of like how Rummage started out as, oh, as long as I run Chump Wump, I have enough, you know, fodder to make up for the downside of Rummage discarding cards because I just want the card draw. And now with this same Noxus PNZ archetype with Draven spinning axes and Get Excited and things like that, you have so many enablers for Lost Soul where it starts to see play outside of its quote-unquote intended Scion archetype and just becomes this really monstrous value card. But slowly but surely, we're seeing these players just grind it out, and now we've got Draven coming through. We didn't talk about it too much, but now there is an angle where Draven starts to put these axes down, maybe threatens leveling up. We get some overwhelm damage coming through. Badge Attack has his own Tri-Beam Populator stacking up here as well, so very wide swing being threatened now. Finally, the stalemate's being worked through as players are running it.
So Scarzig, you're telling me that Lost Soul is intended to be played with Scion and not with Trundle,
I
Draven,
saw
Volt?
something like that on the ladder the other day. I thought maybe they were playing like Yetis because you also have the abominable Guardian. as an 8-drop as well.
I played it for one game. Don't make that mistake, guys. It goes
we'll see.
nowhere.
Honestly, the tri-beam being cashed in finally. Again, Badge Attack finding the opportunity for tempo here, removing a blocker, generating a 6/4 attacker. And this is far out of the reach of anything that Thomas can maybe clear. There's removal plus flock potentially, but from the early game with Caitlyn, the Ravenous Flocks have already been cashed in. Both players have become so reliant on Lost Soul and Twin Blade Revenant doing the removal heavy lifting.
And Tri-Beam, as usual, putting us on the spot. The name of this 6/4 card is Ethereal something. Etherfiend. Okay, close enough. Close. We had some subconscious.
I knew it. I just forgot to mention it, Panda. Don't worry. Okay, I got it. Okay. I got us covered with the card.
I thought you were.
Don't you worry.
I thought you were doing the classic, say the stat line, maybe a describing word,
the purple unit,
bird, but not the actual card. Name.
But Tri-Beam also being used is very strong here. Another one being top decked now. Badge Attack has to start stacking this one from scratch. And the Thermogenic Beam really not going to find any targets here either. Sump Dredgers now cycling through. Let me take a closer look. We've got the Spinning Axes, Rummages, Poro Cannons, Sump Dredgers from Badge Attack side. But from Thomas's side, we've got Time Winder. And technically, I think that Badge Attack is favored because there's more discard cyclers and enablers in his deck to eventually take advantage of multiple Lost Souls and multiple Twin Blade Revenants per turn later on in the game.
We're seeing now we could see a big Tri-Beam into Arachnoid Sentry tempo swing to go for the biggest possible unit advantage for Badge Attack before he swings in for the attack. Looks like he is hovering over that card, and that might be the way to do it. But does Thomas have at fast speed the right answers to stop, the Flock and stop our Etherfiend friend over there on the side? And he might have the right removal just to stop.
Time Winder to ping off the 6/1. One of the things about these matchups is that there's no combat tricks, there's no healing. When your removal, when the numbers line up and you want to put that removal on the stack, you know that it's going to go through. And it's just a matter of properly saving and allocating those resources is where the skill comes from. But already, Badge Attack is working on a massive swing here. And even with the 6/1 going down to a stiff breeze, still a lot of damage being threatened. And once you get this wide board set up, the tempo might be insurmountable for Thomas, where, you have 10 mana to work with, but 8 of it is being cashed in every round for 2 Twin Blade Revenants.
Oh no. Oh no, the Sentry in response, we're not getting anywhere. The Draven might come down here, but then you don't have no space for the Tri-Beam to generate a unit, so he's maybe counting on removal happening here. And from Thomas's side, Thomas, of course, I think not gonna remove anything, just trying to keep the parity here.
Oh Lord, Rummage cycling the Lost Souls again. The wide board, the defensive is still going for Thomas. The wall is still being rebuilt to stop this attack. Badge Attack thought that there was an opportunity here for a wide swing, but it is just getting shut down here by double Arachnoid Sentry.
The full swing comes in. Thomas winning the value game with double Twin Blades in hand for the next turn, trading off here and possibly having the removal for this Etherfiend as well, and taking no damage on what we thought was going to be, potentially the game swinging swing. In the end, not very exciting, not very damaging here.
And we'll see what Thomas can do in response to this. It would be so odd, especially after we saw that one of the cards played from the Rummage was the Arachnoid Sentry, so it would be so odd from this position to not have any removal. A lot was cashed in early in the game for Thomas, trying to fight for tempo there, but we just kind of hit this this stalemate of the Lost Soul. So the early cashing in of all the removal kind of ended up not mattering, where here in the later stages of the game, you want to have some of it to stop this. Does have the Time Winder after all.
Time Winder and the Mystic Shot. So everything taken down with both the Twin Blade Revenant and the Sun Treasure surviving on his side of the board. Has the Flock for the Draven as well, so trying to now wrestle back advantage in his favor. What was a 6-wide board has now dwindled down to a single Twin Blade Revenant.
This is actually pretty massive now for Thomas. That wide swing that Badger Jack committed so much resources to, so many important cards to, not panning out. Now with Thomas getting that rummage to have double Lost Soul cycled, has Twin Blade Revenants now to push through against Badge Attack's hand. The Thermogenic Beam has been a dead card like this whole time. The Tri-Beam Improbulator is not stacked up to any significant sort of total right now. We've got maybe Poro Cannon that you want to maybe save to get another Twin Blade Revenant after the attack goes through. With a block, you have Scorched Earth. Like, that's the thing. You Poro Cannon to get the Daring Poro, so you chump blocks, you activate your Scorched Earth to get another stack on Tri-Beam, rather than saving it to cycle your Twin Blade Revenant again.
Is Poro Cannon not the way to break this stalemate? 2 damage, you know, in 8 turns, it's done. It's lethal. There's definitely no removal, and there's definitely no traps that are going to kill these poor Poros before they even attack.
Badge Attack getting a quick scope of the deck. 16 cards left. Players just passing.
They've surrendered. They're just going to go down to the mill. Whoever has cycled more is actually going to lose the game. We saw a few rummages from Thomas. Maybe that was not the play.
Yeah, with the rummage, got the Aloof Traveler off the Tri-Beam Improbulator.
Everything's going wrong. You know, Badge Attack had studied this matchup. He had gone through these 40-minute games already.
And this is what you got to put up with. This is how you got to grind it out, Panda. It's about not just the skill, but also being able to maintain that skill for long periods of time.
Could potentially be a disconnect from Thomas. I mean, it was definitely, a strategically speaking, a strange pass with double Twin Blade Revenant, and obviously what seems like more value in hand, although we don't see the rest of the hand. But definitely depending on Badge Attack. And yeah, we see no actions here. So maybe Thomas, oh, he's back just in time to play another Twin Blade Revenant to make sure that the one on board isn't lonely. And a third might come down. The triplets, not what you tend to see on the board at once, but will be a historic moment in Fight Night history. The first Twin Blade triplets.
The Twin Blade. They're like octuplets at this point. So many have been played. I don't even know. Both players, I think, are just maybe calculating how many Dravens and how many Caitlins I have left, so I can start shuffling champions into the deck so I don't die.
When you know that's the calculation being done in what is, you know, just a standard mid-range matchup, you know something has gone terribly wrong with one of these cards in the deck. Which one could it be?
All right, so here's Aloof Traveler. Tri-Beam Improbulator saved.
Thermogenic Beam, interestingly enough, because it is kind of the highest mana card, takes the hit. It wasn't, you know, it was just doing its own thing, trying to be at 0 mana normally, and then all of a sudden, boom.
Very, very spooky. But Thomas still has 5 mana available. We've seen, I think, 2 Tri-Beams from Badge Attack so far, and only 1 from Thomas, if I'm remembering correctly.
There's a chance to push through damage here. A whole 7 damage can come through, but of course, more than that now. The triplet blade Revenants are now on the board.
Badge Attack does have Caitlyn, but you need to save her for offense, right, from this position. We've got, finally, some Nexus damage coming from Thomas. The unit advantage has finally been gotten. We could see a Get Excited being used here for defense. I think Badge Attack, because they're on triple Get Excited. Oh, I was going to say, like, it's kind of tough because you maybe want to take advantage of your deck building style to just have your burn available, but is instead saving the Nexus HP.
And there's the Poros now coming down. The Twin Blade Revenant once again coming down, hitting the board. It might be a record amount of Revenants in this board. Any viewers at home, I challenge you to go through the VOD and count the amount of times the Twin Blade Revenant has been played in this game. We might hit a record. We might get a tweet from player Runeterra telling us of this, you know, fantastic historic achievement between Badge Attack and
Populator
Thomas.
stacked up to 6 now. There are some very, very strong pulls that you can get. Badge Attack could opt for the 8 mana, maybe fishing for Dreadway or Tiana Crown Guard. You can go up to 9 and maybe try to get Ledros. Then you have some really, really consistent burn, I think, coming. That might actually be what Badge Attack is playing towards here.
Yeah, Ledros would be the best option. Instead of having 3 cards of infinite value, you have 4. You know, four times infinite is higher than 3 times infinite on Thomas's side, that's for sure.
And so we're Daring Poro still being developed here. You can see it's just like that 4-3 challenger stat line is just so good on offense and defense in this particular mirror, in this region combination. We've got Subfuge as well in order to fix the trade here between Caitlyn and the Aloof Traveler. With a Draven in play, Thomas does maybe have the threat of Whirling Death, but I'm not sure if there's enough Dravens left in the deck to even account for that as a play. One spell being offered from Station Archivist. The deck is running thin now.
Some people have been main decking Whirling Death in some Scion lists. Maybe the case in Draven Caitlyn, as well, but not the case in these deck lists for either player.
And the Daring Poro win condition is online, Panda. You predicted it. 1 damage on a 15-round clock.
And let's assume the challenger keyword is not a part of the 2011 card. It cannot challenge these poor Poros.
Poros are immune. We'll see. And this is getting very, very spooky, to be honest. Because look, Thomas now is still working on this really massive board advantage. 3 mana, Thermogenic Beam maybe indicates Tri-Beam Improbulator. And Badge Attack needs to find a way to enable the Scorched Earth that's been languishing in the hand for almost the entire game.
And Rummages are maybe not the card you want to play out because you're going to cycle faster than your opponent and you're going to end up losing the game if you mill yourself. We'll have to see what exactly the amount of cards are in either player's decks if they do check again soon, but I have to assume we're close to hitting critical mass.
But if we just look at the board right now, we look at, you know, what is available. Thomas has a clearly domineering position here. There was that big turn where a lot of the Arachnoid Sentries had been cashed in. So that means that there's not going to be a lot of stuns or anything to stop this from coming through. And Thomas maybe just calculating the line to say, can
11.
I play just 2 Twin Blade Revenants out and call it a day?
11 cards in the deck for Badge Attack. Now it only takes us for Badge Attack to click on Thomas's deck. Badge Attack, if you can hear us from the future,
we call out to
please
you
click it for us.
Through the ether.
Our caster blessing tends to work. Maybe it works well enough to get some psychic, brain waves over to Badge Attack. I'm not that far away from him. Warsaw and somewhere in Czechia. Geographically speaking, it isn't that far away.
So, yeah, with the Twin Blade Revenants, I think finally that Thomas was able to get all 3 in hand, keep cycling them repeatedly. I think this is finally where the break point happens, where the amount of bodies that you're able to play out will override what Badge Attack is able to keep up with, and then you really start to get this Nexus damage coming through. Rummage, cycling the Lost Soul, getting another Twin Blade Revenant here for the final 4 mana.
That is now a big swing, but it might finally be time. I guess it looks like Badge Attack is not really valuing the amount of burn that might be in the hand for Thomas after the swing, because quite a bit of damage will be going through here with only 3 blockers.
Yeah, not using the Tri-Beam Improbulator. Has it stacked up to 8, and it seems that stacking it up to 9 is the way to go. Finally, as well, the play happens where Daring Poro is going to chip away at a unit and enable Scorched Earth. Thomas already used one Get Excited earlier. Wow. Oh, doesn't go for the Scorched Earth. Wants the Tri-Beam now.
Well, just wanted to find out what card there was behind that Tri-Beam. Not good enough, goes for the Surrender, and game one goes to Thomas after one of the weirdest games I've ever been a part of as a caster in Runeterra history. Hopefully the last, but considering that Draven Caitlyn is going to be a mainstay in the meta due to the power of a lot of Noxus cards right now, I don't think that will be the case. We have to prepare ourselves mentally for the Lost Soul and these infinite games that it might create.
Yeah, and again, it's about keeping that mental edge. Like in a long, grindy game where you're like, okay, I'm playing out Twin Blade Revenant, I'm playing Twin Blade Revenant, but even though you have access to this repeated value, there is still the tempo to consider. You know, what targets do I pull? Do I pull the right one? Do I have a better open attack? Should I develop here? And in games like that, even though you have like a Twin Blade Revenant, it seems like an easy, straightforward play. It's still a decision that you technically have to make. These players, it's a reflex for them. They can't not calculate the line. And so it's just that mental chip damage, essentially, that happens every time that you have to play out a really grindy mirror match like that. And we're going to see like the more seasoned players maybe come out ahead. We're going to take a little more of a break here to compare now the Sivir Action decks from both players as well. This is Badstack's version. And this one is running the 2 with just 1 bruiser at the top end.
No Rune Runner is obviously the biggest update to what it used to look like in the past. Shapestone still remains in the deck, regardless of the nerf. It is still obviously a part of this deck. Then we have obviously 2 copies of the Absolver. Cataclysm as kind of a tech 1-of card that obviously works very, very well with, you know, something like a Sandstone Charger can still make use of the card. And overall, just, I mean, you're nothing too exciting here, considering that Sivir Action Demacia was the strongest deck in the meta in the last season, and even in the Worlds Qualifier, it's still put in a lot of work, even after the hotfix. So overall, everything else in the deck looks pretty standard.
Yeah, you just cut a shaped stone. Getting a little bit more variety in the top end means that we get to see the power of Screeching Dragon in the metagame once again. It kind of fell off just because there's a lot of combat tricks and things like Ravenous Flock. That means it doesn't get as much absurd value as players are maybe used to, but in a deck like this where you want to get on board and you want to dominate and get an insurmountable position, having that big challenger could help. Meanwhile, comparing that to Thomas's version running triple Vikur and Bruiser, we saw a little preview of how powerful this card can be by the fact of the Lucky Finds accelerating your Sentinel's Horde, and you're getting that huge value win condition a lot sooner than your opponent potentially, running a Relentless Pursuit as well with just 1 copy of Golden Aegis.
And in this case, triple Bruiser, no Screeching Dragons is probably the biggest difference between both of these lists. Also, of course, the 1-of Cataclysm, or the extra 1 of Cataclysm in this list, and the split between Pursuit and Aegis. But overall, pretty similar list, very similar game plans, of course, and very similar superstars of the show in Sivir and Akshan. And the early curve might be the decider in this mirror match, if there is one, because it does obviously sometimes, whoever gets the Akshan down first, that kind of snowballs into whoever gets the landmark leveled up first, and that can really end up being a deciding factor in the games. It could just be also Bad Tech bringing still Draven Caitlyn as well.
Yeah, we saw some blowouts earlier where, you know, like an Akshan being leveled up at burst speed in a situation where you weren't expecting it could really blow out like a combat trick or an attack that you went through that, you know, you thought was safe and tends not to be. And we saw a lot of that as well, you know, with the classic Fiora Shen mirrors, where the side that makes the first error and doesn't account for a certain combat trick and gets blown out just can no longer take the board back. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of knife's edge risks needing to be taken if this mirror match does indeed happen.
And of course, this little break here was because Thomas, it seemed disconnected in game 1. He was probably on his phone after that and is now maybe switching back to his more comfortable setup on the PC after probably fixing that issue with his internet. So a small pause here. We hope you guys at home understand the reasoning for this. Of course, it is winner's final. It is Thomas being 1-0 up. So despite the disconnect, despite him kind of that one very weird pass when he had the 10 mana with double twin blades that didn't play out. It was because of the disconnect that kind of timed him out. He was still able to come back and win it. So he has to be happy. I think whenever you disconnect in a game, at least for me, I start panicking. I'm like, oh no, gotta get back in time.
Refresh. Trying to get in there.
Everything goes slower than ever at that point for some reason. Like the universe tries to work against you, but Thomas managed to fix things and still win against an opponent like Badgetech. So he has to be happy, I think.
Yeah, the mirror match, that was going to be one that players are going to need to prepare for. And you talked about how these players probably prepped together. They might have played out that mirror match several times, and both players with their deck builds are approaching it in different ways. The early tempo from Caitlyn, we got a nice preview of maybe that tempo-oriented style not really working out, and we might need to go back to, decks running more burn, running more, even more late game value, something that can punch through, maybe some overwhelm. Like with the three mana slot, we could see reaching far back into the past. Players used to run Iron Ballista, right?
That is true, but I think there are probably better options now, at least. I don't know if that's going to be the answer. I think the biggest thing in that last game we saw, and the biggest reason why that game was so strange, was the fact that the Aloof Travelers hit 2 Lost Souls very early on, kind of by accident, and that really enabled things to get out of control very quickly, even without players having to discard outlets themselves to get that activated. But it looks like Badgetech is going to be, I think, correctly bringing Draven, Caitlyn for this game 2, trying to get the win here against Thomas, and then potentially going to a mirror in the game 3 if he's able to take it.
Yeah, this deck with, again, the tempo-oriented style, a lot of removal spells, you're able to keep the Demacia Shurima under control, and then they just, if you don't have a board heading into the late game, you just can't keep up with that win condition. Lost Soul already activated. We've got a 4-3 challenger ready to go, and attacking on even turns means that Badgetech is able to play the Twin Blade Revenant and prevent Thomas from developing the Sivir for a round potentially. There's a lot of cheaper spells that are able to pop the spell shield on Sivir, so we aren't going to see the Mono-shurima struggle from earlier in the broadcast, where we have a deck that's much more willing and able to remove the spell shield and answer a unit fairly.
Second Poro is in hand here. You have the Caitlyn on turn 3, but unfortunately for Badgetech, you're missing that turn 3 kind of quick attack or attack token turn to be able to make use of your quick attack units like Draven or Caitlyn.
And so we've got Vagabond now on 3. This is a great inclusion in the list to just make up for, if you miss your auction on round 2, you're still able to get the Warlord's Horde in play and start getting that ticking down for that card draw, or that burst speed Sandstone Charger earlier, like we saw earlier in the broadcast. But with no flexibility here with Sharp Sight, there is room for some removal to maybe come through instead. Badgetech right now, considering they get excited.
And a bit worried probably with the potential for the Fifth Tracker to get a buff with a Shapestone and take down one of its key units in Draven or Caitlyn. Not that going to be the case though. Looking at the hand, we see that it's very unit heavy actually, and kind of slow speed heavy with Cataclysm and Sandstone Charger, and doesn't have a great way to deal with the Draven. But still, Draven comes down, takes a trade, keeps the board at bay here for Thomas, and gets the axe as well, and has a Caitlyn now to act as kind of the tempo advancer with quick attack on this attack token on turn 4.
And now, with the axes in hand to back up the Caitlyn, you aren't fully reliant on the Twin Blade Revenant to come down here as well. You want the flash bombs to come through and just try to keep the board under control as much as possible. With a ping coming through on a key unit, it just makes the rest of your removal that much sweeter. Also, playing the 3-drop means you get a stack of the Tri-Beam and Probulator. This is going to be huge later on in the game if Thomas commits to something expensive like the Screeching Dragon or the Bruiser. If it gets cleaned up by a Tri-Beam in response, your big threat goes down and your opponent creates one. Another 5 or 6 drop, that tempo swing could be too much for Thomas to handle.
They're coming down, won't be blocking here. We'll be happy to take the 3 damage here, but once Sivir is down, once she's down with the spell shield as well, things get very, very tricky. Twin Blade Revenant is kind of the answer, but you're gonna have to wait till next turn, and Sivir can definitely chart trying to get a big advantage on this turn already.
We could see Sump Fumes cashed in to pop the spell shield. Very likely that Thomas is going to pull Caitlyn with Sivir, of course, to play around removal, and it's just a matter of do I want to save the Caitlyn now that she's vulnerable? Furthermore, with the quick attack on Sivir, it's going to prevent the strike from Caitlyn so that no extra flash bombs are going to go into the deck.
And there seems to be a consideration for some Fumes and get excited to take down the Sivir before she can take down the Caitlyn by using the Sun Fumes here now at fast speed. But luckily that was not the play because Absolver is in hand, cleaving the +1 attack to the Sivir in this case, and you still have 3 mana to work with your Thomas. So I think Bad Attack was very wary about that. Gonna end up just giving Sivir the value, letting the Caitlyn die at this point, and just going for the more guaranteed kill next turn, but what he hopes is the guaranteed kill for the Twin Blade Revenant instead.
And yeah, I think unfortunately you just kind of have to let this go down. I mean, 3 mana Thermogenic Beam is still, you know, really strong in its own right. So maybe you cash it in just to once again get the stack on the Tri-Beam Repopulator and play towards that big tempo swing when you look at Thomas's list. Because Thomas is the one that's running triple Bruiser. Yes, that's right.
There's a Bright Steel Protector coming down, giving the barrier to the Merciless Hunter, and making things even worse here. You get the trade with the Twin Blade Revenant onto the Bright Steel Protector, but then you're not able to get obviously the kill onto the Sivir next turn unless you have to discard a Lost Soul again, which shouldn't be too hard, obviously, with the hand that we're seeing from Bad Attack, but still a bit awkward. You don't have anything to put the axes on, actually. So you're going to have to maybe Get Excited. This is a bit strange, actually. You have a Swim Dredger now, but then you don't have the mana to play the Twin Blade Revenant, so things actually a little bit awkward. Have to play the Get Excited proactively in this case.
And it looks like that is going to be the play here. It's really unfortunate because you have like a really strong amount of endless defenders with the Twin Blade Revenant, but you know, needing the tempo to keep cycling it repeatedly, and you're only able to play it plus maybe one other card per turn, means that with Sivir still standing proud with the spell shield and full HP in play, it's just slowly but surely going to keep attacking you for free, eating a defender, and then you're falling further and further behind. And normally it's like, okay, well, if a quick attacker is losing to an infinite defender, then it's just a 1-for-1 stalemate. But we have cards like Cataclysm exactly to break that cadence and set up for an open attack now with Sivir, and not to mention Sivir's level up, sharing the quick attack with wider boards so that your defenders don't matter as much when your opponent gets to wipe your board and not lose theirs in return.
And this is just the one woman show. The Sivir just doing it all, controlling the board on attack or defense. It does not matter with cards like Cataclysm as well. And the quick attack and the spell shield proving to be two keywords that when put together on a 5/3 body for 4 mana are pretty strong in really any meta in any case here. And we see it now again. Sandstone Charger coming in.
We've got Tri-Beam Repopulator slowly stacking up. Just one blocker available now. And so this consistent damage is always coming through. No healing in the Caitlyn Draven deck again. So all of this damage matters so much. 2 more hits from the Sivir, and that will be all she wrote. Now that she's leveled up, we've got the Absolver online for Overwhelm. And with Sharp Sight in hand, with potentially Concerted Strike to remove the blocker, we do have a lethal presented just with Sivir on her own in play. Badge Attack, I think, really needs to start thinking about cashing in some of these cards to try to remove this spell shield and try to remove her.
And the Tri-Beam pickup there from a Station Archivist, one of the reasons that I actually stopped trying to run this card in what was Draven Ezreal when the expansion released, because sometimes it just feels really bad hitting that card. Obviously, you don't want to play it for only 1 ping, and sometimes you really just can't even have the mana to play it out. So ends up not being the greatest effect.
Aloof Travelers now being put down. Snipes the Concerted Strike. Bruiser is still alive and well, however, to just be developed further. Thomas still probably worried about Tri-Beam. With Sivir's Spell Shield still up, she's very resilient to whatever Badge Attack might be able to throw at her. It's just a matter of finding something cheap to pop the spell shield. There's been this really awkward cadence of needing to spend all your mana just defending, and you can't take that tempo, that extra time off to play an expensive spell to remove the spell shield, and then you still have to take a risk against Sharp Sight and Shaped Stone and etc. in order to even finish off the Sivir.
And there is a spell shield pop. Now Sivir is vulnerable to something like the thermogenic beam, but gonna be a lot of spells to buffer in hand and just a pass taken instead. Now the tri-beams are now active and available on Sivir 7 on the first one there on the left. The second one was just drawn, so it's still gonna be at 1.
And so going for the predict draw here, the current Bruiser, another really big attacking threat, generating the lucky finds. With no Sentinel's treasure ticking down, however, it's probably not the best bet. Fleet Feather Tracker with the Bright Steel Protector, using that Challenger could be a way to thin out the board, but picks up the second Sivir. Maybe sniffs out that there could be removal here after all.
And Thomas obviously has to be aware of Scorched Earth possibilities, but the really punishing thing is that no matter how much obviously buff you get, the moment it's damaged, you're not healing it up, which you can't really do in Thomas's deck right now. It's going to be dying to Scorched Earth no matter what. So I think Badge Attack very smartly just wait until maybe Thomas overcommits. We saw it in the last one we saw with Thomas to get to the winners final, where he was able to just overcommit, overwhelm, and know that there was no answer. In this case, there could be an answer, and it will be Scorched Earth. So if he commits too many buffs to Sivir, overwhelm buffs as well possibly, he would be in trouble.
So a 7-drop is going to come out here. It could be something really chunky, maybe something like an Eclipse Dragon that's just going to be great at blocking. It could be something a bit more niche.
I'm going to say Shipwreck Hoarder.
Oh, Shipwreck Hoarder. Panda's calling it right now. Let's get the treasures shuffled in, shall we? And of course,
not quite.
Invasive Hydra Vine. That's a very interesting one. We talked about, needing a bunch of chunk blockers, and here it is. It's going to be very difficult for Thomas to punch through now. Heavens to Betsy.
It's probably a better high roll than what I was thinking even. The treasures might have been great, but the value the Hydra Vine gives you right away is pretty incredible. We'll see if Thomas wants to maybe deal with this right away. The Cataclysm was hovered there for a second.
Oh, it's so rough because you need a Cataclysm, but then Scorched Earth blows you up, and Concerted Strike was sniped by the Aloof Travelers earlier. So there's no safe way to deal with this. Thomas needs this Sivir to die so they can play the second Sivir in order to have a safe way to answer the Hydra Vine. There's only 2 copies of Concerted Strike in this deck. Aloof Travelers draws again, discards the second Concerted Strike. Is Hydra Vine now immortal?
The Hydra Vine can no longer die unless it's challenged by something that's not damaged already, but the Sivir will not do it. It is damaged. It is vulnerable to Scorched Earth, and the Sniper, Aloof Traveler, is proving that he is truly a marksman.
Actually godlike. Both Concerted Strikes, the cards that we were just talking about, was needed to finish this Hydra Vine. 7 mana gonna be the new breakpoint for Tri-Beam after this one. Scorched Earth now being cashed in. On defense, there's a wide swing being presented. Even if there is a second Sivir, I think that there is enough attackers plus axes plus the Arachnoid Sentry potentially to just force Thomas to trade away the board. And this is the scenario where if your opponent gets an offensive swing on you like this and your board is just completely consumed by it, you can no longer win. You can only play 1 or 2 threats per turn. The rest of your hand is very reactive defensive spells.
Then you have the spells still to try and, take down the board a little bit lower even, take down some of these units and go for the biggest attack possible and really put the pressure on Thomas. And looking at the hand, other than Sivir, it's really just all spells. So once these units are committing to blocking, even if they do survive because of the buffs, they'll still be damaged, they'll still be vulnerable to things like Flock and Scorched Earth. And even things like, Sentry, Timid Revenant to take off the spell shield here as well. So in the end, this is coming down to, once again, Thomas having units on the board. If they don't survive against what is a very controlly deck in Draven Caitlyn, the spells are not going to, you know, do much of anything in hand.
So Sivir comes down, Spell Shield is popped by the Arachnoid Sentry. This does open up Thomas to potentially Cataclysm this Hydravine. No fast speed answers right now from Badge Attack.
Yep, Cataclysm is going to happen here. You can't kill the Sivir. You're going to just take the hit here. It's going to be fine, it looks like. But you can damage the Sivir at this point and then still have her once again, you know, at the mercy of Scorched Earth later on. Either with some fumes this turn or with just the combat damage here. And that's why Thomas is maybe going to keep her on the bench, trying to keep her as healthy as possible and out of range of something like a Scorched Earth.
Yeah, she just can't block here because you have Sivir and the Absolver. You want to try to go for like AoE Overwhelm to close out through this 11 HP. There's a lot of buffs right now, but you can't take all this damage. You could maybe 3, 6, 9, 12, go down to 4. Badge Attack's version is triple Get Excited. That's the other thing that Thomas really needs to respect here. Is there enough and without the, yeah, now without Spell Shield, we get the pre-damage through to set up for Scorched Earth. So even if you go all in on the Sivir for like a final Overwhelm push, the counter is now already prepared.
And nothing you can do about it in this case. You know, if you can heal, then you can buff all you want to 7 to 8. Does not matter. She will be dying regardless. And anything you do to, you know, barrier, all these things you can kind of commit to have the survivability go higher, it's not really going to help in this case against a card like Scorched Earth. So I think this game is over. I think this matchup is obviously favored for Badge Attack from the very beginning. It's why he queued this and not the mirror. And it looks like game 3 will be coming, and it will be a very exciting Sivir Demacia mirror.
Yeah, with there is potentially some top decks that let you get the Sentinel's Treasure, that lets you give Spell Shield to your champions once again. There is the preemptive Sharp Sight plus Shapestone, where the temporary HP will carry over to become healing for the next round. But you're still like going all in versus not having those buffs to win the game through your overwhelm damage. And if there is just not enough burst speed cards, then Sump Fumes plus Scorched Earth is still a consideration here.
And you still have more damage spells to just reproc the Spell Shield, retake it off, or re-damage if there isn't an open attack.
Yeah, so with Sharp Sight, Shapestone, Sivir would be at a 6/4, and then we've got the Sentinel's Treasure tick down to like 2 here. Yeah, so by not committing the buffs last round for the temporary HP to carry over to healing, we're going all in here with can you get a burst speed Spell Shield here anyway? Yeah. But then it's just because she's already damaged, you put the Scorched Earth and then the damage on the stack. So that needed to happen at a different cadence last round for a pseudo heal to come through on the Sivir.
And, you know, decklist is known. Nothing you can do there if you're Thomas. That's going to be game 2, finally. Well, okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Sivir did die, but the game doesn't just end when Sivir dies. I was so accustomed to that being the case, I was ready to just throw that into game 3.
She's not a final boss in an RPG.
All right,
where like
I'm
the
sorry.
dungeon keeps crumbling down around the party.
I was too excited for the Sivir Demacia mirror that's coming up. I was trying to rush into it, but let's let this game conclude.
Wise Fry, new card. But yeah, that is going to be game 2 going to Badge Attack. And now we're going to be taking it to game 3 for the Sivir Demacia mirror match. This is going to be another match. While the first match was very, very grindy, very, very even, this game 3, this other mirror match, is going to be very sharp. The player that gets the better curve or gets one really, really sick combat is going to come out a very clear victor, in my opinion.
I think when any new viewers that didn't see game one, when you're saying it was very grindy, very even, I don't think they have the right idea of just how grindy and just how even that Draven Caitlyn mirror match was with infinite lost souls.
Is there a word that means even more even than even? It was equilateral.
That's balanced, I guess, would be one way to put it, although not in terms of the lost soul, but more in terms of the game itself. The lost soul card was not balanced, just to, is any confusion in chat.
But again, going into the opening here, Bajtak with Akshan on round 2, and also the attack token on round 2 is going to be absolutely massive here. Thomas does have the response potentially with Merciless Hunter, but already getting this win condition ticking down is going to be massive. Because now there is no 2-drop to block this. This is a free attack. As we go into the next round, Thomas is going to have to commit most of the mana to Merciless Hunter, and there's always a chance that something like a Bright Steel Protector comes through to just let Akshan live and fight for another day. With the Vagabond as well, there's going to be discounts furthermore coming through onto the Warlord's Palace. And it looks like, Bajtak does not really have any way to defend Akshan, so it's just going to let this go through. Threatening the combat tricks here, potentially Sharp Sight plus Shape Stone to survive.
Thomas, of course, I think has to attack. There's really no other way around it. I think he has to commit here. Has 2 mana to work with, has a sharp set of his own, is still in combat, but really not going to do much of anything in this situation.
Yeah, the Punisher here is simply that you kill this Akshan, and then there's a second one that just comes down to open attack you afterward. And Thomas really feeling the heat here, recognizes how, this matchup can snowball so quickly and wildly into one side or the other. Goes for the Waking Sands, but has the single combat to punish this now. Doesn't take any damage here. Still gets to cash in the Akshan before he dies. Gets another tick down of the Warlord's Palace. And now we have Vagabond to just hit the board and discount this even further.
We play Tracker coming in as well. You're going to have enough mana to play Tracker into Vagabond, into a possible Shapestone if Sivir is played, so really punishing the development of Sivir on this turn from Bajtak, or from Thomas rather. So very, very smart play here from Bajtak. And we'll see if there's just not going to be development until he attacks. And maybe Bajtak doesn't attack. I mean, this is a case of a match where you're not usually winning on just swinging into the Nexus and trying to go into it quickly. We're seeing it here. He's going to think about it because he knows exactly what Thomas is trying to do here by passing.
You can even go for Shape Stone to open this up right now. Go for a Predict. Try to go for an even better curve. Wants the damage. Says, I will be merciful and I will give you an opportunity to play your Sivir on 4.
And that was a decision that he knew, exactly what was going to happen once he attacked. But he took the decision to attack there. And it's not a wrong decision, just obviously a point to think about what the better option is in this case.
Because when you look at this from Thomas's perspective, if you don't open attack with Sivir, you potentially get punished by Bright Steel Protector, where the barrier really isn't going to matter against the quick attack. But even with taking that 5 damage from the Sivir, Baj is still very ahead on board, very ahead on HP against the Nexus. Gets even more card draw now, has more flexibility and more resources, where Thomas, which has unfortunately been the trend with his build of Sivir Akshan, has been a one-woman army, relying on Sivir here, just trying to carry by herself in the early mid-game. No supporting cast coming through, like we're seeing from Bajtak, where we have the Fleet Feather Tracker and the Merciless Hunter really working in tandem to control the board and force through a lot of damage around the sides.
And Sivir is being attacked on all sides by the Merciless Hunter on the ground, the birds in the air. She is trying to do her best to survive here against what is essentially a triple challenge from both Trackers and the Merciless Hunter. Has the Sharp Sight, has the single combat, and has a Shapestone. A lot of mana to work with as well.
And so we get a similar play here from earlier, where Waking Sands is going to be the thing that cashes in on the Vulnerable for Merciless Hunter, we really get to see a lot more of the board-based mid-range synergies here coming from the deck, rather than just play Sivir, she's hard to remove because Spell Shield. And the result of the rest of your deck coming through means that you get outcomes like this, where you have plenty of mana to react to what your opponent might do as you press your advantage here. 7 damage already being threatened against the Nexus, and if Thomas commits a bunch of reactive spells, we could see some blowouts here as well. Sivir trying to be saved here by single combat.
I've seen a response from one of the units here, but it might just be, actually, no, he can't really age it. Yeah, I guess he can age it and just challenge with a Vagabond onto the Sivir in this case with the Vulnerable.
And then putting the barrier on the Fleet Feather Tracker just means that if there is another defender being played here, then it will just get dragged to the side. And with this outcome now, this is actually going to be a lethal presented unless there is another single combat, and that is not the case. Game 3 going to Badge Attack. The early curve converted into an advantage, into a rally, a very classic Demacian style that we don't often get to see from this deck. It seems to be all about the Sivir and the combo potential in the later game, but you know, it still has that availability to shift gears and be very aggressive with the right early draws.
We were laughing, but a much faster game than the game 1 mirror, obviously. And Badge Attack able to take it there, able to get the kind of the reverse sweep when he was 1-0 down after that first very odd Draven Kaelin mirror, and still able to continue his streak of very good form, qualifying to Worlds, winning last fight night, and now once again finds himself in the grand finals of today's tournament. So overall, great play from him, great play from Thomas as well. I think the curve was better for Badge Attack in this game, but he really made use of his spells, his units, and obviously the rally effect there to really put so much pressure that Thomas could not do anything about it.
Yeah, so Thomas unfortunately does drop down to the lower bracket, and we'll see how the rest of the games shook out. It looks like Cosimo and Ragnarosic are still battling it out to see who will take on Thomas potentially to make their way to the grand finals. But we're going to get to that match after this short break, so stay tuned. We will be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to jump into the lower bracket here. The winner of this next match is going to be taking on Thomas for the chance to take on Badge Attack in the grand finals. I think in the bracket was just concluding before we went on break where Cosimo was going up against Ragnar Rosic, and I think that one is just about to get concluded here.
No, the rematch is Cosimo versus Ragnar Rosic.
Oh,
happening
that is locked in.
this
Excellent.
round. So
Excellent.
it is a rematch from the very first game we casted in Fight Night today, which was a very odd match and a very odd rematch as well. It will be because Cosimo is bringing Mono-shurima and TFGP with Bandle City. So a very strange lineup that was able to actually take down Ragnar Rosic, who's playing a more standard lineup with Noxus Bandle tree, but Cosimo somehow did it. Cosimo somehow in the top 4, and Cosimo somehow trying to make it even further in this tournament.
The Bandle GP has been proved very well positioned against Bandle Tree, but the deck I want to talk about real quick is the Mono-shurima list. This was another list that very recently kind of showed its face on social media. This deck comes from Bratched Kata, you know, a previous very high level Fight Night EU player. And this one has a lot of flexibility, a lot of utility, that it can take down some of the slower value-oriented decks in the metagame. But we saw earlier in the broadcast that it does fold to more aggressive builds. I think that over the course of the day, Cosimo has maybe even gotten more practice on it, and so is finding some better lines as well to build towards the late game. The Sun Disk is kind of just there as a backup win condition if it gets answered by Scorched Earth or Desert Naturalist or other various decks that are trying to target Bandle Tree. It still doesn't matter because you have so much long-term value with the Zillion and the Xerath. These champions have already been seeing a little bit of play with like these Arsenal control decks and some like Zillion Shellfolk value stuff. So the concept is kind of there. It's just a matter of if my opponent doesn't draw incredibly aggressively, then I can outvalue them.
The reminder, of course, there is one Desert Naturalist in this deck list, only one. And of course, his opponent, Ragnar Rosic, is going to be playing a Noxus Bandle Tree list in return, kind of. So that is a matchup that obviously is not necessarily favored just because of this Naturalist, but the Naturalist will be very helpful in trying to deny that win condition if we get to that stage.
We saw earlier as well, this deck does kind of struggle against Sivir. Like, there's no easy ways to pop the Spell Shield in this deck. Your opponent just needs to, like, step the Sivir onto a Roiling Sands or something. You need to have Xerath in play to snipe her. So it is going to be very, very polarizing. I'm very confident that if Cosimo can get a win somehow with this deck, then the Bandle Tree deck will just be able to pop off against whatever else it needs to. That's proven to be a very strong, successful deck that's broken into the metagame. And this Mono-shurima is a bit unproven. Mono-shurima, Sun Disk in general, has always been a bit of a meme so far, but this is probably one of the more viable builds we've seen. And, you know, with that all being said, Cosimo is here in the lower bracket finals, right? With Mono-shurima.
That being said, I think the very first game of this tournament today, a lot of viewers probably didn't watch it, but it was probably a record-setting game because Ragnar Rosic has Lurk in his lineup, and Ragnar Rosic was able to beat Cosimo on turn 4. Cosimo played a single card that entire game, which was a Spirit Fire that was not even able to stop the lethal swing coming in from Ragnar Rosic. So we might see that happen again. We might see, you know, that matchup is something that I think Cosimo wants to try and dodge, you know, this Lurk matchup from Ragnar Rosic into his Mono-shurima because it might look pretty ugly once again.
That was certainly a sight to behold. Not only was there no early game for Mono-shurima, there was like Xerxai Hatchling into into the Snapjaw Swarm that hit a Rek'Sai for a double buff into just another Rek'Sai, and it was just like a huge swing that just ended the game. So here
Ragnar
we go.
Rosic is already Shenny moaning because he thinks the same thing's gonna happen. He might have I think that is basically Ragnar Rosic saying, I have the early game curve once again, and you are doomed. And I think that's exactly what we're gonna see here. There's 4. Wait, sure, that's a delay.
A delay. I was gonna say 4 Sharklings, not like this. No lurk proc though. There is still hope.
Oh, Ragnaros, you emoted too soon. The karma gods have punished you. They kind of shuffled the deck in between rounds 1 and 2 after that Shen emote.
So now we've got Merciless Hunter to maybe try to even out this board a little bit. The 2 HP now on Merciless Hunter means that she does not trade very well into lurk at all from this position. Ragnaros going for a desperate play. Gets the Snapjaw Swarm.
Could see a Ruthless Predator here. We're going to see it just to get the trade here onto the Merciless Hunter. The Heimerdinger emote comes out. So Ragnaros just keeping it classic with his emote loadout. Cosimo has a lot of interesting emotes. I have not ever used any of the ones he has on his setup. So definitely an off-meta emote lineup from him.
And misses the lurk again. So many things are going through in Cosimo's favor now to offset that game 1. All of the good RNG was used up in their first set, and now in the mirror, the lurk is being punished here. We've got Jawfish in hand, an 8-drop that's unplayable. Dunebreaker, not going to be doing any work anytime soon, and just trying to keep the board clear and stable. We've got double Azir in hand, which can probably come down to chump. And it's just a matter of, can I survive this onslaught with no Call the Pack, with no leveled up Rek'Sai? Ragnaros is looking to run out of resources here in the next few rounds.
And this all comes down to the Shen emote on turn 1. That amount of disrespect, cannot go unpunished by the gods above, the Runeterra gods. And Ragnaros went for it regardless, and now misses 2 lurks in the first few turns. Will he miss another one? We'll find out very soon.
Plays Pike off the top. No opportunity for death from below here. We have Quicksand to deny the Pike as well. Take away that quick attack. Cosimo really thinking about potentially Spirit Fire. That does get punished, of course, by the second Ruthless Predator.
Well, to some degree, I mean, Pike would survive, but everything else, at least, it would be a kind of a pseudo board clear, although a pretty expensive one in that case.
Mm-hmm.
You do have Quicksand as well instead, which would be kind of the nail in the coffin, I think, for Pike if you're trying to just kill him off specifically.
And Cosimo passes here. When you're playing against Lurk, you know that your opponent has to attack you because they need those Lurk procs. And so here it comes. We got Quicksand on the Pike. We're maybe hoping for no Bone Skewer here, which we do see in the hand. That's going to send Pike back to the top of the deck.
Ragnaros emotes might Ruthless Predator, but there's a second Quicksand waiting. Oh no, the emote game is not working out for Ragnaros here.
I think you can let this one go through without the quick attack. Pike will still die.
True. That is true. So just looking for the trade here, and just trying to actually keep control of the board for Ragnaros, which is actually the complete opposite of what happened in game 1. There was actually no units played whatsoever. So Cosimo in a much better, state.
Oh, baby, gets the fat Zillion as well. Cosimo really wants to play it here, but is it better to float 2 mana? Makes you a little bit more flexible with Spirit Fire, makes you more flexible with Rite of Negation to stop the Pike. Death from Below is, in fact, pulled off of the top. And what's the play here? Unraveled Earth, maybe? Rockhopper is a great blocker. High attack, low HP. That's really all you care about versus Lurk. Clear the units 1 for 1 before they get multiple trades and multiple reps of that Lurk.
Cosimo deciding on the options here. Obviously has to keep control of the board, but the big, more, Doombreaker, Jaw Hunter are going to come down in a bit, and that might be a bit scarier to deal with. Something like a Pike spell as well, but you do have the Rite of Negation here for Cosimo.
Yeah, so Rite of Negation to stop Death from Below. Ragnaros does have the Dunebreaker now. And then next round has the Jawfish to cash in. So I think that Cosimo, if you extrapolate, maybe attacks here, just for the sake of forcing Ragnaros to thin out this board a little bit to play around the Jawfish. This is a main decked one, by the way. It wasn't generated by Rek'Sai or Call the Pack. This has been a more modern take on Lurk, where you do have the Jawfishes at the top end, because decks have much more swarm and much more of an ability to keep up with your own unit generation. Having the Jawfish to, you know, use that one-sided strike to wipe your opponent's board and clear the path for your attack has been much more core to Lurk's ability to close out games. Rek'Sai coming through is really nice, potential for reload, but because of the cursed Lurk procs earlier in the game, Rek'Sai is nowhere near leveling. 2 copies of Ruthless Predator have already been cashed in, so there's no cheeky way to potentially buff the Rek'Sai here.
And the biggest thing with missing, obviously, those Lurk procs early on is that it's kind of that plus attack, not just on that one unit when you're attacking on turn 1 or 2, it's that snowballs into every other unit after that. And it really is a big detriment to the game plan for Ragnarsson. So we saw a very explosive win and a very fast game in round 1 of Fight Night today in the quarterfinals. But in this case, and not everything, you know, nothing really going as well here for Ragnarsson. And Cosimo has control of the board now, has Spirit Fire, deal with a Sharkling in the back, and try and trade off with the Doombreaker.
Yeah, I was wondering if Ragnarsson was going to try to set up something cheeky like Bone Skewer to put Rek'Sai on top. But by just attacking with Rek'Sai here, you get the +2 now with your Lurkers. And she's going to go back into the deck at the end of the round regardless. So still has a wide board available for Cosimo to defend. Gets the restored Devout here, the 5/3 Fearsome, as just additional blockers now. Azir also now hitting the board.
And there's the Jawfish coming down. Hits on not exactly the key units here. And you have a lot of units to refuel if you're Cosimo anyway, so I think you're even fine with the extra board space.
Yeah, ironically, this Mono-shurima deck has had consistent troubles with board space. And so the Jawfish coming through, just evening out the board, and just keep attacking. Just keep attacking, keep summoning units, flipping the Sun Disc. You know that your opponent has 2 cards in hand. The Rek'Sai flew away. There is only 1 Rite of Negation in Cosimo's deck, however, so a second Death from Below maybe comes through to somehow miraculously swing this game back in Ragnarosic's favor. But...
And the board issue, I mean, it's to be expected if you're starting off the game with only 5 slots on your board due to the buried Sun Disc, so it's always going to be kind of a recurring problem. And there's the Bone Skewer coming in onto the Azir.
You have the second Azir in hand, so you aren't too sad about this one going down. It just means that your opponent's next top deck is going to be Jawfish. And so they can clear 1, maybe 2 things.
Ooh, the Quicksand's gonna stop that, actually. Well, not in this case, but it could have done something, at least interact with Jawfish there. But not going to be the case here. You're just going to have now a Chump Blocker with a Rockhopper. You have the chance to get vulnerable in the next unit played. And you're happy. You know, there's no overwhelm on this anyway, so the 1 health on Rockhopper is not really a detriment here to Cosimo.
So we have the Xerath potentially available. Not leveled up yet, actually. Only 1 or 2 landmarks have popped so far, but depending on what is summoned, it could snipe something like a Xur'sai Hatchling. This is the second and final Azir for Cosimo that's being played out now. He is leveled. This is going to accelerate the Sun Disc. Now that Rite of Negation is out of the deck, now that you've gotten all your chump blockers, you don't mind transitioning to Emperor's deck, I think, from here, because now you still have double Quicksand in hand, and that's really what you want to defend yourself.
There's a Xerath being hovered and about to be dropped down onto the board.
Another Ascended with Roiling Sands about to pop, and then Devout about to pop. Xerath will level up, and this will actually fully level up the Sun Disc.
Is there Side Caller? Not really. The most threatening top deck can, of course, get some value from the Predict. There's a Time Bomb coming in.
We can maybe Predict into Pike. You can use the Snapjaw Swarm to then lurk and get that Death from Below. Pike is actually pretty beefy from this point, thanks to slowly catching up on the lurk procs and thanks to Rek'Sai doing a little bit of work.
It's almost time. The buried Sun Disc.
Yeah, we're going to the movies, Panda.
Not be buried for much longer. I went to the movies yesterday, but I'm happy for a second showing here. I saw Shang-Chi yesterday, but today is going to be an even better movie from the Marvel Universe.
So, do we just Quicksand here? Do we sacrifice the Azir? Oh yeah, just gonna take some And there's the surrender.
Ragnar
Ragnar Rosic doesn't want to go to the
movies. The cinema, coronavirus
canceling the plans at the last second, saying,
the government called.
I really want to say Shang-Chi, but I got this cough.
Too many people.
I'm just going to stay in.
It's dangerous now. We still have coronavirus variants roaming around, so we got to keep the people in their own houses. No movies for any of you guys at home. I'm very sorry. It was promised, but Ragnar Rosic came in and canceled the session. That will be game 1, though, going to Cosimo. Cosimo won the first series these two players played by losing this matchup in 4 rounds, and now he's won it, so he has to be feeling pretty confident about his chances going into the rest of this series and into this game, too.
Yeah, the Mono-shurima deck has consistently been the weak link, and this deck here has been very significant. Again, when you are expecting a lot of Bandle Tree, which is a very strong deck, if you have something that can beat that consistently, you've got just a strong deck to round out your lineup. We saw a comment earlier from Shihu who said that they brought a anti-Nami Zoe lineup, and there's actually no Nami Zoe in today's tournament.
He missed it again.
Lurk proc again. Ragnar Rosic, the karma is catching up to you. Now you're double cursed. First for the high roll in the first game plus early Shen emo, and then by skipping out on the movies, I think that the curse is carrying over. This is really unfortunate, and this is one of the reasons that like Lurk had its time in the sun, was a very popular deck, and then just fell off. Not just because of meta shifts, but just because of players souring on the deck because of outcomes like this.
And by reading just the meta and the general, sentiment of the community, Lurk was definitely on an upswing as like this dark horse tier 2 deck. But this showing in a fight night tournament like this one, broadcasted right now to almost 700 people, might single-handedly eliminate the Lurk once again from the meta, after people have been reminded that it can definitely low roll on turn 1 and lose you the game. So I'm sorry, any Lurk aficionados out there. We've single-handedly ruined the archetype.
More powder is actually kind of lit. Yeah, Lurk is ripped. And funny enough, Badge Attack actually had brought Lurk to a fight night and built like this super aggressive high rolly version and did pretty well with it. But the more powder is really clutch here. You can set it up with potentially for a Make It Rain to wipe this out. Pokey Stick answers the Xerxai hatchling here. Cosimo gonna take the damage. It's only 2 damage, right? It's only 2 damage.
I think with more powder, obviously at 3, you might just want to try and hit 3 units and just get a full, kind of board clear going on. Or just double up and use it like as a vengeance removal while also doing damage.
Yeah, dude, if they play like Dune Breaker or something later in the game, you just double up.
Attack token is now in Cosimo's favor, so these kegs will be safe for a little while. You have Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate red card for the most damage he's ever done. It is a possibility as well.
Yeah, we know that like gold card shuts down Rek'Sai as well. Now that players are starting to run more gold card, more Arachnoid Sentry to deal with Scion, and
you
deal
have
with
the
the
bone
elusives.
skewer the keg. Sadly enough,
you've got to bone skewer the keg to protect your board.
Imagine
but
seeing
with the red card coming through, that means that Twisted Fate clears a path to attack.
The Conchologist comes in to trade away with a Snapjaw and still have Twisted Fate with obviously the proc on the Cracker Corsair, but also the quick attack, meaning that you cannot block into it, which I think Twisted Fate has already done its job in this deck. Obviously, it's not a deck that's built to leveling up Twisted Fate. You have not that many draw effects. It's more just it makes sense in terms of the deck hands, in terms of having the option, the versatility to stun units to control the board with red card, or even just draw cards if you really need it.
Yeah, Ragnar Rosic. Oh, look at this Make It Rain! I was going to say, like, there was a decent open attack there with the Crackshot Corsair and the Twisted Fate maybe not really wanting to block. Ragnar Rosic going for a wider board. The entire thing gets wiped. We can even see Cosimo's crazy, shocked reaction.
Scarzig, I'm going to remind you, this is not the first high roll Make It Rain that Cosimo hits in this tournament. In round 1.
That is true.
He hit a crazy odds Make It Rain, killing off a unit, dodging Fizz, and hitting the Nexus. So
Cosimo, the Rainmaker, the Rain Man, calculating all the lines, seeing the chip damage, controlling the board, just is going to swing in on this. You get the, look at this. There's so much damage that needs to be blocked. You have impact coming through from the Tenor of Terror. You've got chip damage coming through from the Corsair. You know that your opponent can't block the things they really want to, so you get so much free damage around the side. This deck makes Crackshot Corsair look like precious pet to me, where by the time your opponent can't actually block it and threaten it, they're so far behind that they can't even take that tempo risk. 3 mana now, double up, lurking in the hand. The only way to stop it is with Bone Skewer.
Rek'Sai comes in, you have the double up, you have the Pokey Stick and the Make It Rain, so a lot of damage that can go to the Nexus. You're not really at any risk of dying this turn either, so you're not really in a huge pressure for anything to happen here. I don't think you wanna, just in case the Make It Rain hits the Sharkling, hits the Rek'Sai, and hits the Nexus, you don't want to Make It Rain before double up, because that might make things quite awkward. Although you still, you won't have mana for Make It Rain, Pokey Stick, and double up, so you have to just wait it out here, I think. Once this last card is played,
now that you see this final card, you know it's not Bone Skewer. The double up will come through on the Sharkling, and Cosimo gonna take this 2-0. Lurk, unfortunately, runs out of good karma, and the Lurk procs really slowed down the early game and gave Cosimo a lot of time to develop defense and stabilize and get that removal. And then just late in the game, the tempo, godlike Make It Rain, just set up for the burn, cleared the board. Beautiful, really 2 games in a row. And really unfortunate for Lurk, I gotta say, because Ragnar-Rosich, again, very high-level player, been playing well, and then just when you have a high-roll deck like that, it comes up empty for you sometimes.
I am not a betting man usually, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that if, I'm pretty certain that Ragnar-Rosich is not gonna be bringing Lurk to Worlds after this, either that or he's not gonna Shen emote turn 1 anymore, because that is clearly some kind of bad juju happening after that.
Yeah, he's got to burn some sage.
Everything went downhill after that.
You got to volunteer at the aquarium. Like, you gotta get the lurks, the creatures of the deep back on your side.
Something went wrong there, but Ragnar-Rosich unfortunately gets taken down. Does have a top 4 to show for it, so I think it's definitely not a bad performance by any means, and gets some extra practice with some very good competitors going into the World Tournament coming up very soon next weekend. But that will be it for this very fast round, making up for the 1 hour long Draven Caitlyn mirror we saw between Fadzak and Thomas in the winners final. We'll be going to a very short 3-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the upcoming match between Cosimo and Thomas.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just got back from our short break, and we're about to head into the lower bracket finals between Thomas and Cosimo. Thomas, unfortunately, was lost to Badge Attack and needs to win this game to get the rematch in the grand finals. Meanwhile, this is going to be a rematch of Thomas and Cosimo from earlier in the bracket, so some revenge coming in for both players to try to take down their arch nemesis, so to speak.
And two very different sides of the coin. Thomas bringing two very standard deck list, Sivir Demacia and Draven Caitlyn. And Cosimo, not quite. He's bringing Mono-shurima and TFGP with Bandle City as a secondary region. So definitely kind of two completely different spectrums of the meta. One almost non-existent or just ethereal, and one very much, set in stone and stable. So we'll see how things pan out. Like you mentioned, Thomas did take it in that first matchup against these two between these two players. But if there's someone I trust, it is Cosimo. I think he is a very, very strong player, and that is absolutely no advantage bias involved in that statement.
But we're going to take a closer look at the Sivir Akshan list brought from Thomas. This deck, we've seen so far over the course of the day, been very, very bricky. A lot of spells. It's basically been, I have all spells and Sivir, and that's my entire strategy. But the deck is trying to do a lot more than that. It has the Vikoran Bruiser in the deck, and what this does is when it strikes, it generates a lucky find. And what this allows you to do is you get extra keywords for Sivir to share with the other units on board when she levels up, or you get extra free ways to target your allies and advance your Sentinel's Horde or your Warlord's Horde to get those really big payoffs later in the game. There is still a lot of combo potential in this deck because of that synergy and because of cards like the Absolver. Putting tons of attack and overwhelm on Sivir makes up for the loss of Ruin Runner, which has recently been cut from the list altogether because of the hotfix.
Yeah, some key changes, and some players even thought this deck would maybe even, move out of the meta because the changes were to very key cards, and they were, fairly big changes as well. With the health debuff on Merciless Hunter, and the Rune Runner is maybe the biggest one, I think. The stat line just changed dramatically with 3 health to 4 health. But I even thought, and I kind of, secretly hoped that it was going to get out of the meta, but I was proven wrong very quickly when I saw the World Qualifier lineups, and Alan, as he was streaming and explaining his lineup, and I was seeing it play out, I quickly realized that in the right hands, this deck is just not going anywhere unless cards like Sharp Sight, Concerted Strike, and, Cataclysm even, and Sivir herself are changed, and that wasn't the case. So this deck is still, strong, different, but still equally as strong. We've seen games today where it didn't seem as good, didn't seem as flashy, but then that comes down more to certain matches, certain draws, and not so much the power level of the deck itself having gone down so dramatically.
Yeah, the Rune Runner kind of had a similar position to Inspiring Marshal in like very OG builds of Aurelia Azir, where the raw power of that single card could sometimes bring you back from games that a list like this should be losing. And so by taking away that condition, the deck needs to work a little bit harder in the early mid game to ensure it has a proper advantage heading into the later stages of the game. So it is certainly a bit more exploitable, but what the deck does is still very fantastic, and we've been seeing a lot of reminiscent factors of old Demacia mid-range combat trick focused decks like Fiora Shen and Shen Jarvan. And so players know those decks basically like the back of their hands because they were meta for so long. So the players who were very strong on those lists can migrate over to like this sort of newer style of Sivir Akshan very, very quickly, and still make use of, the residual power this deck still maintains in the metagame, because it's not as strong, but it's still being not as hard countered as some of the other decks we're seeing in the metagame, like Bandle Tree specifically is a deck that was really strong for like 3 days, and then everybody immediately started exploiting its weaknesses.
And Akshan is a card that, on paper comes down for 2 mana. Everything else in the deck that's revolving around him is much flashier, much stronger, but his effect and what the landmark that he's putting on the board does, obviously after a while, so I think people just associate intuitively the effect of the landmark with Akshan himself because there's a disparity in when he's played and when the really crazy stuff starts happening later on. But that snowballs into a whole ton of value that really enables a lot of the combos that happened initially with Silver Auction and now as well with this Demacia list. And it's also a card that, in the survey I did was also rated quite highly among the top 10, strongest champions in the game for a reason. I think it's a 2/2 with quick attack, yes, but the landmark and everything that comes with it is very, very strong. And when you build around it the way that this deck is built, it can really enable that to a crazy margin.
Yeah, the Sharp Sight and Shape Stone are just beautiful combat tricks that just accentuate the power level of quick attack even further, protecting it from removal. And so now, getting into game one, we're going to see Mono-shurima versus Draven Caitlyn. This is going to be a matchup that, if you speculate a value-oriented game, maybe Shurima and Zilean can come out ahead. But there is always the chance that this deck can just get some really nasty tempo on you early in the game, and Shurima might not be able to catch up. There is Scorched Earth in this deck, so Stun Disc won't be the real win condition. It looks like it might be all on Zilean's shoulders.
So, my very important question for you, Scarzig, is once you quicksand a Twin Blade Revenant and it dies, it does not have Last Breath keyword on it.
I think that the Last Breath does not count as a keyword that
Don't
is
tell me
taken
that's
away
Scarzig. Don't tell me
by
that's
quicksand.
Scarzig.
It's not a true silence.
Oh no, there was a chance that maybe we wouldn't have to deal with the infinite value generation. It's not an interaction I personally looked at specifically, so I was thinking maybe that's how it worked, but possibly that's not how it is. So I guess we're in the pit once again. We're getting ready to see some Lost Soul Twin Blade Revenant action all game long once again.
I do like the pickup of the Xerath here. Getting this in play early, having a passive unit in play that potentially helps you clear the board and keep things under control is very massive. Cosimo being very audacious with this first Zilean wants it to die so that the second one can come down and put even more time bombs in the deck. It's going to be a battle of removal versus removal, and right now Cosimo is favored just by the density of units that are in hand versus Thomas's very reactive hand with no threats.
Zilean attacking valiantly here. Maybe a sign that there is a second Zilean in hand, which is tends to be kind of one of the things you learn very quickly playing against Zilean, is that you don't mind him dying as long as you're not about to level him up. You don't kind of want him to die, get more time onto the deck, get more predicts, and just fix your draw, especially in the early game. It is definitely a benefit. And obviously with his stat line for 1 health units, he's gonna obviously always 2 for 1 in rounds 2 or 3 or 4.
I do like the Dune Keeper here. It sets up some really good trades for you. If you play the Rock Hopper, the Endless Devout, it maybe just gets dragged to the side anyway. Yeah. So just offering this trade. I think that you might not mind offering this up here because you get your Devout ticking down before you start running into board space issues. You still have the Xerath in hand, so you kind of want to meet that landmark requirement. And again, no healing in both decks, so the damage that does hit does stick.
And there is kind of end up being a trade here between the Devout and the then the sarcophagus comes out, and like you mentioned, I think the landmark synergy, you kind of have to time it and kind of know when things are going to pop, kind of plan ahead a few turns with board space issues as well, with Xerath level up issues. So there's a lot more to this deck than it seems, and especially with a Xerath landmark deck especially. Players might think it's just a control deck with this landmark synergy, but there is a few more layers of planning that go into the deck to play it very well, at least.
The lines of play that this deck is capable of is, a little bit higher than what people realize at first blush. And I think that Cosimo, especially playing this deck a little bit on ladder, I hope, before you brought it to a tournament, but at least getting the trial by fire of playing it against the most stacked Legends of Runeterra, Fight Night EU lobby we've ever had, means that you're just leveling up after every single game you play this deck. You're learning a lot of meta matchups as you go, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, Panda. The meta is in a very high state of flux. It seems like every day or every 2 days there's a new deck that just shows up out of nowhere, and it's like it has like really strong matchups against 1 or 2 meta decks, and it just takes over, and then the meta shifts once again to engulf that newcomer. But what's the play here for Cosimo, do you think?
You can play obviously Xerath because you're gonna just get challenged by Mr. Twinblade. I guess this is just a stalling game at the end of the day. I'm not sure what kind of late game you're going for because the Sun Disk is obviously not a possibility. The Scorched Earth will be very patiently waiting until the movie's about to start, and then once again the cinemas will close down.
Maybe there is a sort of a misplaced cadence on Thomas's side, where if the Sun Disk is about to pop and it's like very late into the game, maybe Thomas is run down on resources, maybe is forced to play all the mana for a Lost Soul, and then it just gives room for Cosimo to just play like leveled up Xerath, leveled up Azir, and then we go to the movies. And that's, that's a very outside chance. It's just a matter of, will Thomas have the tempo to spend 3 mana on Scorched Earth? And it's that chicken game of, I don't think you can flip the Sun Disk yet, so I'm going to hold this 3 mana. And it's the same way that like Control would sometimes play into aggro, like I can take a little bit more damage to trick you into developing further into my AoE, that kind of stuff.
Looks like Thomas is happy to take the pass there, happy to stall things out even further. Going to just take the pass there. Going to take a hit here if you attack with everything. If you are Cosimo, I think the Zillion, you don't want to just trade into the Sun Dredger right away. Doesn't really make that much sense. And instead, just going to swing with all the 3 attack units plus the 5/3 with Fearsome, forcing the Sun Dredger to trade. You can't just chump block it with the Flame Chombers, and some damage is sneaking through. At the end of the day, there is still, thankfully, no healing in the region combination that Craven Caitlin's in.
I wonder if you would attack with the Zillion there to give Thomas the choice of a really, really juicy value trade in exchange for like hitting through with tons of damage. Twinblade Revenant being protected is very interesting here, even though we have Draven potentially spinning Axe to, still recycle the Lost Soul and everything like that. Thomas is just wanting to get as much value off of this 4/3 here while it's in play.
The difference here between Thomas and Cosimo's playstyle as well. We saw the match between Rag and Rosage, and Cosimo was lightning fast, but versus Thomas and Batak really take their time, really go through all the possibilities, especially in a matchup like this one that's very kind of grindy between both decks, trying to outvalue the other. I think it's going to be really a case of making the right plays every single time to make sure you're keeping up and keeping an advantage, really, and keeping your opponent at bay.
So Golden Ambassador draws another champion. You're guaranteed to get an Azir or maybe just the second Xerath, and having the stat boost on those cards is going to be quite nice. Goes for Rockhopper instead. Wants to keep pressure on the next summon from Thomas. There is room as well for the Aspiring Chronomancer here to predict. You're looking for maybe Rite of Negation, allowing you to stop like a Tri-Beam Impropulator. A big swing like that could be very massive. Time Bomb, also very nice, puts pressure on Thomas to finally answer the Zillion.
I have to say, Scarzig, when you mentioned Rockhopper, the thought came to my mind, a very pleasant thought, that at one point I looked into the Japanese names for certain cards directly translated to English, and Rockhopper's direct translation is Naughty Sand Ride. Any viewers out there, you're welcome. You're welcome for letting you know that exists. I do have a Twitter thread somewhere on my Twitter in the past few months that has a lot of Japanese translations to English, and it is really peak humor. So I do suggest you check it out at some point, because there are a lot of very good ones. But Naughty Sandride is one of the best, I have to admit.
There was the I think we were spectating Oe and like his clients in French, and I think we were looking at like Paddle Star or something. It was like Astropong, I think was like the translation. It was like an excellent card.
Drag Judgers was picking up algae as just the name. Just the sentence, it was the name of the card.
I know the name is just the job description.
That's what he signed up for. He didn't sign up for anything else.
Pick up the algae, eat the algae. Yes, it's a mistranslation. It's not trash. But looking at the board right now, we've got Zillion stunned here. Thomas very, very just happy to leave this Zillion alive until it's actually a threat of leveling it up. If you keep the Zillion up, you know, that's just less predicts, less time bombs going into the deck. So you can see that Thomas is still playing a long game here. With the Scorched Earth in hand, you're still feeling really good because you know you don't have to worry about Emperor's deck, you don't have to worry about Sun Disk. And it remains to be seen as time goes on, slowly but surely.
It is a strange hand for Thomas. He has really just a whole lot of reactive damage spells. And I'm not sure if there are any units except for like Xerath in Cosimo's deck that you really think, oh, I have to remove this right now, because, you know, there's no kind of priority units that you need to remove. They're all kind of just chump blockers or just these units that have extra abilities, let's say, like Golden Ambassador, for example.
Goes for the... I was wondering if Cosimo was going to just keep mana open for the second Zillion, because if Thomas kills this first one, you can play the second one and it'll take advantage of this time bomb detonating still.
Mm-hmm.
But goes for the Ambassador instead. Now that there is just more defense that needs to be developed against the Lost Soul, Cosimo just wants these blockers, wants the Azir now with buffed potential, and with all the summons, right, all the defensive summons that you've put onto the board, Azir is going to be getting close to leveling up here, I think.
We'll see. 4 mana only for Cosimo, so really his job is done for this turn. But still, again, a lot to think about for Thomas. But I mentioned it, he has very few proactive plays and very few unit-based plays. He has now, obviously, the Twin Blade Revenant will shore up that weakness, that problem, because it is the infinite unit, let's say. But still an odd hand, and yet again, more removal. Finds a Piltover Peacemaker.
Yeah, so really just fighting for tempo, has the value, but no way to push any damage through. And it's just, we're getting to that critical mass of, I'm about to level up the Sun Disk. And it is very important that from this position, it is easy for Thomas to just have 3 mana open for the Scorched Earth at all times. But even if you play the, if you just wait, I basically is what I'm trying to say. If you just wait, if you're Cosimo, you wait and you wait and you wait until your Sun Disk is at 10, then you just play your Ascended and it just pops immediately, right? So even though Thomas would like to respond to the Sun Disk when it looks like it's about to pop, there is a set time limit to where the Scorched Earth eventually does need to be cashed in. And so if Cosimo is able to plan 8 rounds into the future, and
I mean, he has Zillion, so if someone's going to do it, it's a player with Zillion in his deck.
There's going to be like a weird disruption of tempo where Thomas is required to take an action to answer the Sun Disk and is playing at -3 mana on that key turn when it comes through.
But going into like turn 10, I think 3 mana is not going to be, you know, that relevant to make sure you have that banked in your spell mana, because especially because this game, because it's so reactive from Thomas, and he's not trying to set the tempo himself and be proactive with units. It means that he's going to have, you know, he's going to play very reactively, and he's going to have always that Scorched Earth available, I think.
So Unraveled Earth is an interesting idea here. You get 2 Roiling Sands that Thomas does need to interact with in some way eventually. You're drawing a card. Still looking for Rite of Negation here to stop Tri-Beam potentially.
Or to stop Scorched
landmark.
Earth.
More card draw happening.
Only one Rite of Negation in the deck for Cosimo. Yeah. So if he finds it for the 1 Scorched Earth that we're seeing in the hand for Thomas, and I believe there's actually 2 in the deck, so he has a chance to draw a second one. He could just keep the Rite of Negation up for Scorched Earth, and that could be pretty devastating. If the game, you know, it's panning out to be quite slow. Thomas's game plan is clearly not the game plan of Draven Ezreal in the past, of just this like speed tempo type game plan that ends up with Burn or with Farron. It's a bit of a different shell now, and it might come down to punish him because it's been so slow.
And Cosimo really wants to develop the Xerath to take advantage of these landmarks detonating so you can get that free value of removing your opponent's board. But A, Thomas really not playing anything to the board, and B, if you play the Xerath, it's going to accelerate your Sun Disk, and it's going to, it's going to trigger Thomas's response of the Scorched Earth. And I think that there is still this cat and mouse, this potential for Cosimo to level up the Buried Sun Disk here with the Azir and the Xerath in hand. Still 4 mana open for the Scorched Earth.
No right negation though, and obviously, you know, a chance for something like a Thermal Beam to just immediately hit the Xerath the moment he comes down, so it might just be a pass here from Cosimo instead. Board space once again still continuing to be an issue, which is, you know, tends to be the case with landmark decks, especially one like this. We can't play Rockhopper, for example, and yeah, had to burn a little bit of mana there. Red of the Arcane comes in, and the trap hits Dillion, which isn't really, you know, a big detriment here for Cosimo.
Yeah, the board control coming through from the Lost Soul has been great over the course of the game, but still no aggression. It's just a big grind, and we've been focusing a lot on the Buried Sun Disc being a potential win condition for Cosimo, but, you know, when we just draw out the game from here, Thomas might just run out of cards. Right? You've just got reactive spells and removal, but Cosimo potentially has enough threats in hand, and now with second Zilean coming down, a lot of ways to just keep on trucking and keep on defending. Opening up space on board means that there's more summons for Azir, 3 more to level him up. Actually 2 more, because when you play him, he'll level himself.
I have to say I'm kind of in the mental game of predicting what you're going to say once you start a sentence. When you said keep on, I'm like, is he going to say keep on trucking or keep on keeping on? But it was trucking. So one of the two was in my mind.
It's because you're a caster. You have to be on your toes. You have to react to
and
everything
I mean,
that's going on.
we've been casting for, you know, a while now. So I think we've picked up on uncertain speech patterns we both might have.
But hopefully Cosimo can pick up on some time bombs here from Zilean number 2. This is the second and final Zilean in the deck, despite there's no chance of him pretty much leveling up in this match. The extra predicts, the extra draw from the time bombs really does go a long way towards preserving your board. Cosimo thinking about a skip here. The board's really full, so Unraveled Earth and Preservarium are a bit awkward. Golden Ambassador is nice to draw your final Xerath or your Azir.
It might just be Rite of Negation that he's looking for.
Yeah. Skip once again for Rite of Negation, because one of the ways you do lose, right, is just Rite of Negation not lining up against the Tri-Beam Improbulator, and that will pull something really nasty that you can't deal with. Something like a Ledros, or like we saw previously, like Invasive Hydrovine.
The 2 landmarks popping on the next turn, but I think Cosimo knows that if he plays Xerath out, it's not going to survive. It's really just going to go down, so this value that he's losing from not playing it out is irrelevant. It just wouldn't exist anyway. There's another time bomb coming in. Another predict from the Chronomancer can maybe, if the card you're looking for is the Rite of Negation, it could find that. Or a second time bomb to level up Zilean.
End the round. Honestly, I think you just end the round here. Let the time bomb tick. You can play the second time bomb. Don't invite any reactivity from Thomas for the moment. You're moving towards your Sun Disc leveling up. Maybe you do play the Chronomancer. Still not cashing in the Twin Blade Revenant. And when you're like focused on certain lines of play, it's important to not develop tunnel vision, right? Still keep your options open, figure out what your win conditions could be. The 1 damage AoE doesn't matter too much from the time bombs. It does just guarantee a kill on the Draven and the Twin Blade Revenant. This is going to invite an attack from Thomas potentially into a redevelopment of the Lost Soul.
And both players really respecting each other's game plan, playing very reactively in Thomas's case, knowing the potential for disaster if he jumps the gun and doesn't, you know, make the right plays at the right time. I'm a mind game player. If I was on ladder, I would make a very dumb play right before trying to get the Sun Disc leveled up, and then emote, and then that, you know, messes with the mental game enough that he forgets he had to play Scorched Earth, and then you win the game. But in a tournament like this one, maybe it won't work, but it's a viable strategy sometimes on ladder.
Yeah, so again, this forces Thomas to remove that second Zilean. There are still going to be a handful of time bombs in the deck as his legacy, but we still have to remember that 6 countdowns, 3 more rounds until Xerath or Azir is just going to level up the Sun Disc immediately. Time bomb will give some more card draw this round, and also clear the Twin Blade Revenant and the Draven. After a play like that is made, it means that there won't be a target for the spinning axe, so it'll be difficult to cycle the Lost Soul. Thomas might be forced to commit all the mana playing it out. And I don't want to toot my own horn here, Panda, but that was a very specific weird-ass line that I said could happen that creates tempo for the Sun Disc to actually be flipped.
Caster blessings, we talked about it. We're predicting things without even knowing that these things can happen, but they end up occurring. You have to be careful, Scarzig. With much power comes a lot of responsibility as well.
I do secretly wish that your blessing had come through for Shipwreck Hoarder instead of Hydrovine in that one game, even though the Hydrovine was insanely clutch.
All we want is to go to the movies, just to, sit down after a long day of Runeterra and just watch a nice movie all together. Will Thomas allow this to happen? We're not sure.
Get excited comes through, discards the spinning axe. Is just going to let the Draven and the Twin Blade Revenant die to the Time Bomb. You could maybe play out the Rock Hopper here. Oh, play out the Rock Hopper maybe, so that Thomas is feeling a little bit bad about floating. You maybe want to get them to spend all their mana for the Tri-Beam Improbulator. It looks like Cosimo has given up on the Sun Disc here. Probably never considered it a real win condition anyway. Or does Thomas say, no? There's nothing you can do, Azir. I have to spend my mana blocking the Azir attack, not killing the Sun Disc.
Yeah, there's value to this. I mean, you're gonna have the Time Bomb killing off Bolians if you don't attack. It's a 4/8 Azir after all, but no. Scorched Earth looks like it's coming down. Yeah. Gonna be hitting the Sun Disc. Cosimo is a sad man. We are all sad together. Thomas, the second player in the tournament to cancel.
I was really rooting for that. I felt like it was a viable line.
Time Bomb goes up. That's going to be it, but of course it is the attack token turn now for Thomas, so there isn't much pressure that Cosimo can apply just yet. Lost Souls back in hand. There's double Tri-Beam Improbulator. We don't have Rite of Negation, which now would be obviously key to stop that first Tri-Beam that is enormously pumped up and can probably just kill off the Azir here.
It's up to 7. We're getting eyes on it right now. So just needs a little bit more help to clear the Azir here, thanks to the buff from Golden Ambassador and the level.
Maybe we should make Twin Blade Revenant 3-drop, just to help out the Tri-Beams a little bit more.
Yep, so this is just going to hit a
invasive
Hydrovine!
First, wait, it was Badge Attack, right? In the winners final that had it? It wasn't Thomas again, no?
I don't even remember.
It was Badge Attack, yeah. No, it was Badge Attack. So Badge Attack takes it. He's like, all right, Thomas, I'll pass on my Czech teammate. I'll pass on the Hydrovine high roll to you. And now Thomas has learned the ways of summoning he's done the ancient chants as he was playing the Tri-Beam. And the Hydrovine has come out to play once again.
So now we have this continuous value generator. And Mono-shurima doesn't really have a way to answer really big units. All of those answers are inside the Emperor's deck. We've got Ravenous Flock to stop the Azir. Xerath coming through is going to be a really big play if you don't respect the Thermogenic Beam, unfortunately. Still no Rite of Negation coming through.
Not just that, but the Hydrovine is defending against the Xerath. It's really a heads-up high roll. A calculated high roll, let's say.
Yeah, because it keeps summoning units.
Would be tanking the hits from Xerath.
And, of course, as a fearsome blocker, the 2/3 can't just chump it. Thomas thinking about the Tri-Beam, the Thermogenic Beam now. Clear the Xerath and just get like massive damage here with the Hydrovine. You don't want to give Cosimo a chance to chip away at this and then clear it with the Time Bombs, etc. You can get a 5/4 here by killing your own Time Bomb with the Desert Naturalist.
And Rock Hopper as well, just to get the fearsome block at the very least. Or or try and speed up. I think the sarcophagus is maybe the way to go if you're going for like a grindy, very late game kind of deck. And we are going to do it because there is still at least one single lost soul in the hand for Thomas. Again, it continues to be a very strange game in terms of the card draw for Thomas. I think he had so many spells and I don't know, only one lost soul, for example. He's drawn quite a bit of his cards in his deck, so definitely a strange game that we've seen until now. And it's not over yet. The Buried Sundays is gone, but there's still Preservarium, there's still value here for Cosimo. Yeah. And Thomas is running out of cards.
So we've got Rite of the Arcane and just a little bit of extra help to clear this invasive Hydrovine, but the resources that need to come through to clear this big unit is going to buy Thomas a lot of time to stabilize and just draw even more threats on top of this. We've got Spirit Fire this round into Rite of the Arcane, or Rite of the Arcane this round into Spirit Fire next round, to stop a wider swing against Thomas's open attack. Cosimo has the potential for Rockhopper into Desert Naturalist just to get a wider board this round and go for an attack.
See what he considers. The Chronomancer looks like it's going to be a predict, trying to find something more in particular. Or the Preservarium draw Zerath, of course.
Second Zerath is big. Golden Ambassador is also an interesting pickup because you're guaranteed to get a buffed Zerath or the second Azir, I think.
And Spirit Fire is going to be at least a way to remove the Hydrovine next turn once it does attack. If it does attack, if there's a big swing coming in.
Yeah, because you have to... The issue is that your 3/3 Fearsome blocker is going to get pulled by Twinblade Revenant. So it is actually a lot of damage coming through from this position. If Thomas does just keep developing further. Aloof Travelers hits the Spirit Fire! Oh no, that AoE you needed to kind of even out against the Hydrovine is really big. But now, at the very least, with a second Fearsome blocker, you do have the means to hit Hydrovine. Second Aloof Traveler snipes the...
doesn't hit the Zerath.
Doesn't hit the Zerath.
The big Zerath as well, 6/6 body coming in. There isn't any great removal here except for the attempt at a Twinblade Revenant plus Time Winder plus... there's no Axe, actually. You can't play Draven out still. Time Bomb coming down from Cosimo. And finds not the most, tempo heavy or most, the best one drop here coming to the late game. But at least we'll see if he can find a way to take down this Hydrovine, because it's going to give value again and again and again, especially on the defense turns with the Ephemeral, providing, really no chance for an open attack or an attack to happen whatsoever.
Yeah, Thomas just going to keep this Hydrovine on the back line. Like, we've got Twinblade Revenant as like infinite value of attackers and defenders, and now Hydrovine just doubles down on that. Suddenly, we're playing like this monstrous endless value game. With the Time Bomb, however, the Hydrovine will go down, but this is just, again, the tempo that this Hydrovine has bought for Thomas gives them enough room to maybe come back into the game, thanks to the Aloof and thanks to the Rummage. With so many bad spell-heavy reactive draws early in the game, the second half of Thomas's deck is almost the rest of all of the units and pressure and card draw and cycling.
And again, there's no clean removal for the Zerath. He can potentially get, maybe not out of control, but definitely quite a bit of value here with the Rite of the Arcane. He's going to have to do it before I think these Hydrovine Ephemerals come out, or else it's going to just be clogging up the hits. Yeah, from the... He can do it here with the
you just
popping the sarcophagus.
Yep, that's totally fine. And then the 1 damage from the time bomb finishes him off. Because we've got Preservarium popping, then Time Bomb pops, and those both snipe the Aloof Travelers because Zerath targets the weakest units. So by using the Rite of the Arcane here, it means that the Time Bomb deals the final 1 HP. Cosimo taking a minute to calculate exactly how all the landmarks in Zerath actually play out, but now we've got Unraveled Earth, we've got Rock Hopper, we've got even more landmark generation to continuously just snipe the Twin Blade Revenant. Like, as it comes down, it'll step on the Roiling Sands and then take 3 damage.
There's a Time Bomb coming in, gonna hit the Hydrovine like you mentioned, and the Aloof as well. Time Winder coming in, again, maybe preparing for a Scorcher's top deck to try and stop the open attack. It's gonna be a massive open, maybe even just lethal. I mean, depending on what the draw is here from Thomas. There's snipe number 1, Time Bomb goes off, snipe number 2.
And we've got
Rummage. You can
Rummage
find something
into
with Rummage.
Scorched Earth. We've got Unraveled Earth as well to maybe finally get Rite of Negation. I really do like the open attack here. Unraveled Earth into open attack.
I mean,
Or
there is the mind game.
Hopper.
There is the mind game of Thomas playing the Time Winder and thus trying to show that he maybe has some kind of removal possibly, but he would have just played it last turn because he had the mana to do so. So maybe that's not really the biggest mind game unless Cosimo's overthinking it.
And there's the
Rummage goes in and no spells whatsoever. It's Caitlyn and Draven. Shenimo comes down and Cosimo with Mono-shurima takes it to the long game and wins and outvalues Lost Soul. I never thought I would say this in my life, but here we are. And Cosimo, Spanish player, winning game 1. Definitely have to be happy about that one.
Yeah, being in a position where your sort of weaker deck has taken game 1 and you have 2 chances now with your more aggressive burn focused deck to high roll and close out the set is a fantastic position to be in. And after such a long first game with so much grind, so many decisions to be made, shifting gears to a faster deck that just wants to play at a more standard cadence also takes a huge mental strain off of Cosimo. I think we could really see in his reactions throughout that game that the fatigue is really starting to get to him as a player.
Right away, we see some pretty good anti-aggro cards here. Mystic Shot. Maybe Time Winder will be pretty good in this deck if he does find the 1-off copy at stopping a few of the 1 HP targets here, like the Mariah Warden. We see the Inventive Chemist. Actually, both cards would be stopped. Mariah Warden can also high roll sometimes. I've gotten a Krusty Krogger at 2-4. I've gotten a few very interesting high rolls, and Cosimo has been high rolling all tournament long with his Make It Rains with the 2-drop. So why not just high roll with all your 2-drops instead?
All right, yeah. So Thomas is going to try to keep on the board here. Has Caitlyn and Draven, but it's a biggest fan. Here
the biggest fan Draven is on the wrong side of the board, but he's happy nonetheless. He'll be seeing Draven anyway, so doesn't care on what part of the backstage he's at.
Yeah, so Boom Baboon comes down to stop a little bit of this. It feels really bad when you have to use that 3-1 stat line to trade down into a 1-drop or a 2-drop like that. But we have, still tons of burn available. The flash bombs from Caitlyn are going to be a huge detriment against all these 1 HP units, however.
This Crackshot Corsair is somehow the most sturdy unit on the board. This has happened very rarely, but he is the defender of the people right now. He has to absorb these traps no matter what. Come on, Crackshot, you can do it.
All right, no flash bomb on the top end, Conchologist. We talked about it just a little bit, very briefly earlier in the broadcast, that the slightly updated version of this list actually changed out Crackshot, the Conchologist for Stone Stacker, the 2-mana 2/2 with Impact and Tough, and it does very well into the flash bombs. So that is an interesting idea. Cosimo does have a little bit of value, however, baked into this tournament deck, which could, like we saw with like more powder being offered, some other very interesting ideas, maybe an extra pokey stick or something, could pay dividends. Crackshot Corsair attacking right now just for the sake of these 2-1s getting damage around the sides in exchange for this 1-drop. And by dealing 1 damage to Caitlyn, sets up beautifully for this double up to finish her off.
And that's the big thing. You don't have really that many units in deck that you're going to be developing for much longer. So you might just be flipping to a burn strategy very quickly, and you're happy to get the extra damage from, like you said, going wide and trading off the Crackshot Corsair for a bad trade, but setting up the double up. So I think it was, very heads up play by Cosimo and makes complete sense in this current situation.
Yeah. There are certain matchups where you can hold the Crackshot Corsairs on the back line if you know you're going to have a board consistently and you're just punching your opponent. But I really love the way this deck accentuates the skill around attacking and defending with Crackshot.
And you could have even Twisted Fate gold carded before the attack, but I think maybe Cosimo was a bit scared of the Arachnoid Sentry, possibly a 2-for-1. is a possibility as well. But either way, I think it would have worked out pretty similarly. You would have had to make it rain to clean up the Caitlyn after the stun on the next attack token turn. And one of the big weaknesses with Draven, with Caitlyn or Ezreal back in the past, is that you have a very clear game plan. You don't have ways to buff your unit's health. You don't have ways to heal. So it allows certain decks to play around it very effectively.
And answers the first Caitlyn, but a second Caitlyn is there to take her place. Fortunately, there's no Tri-Beam, and the Flash Bomb hits.
Twisted Fate takes the hit for Draven's biggest fan.
Fortunately, no Ravenous Flock, no other removal spells. This is the opposite of what we saw from Thomas last round. Instead of all spells, it's mostly units. And so when you have a lot of bodies in play to keep the pressure on, Cosimo is going to be all in on trying to defend as much as they can while working towards burn. 12 HP to go. We've got
the Yordle coming down on defense, being able to use the Poison Dart and then just keep getting it next turn as a kind of a refuel of direct damage to the Nexus, plus the Shrooms as well.
That's
Ooh, there's a Time Winder.
Oh man, Time Winder really clears the path here. But Thomas just going to hold on to it, saying, I've got Caitlyn, she has a free attack anyway. I've got more Flash Bombs that can maybe just clear for free, and I save a card. And this, again, speaks to the evolution of this archetype, where Caitlyn sort of does a body plus removal in one package so that you can save your cards a little bit more. Cosimo thinking, yep, just takes the hit. I kind of like a chump block there, if I'm not going to lie, because you're very likely to lose out on your body thanks to Flash Bomb traps. So I figure you get a little bit of value by just cashing it in there on defense.
I think it's worth a high roll. You're not really going to lose the race, I think, to you know, burning your opponent, burning you down before you're able to get it, I think, at this point.
Ooh, Cosimo.
Yeah, this is the game plan. Just go straight
sending
Nexus
it to
all the time.
base. Saying, okay, do I want to Poison Dart the Caitlyn to set up for the double up? There's Flame Chompers, which I can also hit with double up whenever I want to. So if you send this to face, it's 11, and then you have 6 more damage in hand, plus maybe a little bit more from Lecturing Yordle about to open attack, plus Conchologist maybe getting you something. So
the moment you traded your Caster Corsair into Caitlyn, the board-based damage was over. It's time now to go into the burn mode. And that is what Cosimo has now shifted gears into. And Yordle is a good card at just continually refueling and giving you these small pings as long as it survives. And also just a good body to swing in with. Can possibly get hit by the traps instead of the other 2 units. And you can go in for a big swing next turn.
Yeah, so we do have Draven coming down. There is second Draven in hand for Whirling Death. We haven't seen Whirling Death at all, despite all the Caitlyn Dravens. And Tenor of Terror off the top. This is going to result in another potential wide swing, more impact damage, more chip damage. And again, just the Poison Dart coming off of Lecturing Yordle. Even if it does go down to a removal spell plus Whirling Death, you still have that Poison Dart to send to the Nexus. You still have Mushrooms now in Thomas's deck. All of the cycle with Sump Dredger and Rummage and Zonite Urchin and... Wait, no, Urchin's not in this deck. I mean, Aloof Traveler. You know, becomes a detriment because that's 1 or 2 points of extra damage you might be taking.
And this is, you know, the whole point of this deck is that you reach a certain point where you don't even have to connect with the Nexus to deal the damage. It's kind of like always like these PNZ Noxus decks in the past with Boom Crew Rookie. It was just all about just getting maximum efficiency in terms of mana, transferring that into burn damage. You look at all the cards in the deck builder that are able to do this somewhat efficiently, you put them in the deck, and you start going.
So, Thomas thinking now about the Time Winder into, just sniping these 2 1 HP units, keeping this wider attack under control. There was the consideration there, of course, of discarding something else and keeping the axe to level up Draven off of the Whirling Death play that's being presented here. Conchologist offering the Pokey Stick. You get more damage to the Nexus and more card draw.
And you're happy getting a full swing here because your 2 attack units, if they do try and get, you know, value blocked by Draven or by Caitlyn, you still have the Make It Rain to try and get the 2 for 1 and maybe even hit the Nexus if you're lucky.
We've got, with 2 Pokey Sticks, double up, Make It Rain. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 damage actually right now with the impacts and the Poison Dart that's about to be generated. And you're actually getting even more damage around the sides because it's only 3 blockers versus
the Peacemaker will take down
4 attackers.
the Beast of Burden, I believe it's called.
The base of burden.
Base, right? The base of burden on the
it's
side.
a music pun.
So it will not actually connect with the impact, and it will not go over the side, but still, there is some damage coming in. And like I mentioned, you're going to obviously try and get the value blocks of your Thomas, and that sets up for the Make It Rains. Or even just the Poison Dart if he's... but I think the Make It Rain's guaranteed here once the Peacemaker comes down, so no reason not to. And you still have a board. I mean, you're still the one that's not even fighting for the board. You're fighting to then go face with Poison Darts, but you're still able to have the better board with the Yordle completely untouched at a very healthy and very impressive 3-5 stat line.
And then the Make It Rain comes through.
Oh, getting real greedy.
Oh, yeah, it's a fleeting card, so...
That is true, that is true. All right, you can just do the Make It Rain next turn, and Cosimo, we've seen him today with his Make It Rain luck, so even if a unit is played, we already know...
2 units are played.
We already know he's hitting Caitlyn, and Draven, and the Nexus.
Yeah, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's True Shot Barrage. Just choose 3 targets and let it rip. And Thomas knows, I can't open attack like this against Make It Rain. Not a single one has been played yet, right? So you know your opponent still has 3 copies. What an excellent card that was fairly and justly buffed back to 2 mana, Panda. And you've got double Pokey Stick still to deal 2 damage to the Nexus. You've got a fat double up.
Even if Make It Rain doesn't hit the right units, you can still, if you think you're losing kind of the board-based race, you might go for Pokey Stick onto one of the Draven and Caitlyn, but I don't think you are. I think really it's all about the Nexus right now.
And yeah, so Thomas just has to say, what am I even developing here? We've got Piltover Peacemaker. That just goes onto the Lecturing Yordle, but this fat HP total, I think you have to Sump Dredger. Discard the Axe, look for another card, look for something here. Aloof Traveler hits the double up.
Can take down the double up. The Make It Rain comes in.
Oh my god!
Scarzig, why are you surprised?
I don't even know why I'm surprised. Exactly. We already knew this was
completely calm and collected because this was the only possible outcome. Cosimo is, the father of Make It Rain. He decides where the target hits. There's no randomness when he plays a card. And we've seen it for the 3rd time today. The perfect hits every single time.
Heavens to Betsy. But we've got Dreadway Deckhand into 2 mana into 2 damage Pokey Stick. The double up getting discarded is really unfortunate because that was a big burst of damage that Cosimo was relying on. But there are 3 copies in the deck. And with Pokey Stick, you're very likely to draw into, at this point in the game, you have some very strong top decks. Double Up, Gangplank, Hidden Pathways even.
I'm just looking forward to what Mariah Warden's going to hit when Cosimo's the one playing this card out, because if he believes it can do anything, but he burns doesn't attack there. We see a TF. We see double traps here. The Yordle does still survive and just goes for the immediate
the Lecturing
attack.
Yordle was already going onto the attack before the flash bombs even hit him. He tripped over a couple flashbangs on his way to the battlefield.
Listen, he might look a bit slow, but don't underestimate the speed of this Yordle. He is really...
He's got that big beard.
Fast.
He's been in and out of battle and scouting for Bandle City for years and years now. He knows what to do.
Weapon of choice is a Poison Dart, so he must have some kind of, agile, nimble, tree jumping allure to him, I think.
And this is going to be 9 mushrooms now in Thomas's deck. And what's nice too is that with no threat of rally or anything silly like that, Cosimo can just put all the burn down, and if Thomas develops a wider board, you have Mariah Warden to help you out. You've got Dreadway Deckhand plus red card to wipe the board a little bit or maybe set up. Double Pokey Stick is going to draw more cards. You still have room to maybe play Gangplank.
Could go for a potential Pokey Stick play to try and find, like you mentioned, a Gangplank, but I'm gonna say it might be too much of a high roll, but maybe for Cosimo, there's nothing out of limits. If he wants it, he gets it.
When you are playing in Fight Night and you are like the winner, it always seems that the player that wins is also doing very well over the course of the day in terms of like just drawing well and just playing like a protagonist, playing like they're already the champion. We've got a interesting idea here. Which one do you pick?
I'd say Mystic Shot. I don't think the damage, the units are generally going to be big enough. At this point in the game, maybe get excited is fine.
We didn't get excited, okay.
The 3 mana to play it out, so it's fine. You obviously have the axe to discard. There's a red card coming in. Even if it does, you know, if he gets excited as the keg, it's still killing the aloof. It's still damaging everything else. It's not going to set everything else down to pokey stick range. Maybe Thomas is scared about a second make it rain, and if I were him, obviously I would be, considering Cosimo was the one playing it. But it might be the consideration to take down the keg here.
It's like, instead of Misfortunes make it rain, it's actually Cosimo's make it rain. Like, it's actually written on the card.
And still able to take advantage here of the pokey stick to make use of the keg.
Don't falter, Cosimo. Saying, do I want to answer this board? Do I want to stick with the burn game plan? I think you got to. That double up getting discarded was really unfortunate, but there's a chance you draw into another one, and it would just end the game here with the red card and the pokey stick going onto the Nexus.
And there's no chance of you not having chump blockers next turn. You're fine to play pokey stick, actually both of them possibly even this turn, just to have, you know, in case of an open attack, and then just use the Mirai Warden. No more mana left for Thomas, no more chance to counterplay or build a bigger board. And you still have obviously 2 jump blockers with a chance to play Mirai Warden, as long as the traps don't. Yeah, fine.
The flash bombs are a little bit rough. Maybe Mirai Warden is the play here, just to facilitate a little bit more defense. 14 HP is still pretty comfortable. Like, even if flash bomb comes down and snipes a Dreadway deckhand, you're only taking 6.
The Daring Poro, the
baby,
mushrooms.
The mushrooms! Into the double pokey stick maker rain. Never mind. Anyway.
There's no way
mushrooms.
He has to end it with a make it rain. That doesn't hit a make it rain that doesn't hit the Nexus, and then he just plays the second pokey stick. That's the way to do it. That's the stylish way to really show he's in control of where the rain falls.
Aloof Travelers.
Oh no, the
mushrooms.
lethal.
Oh.
Thomas chose Seppuku as the way to exit this tournament. Cosimo with Mono-shurima and TFGP Bandle City takes it all the way to the grand finals, takes down a previous seasonal winner in Thomas, one of the best players in Europe, with this lineup that I thought was an absolute joke going into the tournament, but I have been proven wrong. Although in the right hands, and Cosimo has some magical hands indeed from what we've been seeing today in all aspects. Maybe it's something to be scared of going forward.
This Bandle Pirates, Bandle City Tempo, it's so new it doesn't even have a name yet. We have to give credit once again to Sparkling Iced Tea and Broken Ball for this new brew. And against the current field of the metagame, it's really taking advantage of the lack of healing, and that's really what we've seen over the course of today's broadcast with the Gangplank Bandle City build. The Mono-shurima has been the weak link, but Cosimo, as long as you give him a chance to take a game off of you with that deck, the Bandle GP is like almost guaranteed. Just like the Make It Rain. Guaranteed.
That will be it for this losers final round. We have obviously the grand finals coming up between Badge Attack and Cosimo, and there's nothing left now for us to witness other than, you know, this tournament ending with a bracket reset, game 3 Mono-shurima movie from Cosimo. That's what I'm going to call right now. I'm using all my caster blessing energy, but that will come after a very short break. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the grand finals.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to head into the grand finals. We have returning champion Badge Attack sitting in the grand finals, been waiting very patiently, against the opponent Cosimo, who had a heroic run through the lower bracket, got revenge on the player that sent him there in the first place, and is now about to try and get the classic Fight Night EU bracket reset. However, the two players that are going to be playing in the grand finals, we need to refamiliarize ourselves with them. Badge Attack, a very young player from the Czech Republic, very strong overall. Panda's mentioned it several times already, and this new blood in the CCG scene has just broken in. Whenever you see like a new player come into a tournament, they're always so strong and consistent.
And Cosimo from Spain actually made a big splash with us in Fight Night quite a few months ago, and that's where I started picking about his name. I think that same season, in the seasonal, he also qualified and had a good run as well, and I think really started opening eyes to his gameplay and who he was and his place in the scene. And now I think it's not an overestimation to consider him one of the best Spanish players in the world for Runeterra. And, well, if you're one of the best Spanish players, then you're one of the best players as well, because, Spain's pretty strong. Scarzig,
yeah, Spain OP. Noticed. Yeah, and this whole lobby has been made up of mostly world qualifiers and just the best of the best of the best of all across the European shard. And so Cosimo really taking it to the grand finals with Mono-shurima and a new Bandle City Gangplank deck. But looking once again at the bracket, Badge Attack had a couple very close 2-1, a 2-1 to get to the grand finals. It wasn't really a clean sweep. The players are very evenly matched. Meanwhile, Cosimo was sent to losers by Thomas and then had to fight all the way back up to get that rematch in the losers finals with another clean 2-0. The lower bracket has been a lot more polarized with these 2-0 matchups, and we'll see these two players battle it out here because they haven't played yet today.
Which is actually a blessing for Badge Attack, because Cosimo has taken down both of the players he has lost to initially. He's taken them down in the rematch, let's say, with Ragnar, for example. So it's going to be a tough one. Obviously, bracket resets are always difficult against Badge Attack's very, let's say, standard, consistent lineup, even more so. Although, that being said, Thomas and Badge Attack have the same exact lineup, and Cosimo just won against Thomas. So does that mean that his lineup is necessarily well positioned against Badge Attacks? I don't think so. I think Thomas had some very weird draws in that game 1. I think in game 2, maybe yes, that is the case, because obviously Draven Caitlyn, and historically any kind of Draven Ezreal deck has never been good against direct burn, because they don't have healing, they don't have really ways just other than controlling the board to the best that they can. But now, especially this version of Draven Caitlyn isn't fast enough to compete with burn before they're able to really draw into their double ups and poison darts, just slowly take it down kind of in a more slow fashion. So this is the version for Badge Attack that he's bringing with Draven Caitlyn. Overall, nothing too crazy from what is the new standard. Some fumes are an interesting tech addition, as is the Poro Cannon and the single copy of Station Archivist.
And 3 copies of Scorched Earth means it's going to be, of course, taking down that Sun Disk very consistently. Meanwhile, the Sivir Demacia, this version is running Screeching Dragon rather than the triple Bruiser that we saw in the previous lineup. This is going to give Badge Attack a way to keep control of the board. If any advantage is gained, it's going to be almost impossible for Cosimo to take that away. I think that we're going to see the classic opener of Cosimo just going for Mono-shurima, trying to get the win with that, because that's really the deciding factor of whether or not Cosimo can win. And even with a bracket reset, trying to win against a consistent lineup like this with Mono-shurima is going to be very difficult, considering the pedigree that these two lists have throughout just like the history of the recent metagames.
And the pedigree of the opponent. Badge Attack, currently one of the players on the hottest streak and the best form in Europe right now. Qualified to World, won the last Fight Night, did I think well in the past 3 or 4 seasonals as well throughout this year. So overall, very consistent and very high level gameplay from him in any tournament that he enters. And obviously being in the grand finals now from the winners bracket side, no surprise in this case. And it's going to be a struggle for Cosimo, especially considering his experimental lineup. But if he's made it this far, it's for a reason, and it's not just the make it rain high rolls. I think there's a bit more to it. Definitely a very good player, and we'll see just how it pans out as soon as we start up the game 1 of this series.
Yeah, the players are taking this final opportunity to either test some experimental lineups or just get more practice with the decks they're maybe planning on bringing to Worlds. We've seen some players kind of sandbag a little bit with big tournaments around the corner. They'll play something that is a little bit outside of what they're normally comfortable with, just for the sake of keeping their truly practiced decks a bit closer to the chest. But with this setup here, we've already got Mono-shurima versus the Caitlyn Draven. This came down to a very long, grindy matchup that was decided by a leveled Xerath in the matchup between Cosimo and Thomas. So with Badge Attack, he can maybe even keep that into account and try to go for an aggressive game plan to take advantage of Shurima's lack of healing.
And as we know, the Birdie Sun Disc has a condition that makes it so you draw it in hand every time on turn 1. And Badge Attack's Draven Caitlyn, when he faces Mono-shurima, has a condition that he will draw the Scorched Earth also on turn 1. So both players starting off with the right cards in hand. And right away, even if there's only, I think, 1 or possibly 2 copies in Badge Attacks, there's 3 copies of Scorched Earth. So it was much more likely that he would draw it no matter what.
Yeah, the Scorched Earth is guaranteed here. There's only 1 copy of Rite of Negation in Cosimo's deck. There is, a miracle of I level up Zillion and I have double Rite of Negation for both Scorched Earth, and you don't have the 3rd, and we get to go to the movies. But there's still always the chance that even with Scorched Earth in hand, maybe some things go awry and there just isn't the tempo or the mana floated to cast it. So we've got Arachnoid Sentry into Ravenous Flock, just clearing the board. Badge Attack just setting up for a, just a board dominant play style already. We've got Aloof Travelers coming through. We need some enablers for the Lost Soul, but other than that, the rest of the hand is looking pretty decent.
So in this matchup, the disadvantage of playing Mono-shurima against Scorched Earth basically means that is a deck, the way it's built, bad enough that if you start with 2 mana or you get 2 mana sometime in the late game, that's a tempo disadvantage between the Sun Disc and the Scorched Earth. Is it worth it? That's the question, I think. It might not be, considering the limitation of cards you can run.
Yeah, the Mono-shurima deck, and this version specifically, that was kind of posted and mildly popularized by Brad Kata from the EU scene, said that, the deck can still, as we've seen even today, still carve out some wins even with the Sun Disc going down. A lot of the Scorched Earth and landmark removal we're seeing in the metagame right now is mostly to deal with the Bandle tree, and so this deck just gets caught in the crossfire.
And the Aloof does not hit any important targets there. The Azir survived, even though he was one of the highest cards at 3 mana, but ended up going into the spell instead. And the Aloof, not really hitting that much. Again, the board state for Cosimo is full of landmarks at this point. So Xerath is expected to level up very quickly. And maybe even has like a kind of a tempo level up. We saw it with Thomas. It was a super slow game, both players playing very reactively. That was mostly because Thomas had a very reactive hand full of only spells, and there wasn't that many, premium units that he wanted to take down on Cosimo's side of the board. The same might happen here, but we do see double Lost Soul in the hand for Badge Attack.
Yeah, we've got the Tri-Beam Improbulator in hand, but Scorched Earth being the only 3 mana card to start stacking it, it is going to be pretty slow going there. Aloof Traveler does have a nice potential attack here. But we have to remember, too, is that with the Aloof Traveler drawing and then discarding, it does maybe give a little bit of info about what Cosimo's hand might contain. A lot of, 3 or less cost things, maybe respecting Quicksand from this position. The board, if you play the Preservarium, it'll just be the board is full of landmarks. And I haven't seen that quite yet. I haven't seen 6 landmarks on board yet. But here we are, Panda.
Today's the day of records. We saw it with the fastest ever game we witnessed between Lurk and this Mono-shurima deck as game 1 of the tournament. And we saw it with the Make It Rain, hitting all the right hits time after time after time.
And so here's the Devout getting a nice value trade onto the 2/2. You know that all of your units, essentially, their days are numbered as soon as they get damaged, but it's better to just get value out of this now before it gets pulled to the side by a Twin Blade Revenant or something like that. After the attack token is cashed in, it does open a path now for Caitlyn to come down. And we'll see how things shake out from this position. Finally getting some discard enablers to get these Lost Souls online. Get excited now. Getting rid of the Restored Devout.
You can't really, play the Red of the Arcane here, try and take down the Caitlyn, because obviously there's going to be fast speed reaction with at least one of the Scorched Earths. If you expect there to be two, I mean, even then, there's not really any threat of the Sun Disk, happening anytime soon. So there's not, you're fine even if you only had one Scorched Earth to get that big tempo advantage, and then just hope you draw it later on.
Yeah, so Cosimo is going to be in a position where you have to blow up one of your mana gems in order to use the Rite of the Arcane. And the longer you can wait before you are forced to make a play like that, then the cost of giving up a mana gem just doesn't matter anymore, because you're just so late in the game, and being down 1 mana just is immediately negated by going right back up to 10 mana, or you still have 8 or 9 mana to work with, so you don't even feel the sting.
Zerath comes down. There's no direct removal here that can take him down. If he blocks, of course, he will be opened up to Scorched Earth and Flock, and will die very quickly. But if not, he has the well, never mind. Twin Blade Revenant has
Quicksand here.
Has Challenger. That is the case. Quicksand is also there. Unfortunately, Quicksand will not remove the Last Breath and banish this Twin Blade Revenant to the Shadow Realm, because it's not how it works. I know all the viewers at home are maybe thinking about it and hoping for it, but that's not the case. Lost Soul will continue cycling itself in the hand for Badge Attack.
And the Quicksand here to protect the Zerath is nice. We're going to start getting snipes from the Preservarium, and top decks of Unearth, Roiling Sands, and Rockhopper. It's just going to translate to even more board control. And this is how we saw Cosimo actually beat Thomas. Ooh, holds back the Scorched Earth. Knows that the Azir is not close to being leveled at this point either. So there's no chance of a burst flip of the Sun Disk.
If 4 traps would have hit the Zerath there, and he had another Zerath in hand with the first option to play,
that would have been absolutely godlike. Because then we would have gone into an Emperor's Deck game.
And if someone,
which we haven't seen yet today.
If there's a champion that I would believe can channel kind of lightning, that would be Zerath. If he can attract the traps to hit him 4 times. Think about it. It makes sense.
I mean, it's worth the risk. We've got Time Bomb now about to show up from this predict. Golden Ambassador maybe gets you that second Zerath, though. Cosimo's considering the line here. Maybe get you Zillion for even more Time Bombs in the deck. Then you get a buffed up Zerath, right? A 6/6 would be a little bit harder for Cosimo to deal with. Puts it out of Twin Blade Revenant range. We have Rummage in hand for Badge Attack as well, so both these Lost Souls are going to come back online. Oh, man.
And there's a kill on the Zerath.
Both players recognize the implications of the punishes that could happen with that play, but does not come through.
And now he does go for it. Rite of Negation is in hand. There's going to be a second Scorched Earth if Badge Attack chooses to go for it.
How many units for Azir to level up? Sad days. Double Scorched Earth was indeed drawn. And this is going to still be a tick up for the Tri-Beam Impropulator.
The hand is looking, not too powerful on the side of Cosimo, and the double Twin Blade Revenant. We saw with Thomas, he only had 1, and that maybe slowed down the game plan a little bit. But in this case, it is pretty, I think, maybe not over here, but the control is looking like it's going to be in favor of Badge Attack now, with double Challenger and, some great spells like the, Tri-Beam Impropulator still counting up and getting more and more picks as we move along. But Golden Ambassador is a way now to draw a little bit more and get more value.
Yeah, we got Twin Blade Revenant keeping the board under control. We've got Sump Dredger and Get Excited to recycle the Lost Souls once again. This is going to be 2 more charges for the Tri-Beam Impropulator to get another big unit. And we'll see if Badge Attack, completes the unholy trinity of putting the Tri-Beam at 7 and then getting Invasive Hydrovine.
The biggest problem here is that obviously Xerath is kind of the more explosive champion going to the late game, and I believe both copies are now gone. Azir is great, but kind of very linear in what he's trying to do and not that explosive. I mean, yeah, he can attack the Nexus and have a Sand Soldier, sure, but this deck isn't really built around Azir to the sense that you can really exploit his ability and create a big tempo gap in that sense.
Yeah, he's just there as a big thing you can get off of the Golden Ambassador. He summons units to maybe level up himself. I wonder if you summon the baby Azir first, just because you're kind of counting on it dying. Wait, here's the cycle coming through.
And the Archivist also a great way to continue kind of getting value in the late game. Getting a spell from her. As long as you don't get a Tri-Beam Populator as the only card to pick from, then everything is fine. But it has happened to me quite a bit. We saw it happen today as well. And it is one of the more detrimental things about running Archivist as a one-off in Raven Caitlyn.
Yeah, fortunately though, when you do get it late in the game like this, you have enough mana to still take advantage of the fleeting copy if it is very expensive. And so we'll have to see how Cosimo plays this. Time Bomb will draw a card. Just goes for Azir's Arise, actually. This is going to level up the Azir. Yeah, so it turns out he was actually very close to leveling up. So that double Scorched Earth play came in like right under the wire there to stop the Sun Disk from leveling and flipping rather.
This is going to be a big swing at burst speed. You can go for the third one and not attack with Azir at all if you want to just keep him as a threat. Obviously, you've used the second copy of Azir to play out the Arises, so that's not really a chance to play him to get the second one again. So you do have to keep this Azir a bit more safe if possible. And there is the full swing with the Sand Soldiers, Azirelia, PTSD coming in for Badge Attack.
Yeah, just going for a wide swing. Cosimo, I think just the experience of playing against that with that Bandle City deck knows that if I can just keep going wide, keep going for burn, and play the Time Bomb here next round, that's one more damage to the Nexus, we have a high chance of maybe drawing another Azir and going for another wide attack with the Azir's Arise to just punch through.
And surely now this Azir can be taken down by the Tri-Beam. I think it is definitely at enough counter. So depending on what the Tri-Beam pulls, and yeah, especially with a stun here, you can kill it off any blocker. It might just be an OTK here from Badge Attack from 16 to 0.
Yeah, we've got the stun. Get Excited goes onto the Nexus, enables another Twin Blade Revenant to come through. So that's 13 exactly. We do have the Quicksand for defense, so it's not going to be exact lethal, but this is still...
Badge Attack is always so quick, hovering over the Tri-Beam. I can never read how many it's at. It's at 9 now, I believe, though.
Oh, that's
it's like a millisecond off where I read the number, and I'm like, come on.
And
just
gets the Ledros. This is an outcome that we were hoping to happen for a very long time, but Ledros, game 1 is going to go to Badge Attack.
And the Lost Soul, infinite value for Badge Attack. You can't lose at that sense. Badge Attack takes the game 1 against Cosimo. Puts this now on a match point since he is a player that is coming from the winners final. He's a player that hasn't lost yet, so he wins the next game with a list like Sivir Demacia, which isn't, crazy thing to think about. He is your Fight Night champion for the second week in a row, trying to take this title from, I think it was Marcus got 3 in a row. I think,
yeah,
Ultraman got a few wins, but not in a row.
I think Ultraman has like the most wins, but they're like not in a row. I think they're spread out. We'd have to check the tapes. We'll have to consult the ancient tomes.
But Badge Attack is starting to put his name down on the record book of Fight Night as well.
And going into match point for Badge Attack, Cosimo is sticking with this Mono-shurima. This is what we talked about, where this is going to be the hard part, is getting the win with the Mono-shurima. The Gangplank Bandle City deck has been a much more consistent and aggressive performer, and this is just a fluctuation of the Fight Night format. You have to try to get wins with both of the decks that you bring. So sometimes you can win by just reverse sweeping your opponent's weakest deck.
I don't believe there's any landmark removal in this list from Badge Attack, though. Mr. Scarzig. So maybe it will be, I don't know if the game's gonna last that long, but there's a chance we will go to the movies in this game.
There is a chance. I mean, we've got Rockhopper already online, pressuring an Akshan development, pressuring the Vagabond being played here.
And the Xerath is already in hand, one of them. Xerath is probably the most, obviously, consistent way of leveling up the Sundisk quickly.
Yeah, it's very easy to level him up. Destroy 4 landmarks, and then you get to advance by 10. And so, if we just consider that, it's kind of like...
And the hand is really awkward from Batch Attack. What is this? Doesn't have a single... Where's Sivir at? Doesn't have a single play to make, except for a Bright Super Protector onto, what, the landmark? Give the landmark barrier? I'm not sure that's how that works. This is not the right hand for you.
Yeah, so there's the pass. You already have full spell mana. We have seen games like this previously where, oh, you have an awkward turn, you're just gonna pass, but you don't mind because you kind of want to float the spell mana anyway. But having an awkward turn like this with no plays and your spell mana is full, yeah, you have to cash in the Bright Steel Protector just to try to defend yourself a little bit here.
And even more, making use of his mana, he knows that this is the only unit he has. He might go for the sharp side here just to try and yeah, make some use of his mana. This is a play that you have to pivot into if you're, you know, a player that doesn't want to obviously be at the mercy of a bad hand. You have to try and adapt and make a way to make that hand a bit more useful, and that's one way to do it. Try and keep your opponent's board at bay at the very least.
Yeah, and you're ticking down on the Warlord's Palace. You're also giving Cosimo another landmark, however. So the Xerath is going to be leveled up here pretty soon. And if we count the Sundisk around the same cadence as the Sentinel's Treasure maybe leveling up, we're going to see some explosive value come out of both players at the same time. And we'll see who wins at the end.
And the thing with Demacia, that's something that, you know, especially newer players have to learn, is that all of their very scary spells all function off of units being on the board. When there are no units, those scary spells become pretty much useless. You can't buff anything, you can't strike anything. It is kind of irrelevant. Against rally deck, it is the same. Control the units and you're going to be fine in most cases. And this is the same. When you don't have units, it's really not just bad because you can't curve out. It's because your spells also become pretty useless and you can't really even use them to remove anything because they interact with your own units as well.
And so Bruiser gets a really nice block here. And we've got the single combat. Even though it was dragged to the side by that ephemeral unit, we're still having a lot of defense come through from Badge Attack. And a lot of, again, just targeting friendly units with spells and with effects just accelerates this palace. Getting the card draw off of the Warlord's Treasure is going to be so important to try to draw into Sivir or something to convert from this position. Again, Mono-shurima really struggles with dealing with Sivir, and there is no quicksand in hand just yet for an easy spell shield pop. Looks like a free attack from the Bruiser here as well because of Tough. This is going to get another lucky find and just further accelerate that Warlord's Palace.
And again, if you don't have units, you have to try and make use of what you can. And this Bruiser is now the centerfold piece of the strategy here for Badge Attack.
So Zillion going to come down. And, oh, it's a 3/6 buff from Golden Ambassador. Desert Naturalist is a very interesting idea. If you have the landmark to spare, you can get another blocker, another 5/4, which could be very helpful. Golden Ambassador is just going to keep tutoring through the deck even more, looking for a bigger Zillion, looking for a Zir. As we summon, those units get closer and closer to leveling up, and we could see just a double ascended drop to fully level up the Sundisk. And if we get to Emperor's deck, I'm really curious. I've never seen the Sivir Demacia versus Emperor's deck matchup.
You can also take down just the Horde, you know, with the Naturalist as well in this matchup. If there is a key the landmark to remove, and obviously it's not a huge tempo disadvantage because you are playing at least a 2/4 body on the board as well.
Yeah, you're still going to get the Warlords, I think, because, you know, it's just going to count down naturally. But by popping the Sentinel's Treasure, the Sentinel's Horde, then you force Badge Attack to draw into another Akshan in order to get that resummoned.
And it looks like a pretty risky concerted strike that would be punished by a quicksand heavily. Can also just be negated by red negation in this case. If you do want to save the Zillion here and not allow for obviously control of the board to badge attack, especially considering that at this level, players obviously can intuitively know if my player is playing very awkward and weird lines like this one, it's because their hand fucked to some degree at some point in the game. And on ladder, you maybe players aren't perceptive enough to really pick up on this and pick up on exactly how it's not an ideal hand. But at this level, obviously both players know very well, so the play patterns will change here, and Cosimo might do something he normally wouldn't, knowing that these units are very valuable, and having a blocker in Zillion or an attacker is also worth it.
Yeah, so saving the Zillion means that you don't have the right of mitigation for a rally anymore. Badge attack we see has the Golden Aegis in hand, probably was totally fine with that negate coming through, but without the attack token, we get a nice open attack here instead. Another sharp sight coming through. All of these really small, awkward units that Bajidok has drawn have been able to get really strong trades. In the meantime, we've got the draw now on Screeching Dragon. Two huge bodies in play now that are going to keep this board really, really under control. Preservarium as well, drawing even more.
Finds the second rally, and we mentioned it. If you don't have units, these spells don't make that much sense, and it's the case here with only Screeching Dragon and I guess the spell shield on the Bruiser is definitely a good thing, because with the barrier from the rally, it's going to be great. But once these units are gone, all these spells in hand are completely useless. Cataclysm.
And we've got now the Desert Naturalist coming through. We talked about it maybe clearing the Sentinel's Horde, but just being used to develop another blocker, and now Catalysm comes through.
And controlling the board here, but really, I mean, not really doing much of anything to advance the game plan for Badge attack. He's missed both of his champions, so that is obviously a huge detriment, and we can see that reflected, obviously, with what's happening here.
And just more lucky finds coming onto the Bruiser. Quick attack now. Just keeps feeding into himself. You can really see the snowballing here. Still has the attack token, of course.
And the biggest thing is obviously the spell shield. You can't quick send here, which would be a huge punish.
And Cosimo does indeed let the Zillion go down. Wants to keep this quicksand for, it looks like, popping another spell shield down the road, getting rid of the Sivir perhaps. And I do like the right of the Arcane here to take down the Screeching Dragon at 4 HP. You get this underneath. There's been already so many buff spells like Sharp Sight and everything played. You miss out on the Lucky Find potentially giving it tough. So now we've got Quick Attack, Overwhelm, Tough, Spell Shield. It's a build your own Ruin Runner Panda. And we've got double Rally on top of this. So now we need Unraveled Earth into Xerath.
Punishing any kind of development from Badge attack at that point, but there's barely any units to develop, so one of these Rolling Sands might not be activated for the next 5 turns.
And leveled up Xerath is going to advance the Buried Sun Disk by 10, and here comes the rally. Doesn't need to develop into that. It's important to note that when a unit has Spell Shield and Barrier, the Quicksand just absorbs the barrier. So they get to keep the rest of their keywords. It's just negated by the first Spell Shield, of course. And
no Scout yet, thankfully, so only one attack coming in.
I can't remember if you can. I don't think Scout is available.
Yeah,
Fearsome.
no, I don't think
God.
It is.
+1/+1. Bruiser actually doing a lot of work here. We've got a nice open attack here, so Badge attack doesn't even need to rally.
This Bruiser has literally been around since the turn he could come down on turn 5. We're on turn 9 going to turn 10. He is somehow still kicking it.
And so now we're taking down the Screeching Dragon and trying to keep the board as narrow as possible. So that way the Bruiser remains the target of these landmarks detonating. But
Cosimo,
still a lot of card draw coming from Badge attack.
Cosimo clearly here is had as little fuel in hand really as Badge attack does, so he didn't want to try and commit the force attack from Xerath in this case. Can go for the double quicksand, Single combat wouldn't be a punish because after the second quicksand, he'll be down to 2 attack.
Yep.
It would only be sharp sight. We've seen 2 sharpness already, so is Cosimo going to play the numbers game like he has with all his make it range today and go for the double quicksand here?
Yeah, I think double quicksand is correct. You're going to die to the bruiser if you don't respond to this. So it opens you up to basically die to Sivir or something. But the fact that Badge Attack is open attacking definitely gives Cosimo the information that there aren't any more units to just keep developing. And then you can play Azir, maybe into Dunekeeper, might flip him, and then you get Emperor's Deck. And then Emperor's Deck is filled with cards that when you play them, they'll draw you another card. So then you just have like this explosion of value and card draw. Looks like double quicksand is going to be the line that Cosimo has finally decided on.
Is it time, Scarzig? Should I get the popcorn in the microwave?
We gotta put the popcorn
it's happening.
Microwave.
Oh, Azir's coming down. Oh, Azir, show us the movie.
Tell the people what you have seen today, Panda.
The first and last time in a real, serious, 100% try-hard tournament you guys will ever see the movie happening. You thought this was going to be saved down to only Reddit clips. No, this is happening in a real fight night grand finals between Cosimo and Badge Attack.
Amazing. So now we've got this giant Xerath leveled up, and now whenever a landmark is detonated, Xerath is going to deal 5 damage to the enemy nexus. Oh, no, he just does it automatically. So now, Badge Attack needs buffs, needs overwhelm. Oh, wait, no, never mind, just dies.
Okay, well, that's the surrender from Badge Attack. Game 2 goes to Cosimo, ties the series 1-1.
I mean, you can't blame me for not knowing what level 3 Xerath does. First time I've seen it.
Listen, he drew a 9-mana card. I had no idea what that card was. I was not ready to even say its name or what possible effect it could have. But I have literally, my eyes have never, rested upon this card or the art. So I wouldn't know. That's how little I've played Mono-shurima. But still, a nice experience.
The players keep throwing curveballs at us. As casters, you get really good at casting like the same handful of very popular meta decks. And then the meta's been in such a huge state of flux lately that you're just scrambling to like, what does this card do again? What is going on with this interaction? So I love it. I love the players being very inventive. Big shout out to Mono-shurima. But now we've got game 3, bracket reset for Cosimo, or trying to end things all together for Badge Attack and just close out the tournament right now in game 3. And no 1-drop. Ooh, I like the parley. This deck has a really easy time dealing with Spell Shield. Compared with Mono-shurima, it's like night and day.
You have Poison Darts, you have Make It Rains, you have obviously the parley we're seeing here as well. You got the GP that is in hand, on time with this level up as well, so it is important to try and get these plunders. And Make It Rain will definitely help with that. And playing a Fleet Feather Tracker will also help with making this a more interesting play. But it looks like it's going to be a pass from both players instead. And the Conchal is maybe just trying to force attack you, or just, the Tenor of Terror coming down on curve with the effect or the ability already activated is also a great play. And spell mana for Make It Rain if you need it.
Ooh, Lecturing Yordle. Cosimo wants to get this online in order to start getting the Poison Darts, start getting those mushrooms down. We've got now a way to pop the Spell Shield here, which is fantastic. I guess the question is do you still send it to the Nexus anyway, because the Make It Rains will pop the Spell Shield for you 100% of the time?
I think you just, you kill the blocker here first. Force, some kind of a trade here or something, and then you can Make It Rain if you choose to. Then just kill off, or pretty much guaranteed kill off. There's still Shapestone in hand though, and it can go down onto the Feather Tracker.
It's kind of nice, too, to force out all of your opponent's, combat tricks on defense like this, especially with no Warlord's Horde in play.
Yeah.
So that the landmark isn't going to be ticking down like that.
Similar to when you're playing against Nami Zoe. If you want to really, mess up their strategy, go aggressive and force them out when they don't want to spend their spell mana, and then it really puts them in a bit of a pickle later on.
And this also signals to Cosimo that this Fleet Feather Tracker is hugely important to even out the clunkiness of this hand. And with all of the attack power in the Fleet Feather Tracker, this all goes to waste.
You can't attack now if you're the Lecturing Yordle. You don't want to die to a bird.
You don't get that really big trade that you want. It's just you're spending a bunch of mana just keeping the board alive, and then at the end of the day, the Fleet Feather Tracker just gets to fulfill his purpose of clearing the 2/2. The second Make It Rain also coming through to say, no, I want to keep my 2/2. Thank you very much.
And Double Up is a very tricky card in this matchup. You're going to have to be very careful when you play it to make sure you get, obviously, the value, because there's so many ways to buff up units. That being said, 2 Sharp Sights, 1 Shapestone already have been played out in this game.
Yeah, so a lot of buffs already being cashed in super early in the game, and it just opens up so much room for Cosimo's removal and trades to actually go his way later on in the match. Second Sivir in hand for Badge Attack. Probably not giving a worry about keeping the Sivir alive at this point. Once the Spell Shield is popped, you basically just stop caring about her immediately.
And he does have the second Sivir already there on the left-hand side of the hand, so has the refuel of Sivers and her Spell Shield ready to go. Well, as always, Caster Blessing. Now he has 2 Sivers, one on the left and one on the right.
The Ricket, and this is Badge Attack getting a little bit of the Thomas curse of Sivir is the one-man army, the one-woman army, to try to carry the game. And this is a pretty free attack here.
Not just that, but his hand is now currently in a Sivir sandwich. That's the first and last time I will ever be able to say that phrase. So I will take advantage, Scarzig.
And so with all 3 copies of Sivir drawn, there's a very clean line, a very clear path being presented to Badge Attack here. And Cosimo thinking, do I want to offer up the Lecturing Yordle like this to trade into the 5/2? Because as you said, the double up looks pretty clean here, but there's a lot of punishes.
Pass coming in, he knows that the burn player cannot resist passing back with a fleeting poison dart in hand, so he will take advantage of that strategic opportunity. But yeah, I think at this point, you obviously can't lose the board as much as you are losing it. You're going to go ahead, play the Sivir down. We'll see where the poison dart is aimed at.
With the barrel in play, I think it needs to go face.
The Oracle Eye is telling us that it's going on Sivir.
You still get the mushrooms in the deck, which is very important. And we'll see, because the barrel like becomes a bit of a debate, right?
Bruiser's now coming in here as well.
Yeah, very important to note, because the Spell Shield nullifies the spell, the barrel doesn't activate to deal that damage. And now we've got the barrel plus double up as a way to threaten this Sivir potentially.
It is risky though. As long as their spell mana still available, it is a very risky game.
Yeah, sending the 2 damage to the Nexus is key, but at the same time, you need to be able to clear this Sivir. Because if she gets Spell Shield, AoE Spell Shield, Overwhelm stuff, you're just dead no matter what. And if Cosimo delays the game, it just basically means that the burn plan will come through instead. I think I kind of like you can maybe take the damage here. It's risky because you have a decent open attack next round. If you aren't worried about, we've already seen again 2 Sharp Sight, tons of Shapestone. The double up looks like it could connect with the Sivir here. Try to just snipe her off of the board before she levels up.
It's a risky play, especially when you're knowing you're not going to die on this swing or anywhere close to it. I think you're fine taking damage, developing, and then
Safety
going
block and double up.
Yeah, Don't Combat was the way to deal with this here. It is still Sivir, obviously being removed, but she's taking down a unit with her. And the double up will, of course, fizzle because the first condition isn't met, which is why this card is very risky. It does make sense in a aggressive, Well, there's a mushroom coming in, so that's 10 damage now on the Nexus. We have a big swing with 2 units possibly connecting here. There's a Concerted Strike that can stop some damage, but Gangplank comes in leveled up with, the ability now to attack, to deal damage to all units, and try and get some more damage onto the Nexus as well.
Yeah, there is enough mana here for Screeching Dragon plus Concerted Strike.
And you have the Hidden Pathways next turn on the, when you're defending to try and just get lethal in hand with the rest of the burn damage you need. This is a very big swing here.
Yeah, you've got the Concerted Strike to stop the Gangplank, but the AoE damage is still going to be triggered here by the attack.
And everything that blocks dies.
Mm-hmm. Surviving at 3 gets 2 lucky finds for the Sivir.
Surviving at 3 is basically going to take at least 1 mushroom on the draw next turn, if we know Cosimo, into like a double make it rain from Hidden Pathways to win the game again.
Yeah, Gangplank also pops the Sivir spell shield. So it becomes a lot easier to maybe remove her from the board.
There is the Sivir level up. Is it too little too late though? Still 13 HP on the next for Cosimo, so he's still quite healthy. There's no play you can make now on this turn to try and go for a big open attack, and there isn't one regardless because Twisted Fate is still alive. 5 HP on the Nexus.
We've got potential for Overwhelm here. Off of double Lucky Find, and we're going to need to draw some very clutch draws or removals. We've got Preservarium potentially. No Action here. Give her Spell Shield right back, Panda. Let's go.
Hidden Pathways.
I do like, there is a play of just Dreadway Deckhand and Crackshot Corsair. Where, and then if your opponent pulls the barrel, you Hidden Pathways.
Yeah, you pathways no matter what, just see what you get, and then just start deciding because there's mana for everything regardless. Another Gangplank and a lot of chump blockers.
Yep, Mirai Warden. You need Fearsome. There's nothing in the hand that can block Fearsome except Gangplank, so you're kind of taking 4 damage here regardless. So Mirai Warden might just be the play, because you can get, there is 1-drops with 3 attack. You can get the Bloodthirsty Marauder from Shurima.
I was gonna try and guess the name, but like that's too risky. I know Scarzig will get it before me. I was gonna say marauding something, so it was close enough, but there's also of course the
Shadow Fiend. Yeah, that's another one. It's very, very risky, I think, to play Gangplank, but I like the Mirai line. Like, despite everything, you're still gonna take like damage most of the time, so I think you might as well just go wide.
This is of course us knowing the hand. Hand could be a lot scarier. You could have some kind of rally effect.
Oh my god! Gets the Fallen Feline to put the Hexite Crystal in the deck.
There's a Gangplank coming in. If you were to drag the keg now, it would be a mistake, obviously, in terms of, damaging the Nexus. So I think you're happy with that if you are Cosimo, because it means you're not dying this turn and you still have a Gangplank.
So just looking at thinning the board here, it looks like, with this attack. So we've got all the chump blockers here. We got a really big open attack from Gangplank alongside the Dreadway Deckhand. Badge Attack's variant is double Golden Aegis, so there's no threat of Relentless Pursuit there. And now we just got a really fantastic... Oh, and a Mushroom! Yeah, there's the...
Ooh, Badge Attack goes for the surrender. He knows it's over. And we have, as usual in Fight Night Europe, a bracket reset. Cosimo, against all odds, with Mono-shurima. I said it. No, I don't want to jinx things now, but I said we're gonna go to a game 3. Mono-shurima win with the movie. We already saw the movie once though, so maybe the sequel is gonna be ready for us for the game 3. But very impressive that he's taken it this far already.
Yeah, the Mono-shurima has been a deck that's just been very, very you can't really say hit or miss, because this is grand finals. All the games have been very close. They've been very hard wins to get, dragging it out all the way into the value game. And if you play the set again and you actually say, what are the odds that Mono-shurima can beat this lineup a second time? We'll see if we get to find the Mono-shurima movie director's cut extended edition.
Sundisk, as usual, consistently coming down on turn 1. And Scorched Earth consistently in hand, as has been the usual in this matchup today, every single time. Not just these players, but against Thomas as well. You know, these cards are bound together.
And we've got Caitlyn coming down with a Tri-Beam Repopulator in hand. Caitlyn, get excited to cycle the Lost Soul. If Caitlyn goes down, we've got a second Caitlyn in hand, or you just cast the Piltover Peacemaker to get board control. We've got the makings of a very strong tempo oriented opening from Badge Attack. We've seen this deck kind of struggle with drawing very reactive hands over and over again. And
Badge Attack,
I like that.
Considering the Scorched Earth to win back the tempo, but then maybe be left without an answer and lose again to the movie. So I think it's just for his pride. He's like, nah, I'm not gonna take that risk. I'd rather, you know, take my chance and maybe lose normally, but I am not watching the movie again. Golden Ambassador comes down, gets the draw onto the Zilean.
So get excited now. Activates the Twin Blade Revenant. This is going to be, honestly, no, I don't think you go for Twin Blade here. You can just go for Caitlyn. Gives you a really nice open attack next round for more flash bombs. Aloof. What's this going to snipe? Rite of the Arcane.
Zilean, the big Zilean, still in hand and coming down now, putting some of those time bombs into the deck and predicting, trying to navigate the draws for the coming turns and get, well, the right one here. I guess obviously trying to level up Zerath as soon as possible might be the way to go and have some extra control of the board with the Unraveled Earth.
Takes a Chronomancer instead. Wants to get more predicts, looking for Rite of Negation still. This has been a huge theme of Cosimo in this matchup, is looking for Rite of Negation to stop the Tri-Beam. But now with the time bombs, there's going to be more card draw, more AoE damage, keeping this board under control. There's only one Lost Soul right now, and no Draven, which means that Badge Attack has the potential to maybe brick, run out of discard enablers to keep the constant chain of Twin Blade Revenants going. But right now, with consistent board control, that's not going to be a huge concern. And we have Sump Dredger and now Rummage. So that is immediately fixed. Instant snap pick from the Inspiring Chronomancer. Looks like they got what they wanted. Most likely Rite of Negation, I think.
There's a Caitlyn coming down as well. 4 mana still to work with here for Cosimo. I don't think an attack might happen. I think we've seen it from him. You know, he's had a very, very reactive game plan with his deck all throughout the tournament. Really taking his time and not rushing things. I think he knows he has a lot of late game value with Zerath. Leveled up champion. There's Zerath, top deck right there. And the Unraveled Earth will help him level up very quickly.
Yep, and there is indeed the Rite of Negation in hand, waiting to hit the Tri-Beam Repopulator. There is a line where, you know, you do have the Rite of Negation for Scorched Earth, and we'll see if Badge Attack has the double Scorched Earth once again to stop that, or even has the mana to spare at that particular moment in time. Piltover Peacemaker now being put down on the stack to kill this Zilean and put a couple flash bombs in the deck.
Still mana up for Quicksand, so I don't know if you know, they want to take the risk here for Badge Attack of going in with a Caitlyn, for example, but there's nothing to trade with her actually once the Devout gets dragged by the Twin Blade Revenant. So I think, yeah, she's safe to attack, put more flash bomb in the deck, make this kind of a long game here with some extra value, extra traps added in. Although, to be honest, other than Rockhopper, there isn't really a unit that's going to be really suffering from getting hit by a trap or two.
Yeah, Cosimo is a little bit worried about the flash bombs enabling things like Ravenous Flock and just Scorched Earth in general, which is very scary. So you have to think here, what do I want to develop on defense? Goes for Azir. Not close to being leveled up at this point. More landmarks have been played than units, I think.
Like I mentioned, there's the flash bomb, but at 5 health, Azir is sitting still very, very healthy with 4. Although, of course, it has enabled the Flock to directly kill him.
And so we've got Time Bomb here to just keep drawing cards, keep looking.
It begins.
Rummage onto double Lost Soul. And now into Aloof Travelers.
If it hits the Zerath, he is in big trouble if it takes down one of the key champions once leveled up, one of the key, you know, really scary cards come down to the board.
And then if you play Xerath, the Rite of Negation will get discarded by Aloof. And if you're Cosimo, you have to ask yourself, what is the one I'd rather have discarded? Badge Attack actually holding the Aloof Travelers.
Merciless Hunter trying to kill the Caitlyn here to stop that kind of trap generation. We saw 2 go down already, actually being quite
and
useful
Xerath
here.
Is sniped. Rite of Negation still in hand to stop the Tri-Beam and Populator, which we just got a quick glimpse is stacked up to 6 right now. We'll see if Badge Attack wants to go for 7, the forbidden number. But still a lot of removal and tempo coming through. We're seeing how the deck's true mid-game synergies come into alignment. If you don't draw purely reactive spells, if you draw like the Caitlyn's and more removal in that regard, you get way more value out of the flash bombs and just being able to attack your opponent with that tempo that you've generated.
There's the Revenant coming down once again to continue controlling the board, pushing damage where you can, which in this case maybe now is the time to do so, because again, time bombs being played like this on your defense turn means that you're just going to throw away your board where possible if units will be dying anyway. Trying to go for full damage here.
And just no wide blockers really available for Cosimo, just trying to draw into some reactivity. There is one Spirit Fire in Cosimo's list, probably looking for it here off the Time Bomb. There's a really decent open attack here from Badge Attack. Depending on what Cosimo does here.
And usually Cosimo has kind of all these blockers to really not allow something like this to happen. But in this case, a big swing could come in here. Draven can still be played out as well.
And so here we go, just another wide swing. No challenger on the Twin Blade Revenant, so this opens up the soldier to block a different unit. Gonna soften up this spider so it dies to the Time Bomb in exchange for taking a lot of damage around the sides here.
7 HP now for Cosimo. Now he's even into burn range, which is something that we haven't seen before in this matchup, where it was always you had enough chump blockers to really stay, you know, at that, let's say, 13 to 17 HP range. In this case now, the right draws with Get Excited, with Mystic Shots, are able to take on Cosimo, and Rite of Negation is obviously a way to stop that, but no healing actually in Cosimo's list, and still very far away from any chance of the Sun Disc leveling up.
So next round, we do have the Time Bomb popping up. We've got the Restored Devout also coming out. Beautiful amounts of AoE damage, but it's still not enough. There's that continuous value of the Lost Souls still, with Draven now picking up the slack, giving you those discard enablers to keep cycling them. Azir still not leveling up here.
I think surely that might just have to be it. Not really much place to make here. Archivist doesn't hit any spells though.
So that means the next 5 draws from Badge Attack are all units.
More
and
Lost
Cosimo
Souls,
can
baby.
see this as well. And the Tri-Beam is stacked.
Rite of Negation, I think, will always be prepared and ready for the Tri-Beam itself. Especially because the Sun Disc is not anywhere close to leveling, I think, at this point. Because Azir's not loved it. You have to top deck another champion as well. And it would be your defense token turn, so you wouldn't have the first action regardless.
So now we've got Azir in the back pocket for Cosimo to accelerate the Sun Disc by 10. Rite of Negation here to stop this big Tri-Beam and Populator from coming through. That's an 8 drop now. Needs to be done. We've got Quicksand. But is that enough to even survive this wide swing?
Yeah, I mean, you have to use Rite of Negation onto that Tri-Beam. It was just massive and possibly game losing. There's your Azir level up.
Yeah, so you have to play Azir here. There's no mana for Scorched Earth, but you're playing this out specifically just to defend yourself. We've got
1 damage off the actually no, it's lethal, never mind. Well,
yeah, because
there's a quicksand here actually, so it would have been lethal without the quicksand, but that will be that's why I think the axe wasn't played. He knew that there was a chance for that, and that's going to be 4 HP now for Cosimo if he finds a Xerath
top deck Golden Ambassador. Doesn't get it.
Gets the rock copper instead.
And there's the Scorched Earth anyway.
Just in case. That was the Xerath, and that's going to be the surrender. That's going to be game 1 going to Badge Attack. The more standard deck list, the more, the expected result, I think, here, especially because, unlike other games, there wasn't that really, like, late game value from the Mono-shurima list. They ran out of fuel quite early, I think, compared to other times, and obviously, the way that Caitlyn Raven is built now, with the Losses especially, you had still a full hand of cards, and the Tri-Beam, even though it did get, denied by the right of negation, it still wasn't a big enough detriment to really swing the game in favor of Cosimo again.
Yeah, so we've now going into game number 2. This is Badge Attack still trying to close things out, and now Right of Negation actually being kicked. This is a key card to maybe stop Concerted Strike, but you need to look for more early game in this matchup, right? You've got your 1 mana play already taken up by Buried Sun Disc, and now you're just trying to hit a better curve from here on out. Still pretty awkward here from Badge Attack. No Akshan, which has been notoriously absent in all of the games I think we've seen him play with Sivir Demacia so far. Let's see what Chronomancer gets.
Does have quite a bit more units. If you're looking at Badge Attack, his hand is not looking as awkward as it had in past games. So I think is why maybe we might be in this bracket reset situation, is mainly because Badge Attack's hand has been awkward in many games, and Thomas's as well in the losers final. So I think a lot of that played into, where Cosimo has been able to reach with his Mono-shurima deck list. But in this case, it does look a lot more standard, even though there is no Sivir.
And attacks with the Devout, because you want to get that ticking down to get your 5/3, which is an even better attacker and blocker. We got Fleet Feather Tracker now with either Merciless Hunter or Bright Steel Protector, depending on what is developed in response. Cosimo just going to pass back, saying, I don't mind taking 2 damage here. And Devout is the choice. Again, great blockers, right? Great 3/3 stat line for this early mid game, and they just resurrect a few rounds later, so you get even more tempo if your opponent doesn't play around the timing of when they hatch. Forces the Waking Sands here, which is actually pretty huge. With Cosimo being able to develop very defensively here in the early game, it just means that this unit heavy draw that Badge Attack has drawn has only resulted in 6 damage so far.
And you have, like you mentioned, that value kind of carrying over to future rounds. So it's kind of it seems like, Badge Attack might be very favored right now, but next turn that might change a bit, and the turn after that as well, as the sarcophaguses pop. Sarcophagi, I guess.
The sarcophagus is, but we've got Zilean potentially ready to go. We've seen Cosimo play a lot of early Zillions throughout all of these games with Mono-shurima, just because the time bombs are just so much value. It's not a great blocker, especially with Merciless Hunter in play. You're still taking a lot of damage from Fearsomes. If you do develop the Golden Ambassador, it's still going to get dragged to the side by the Fleet Feather Tracker. And with 3 champions in play, do you really need to draw a 4th? Right, if the Arcane also being considered, I imagine, from Cosimo.
And again, without Sivir, without a chance to really kind of benefit from something like a quick attack, for example, to really start chumming down on units and really getting a lot of value on the attacks, it makes things a bit awkward here for Badge Attack, because these units without the right support aren't really doing that much, especially like you mentioned, against these sarcophagus and just high stat line units in general. So the mid game has been quite clogged up, and this is definitely a benefit for Cosimo because there is no removal for the landmark.
And so Zilean is the play here. Gets the time bombs in. Still has mana for Right of Negation. Now that Badge Attack is tapped out, you can maybe get rid of this Merciless Hunter. Maybe start chipping away at this Bruiser. We've got the 5/3 now coming off of the Restored Devout, which trades into the Bruiser. It forces Badge Attack to have very specific removal spells here. This is a very nice attack with the Fearsome. Free 5 damage.
Down to 15 HP for Badge Attack. We'll see the draw is another Sharp Sight. It's going to be another game where it's going to be the Bruiser roleplay. It's all about the Bruiser now. No Sivir, no action, no problem. And this is maybe one of the reasons why this card was included in the deck list as just a very strong unit by itself that can really start carrying games.
Yeah, the 5/5 stat line is actually pretty difficult to deal with right now. Especially after the Shape Stone nerf, you're no longer living in mortal danger of like 1-drops and stuff eating your big units. Gangplank has also been enjoying the new resurgence of the 5/5 stat line being decently good again.
And Lecturing Yordle.
Oh yeah, the 5 HP on Lecturing Yordle is also very fat. And again, in a deck like this with just tons of defensive potential anyway, it just means that you have a unit that's even harder to deal with, and it just snowballs the game, gets the Warlords going. We need more card draw from this position. Spell Shield now on the Bruiser.
And this is, we saw it before. It happened in, I believe it was the series against Thomas, not against Badge Attack, so in Loser's Final, where there was no Sivir draw. There was, again, like this game, almost no units, only spells being drawn in the late game, no Akshan, no Sivir, and it was all about the Bruiser trying to take over. Didn't end up making it in the end because there was that double quicksand. It was actually against Badge Attack, yeah, in game 2.
Yeah.
And just couldn't really do it in the end, but had a valiant effort. And really, it's the pivot you have to make when you're a player like Badge Attack. When the deck and the hand is not benefiting you, you have to try adapting and doing what you can to salvage a win.
Ooh, so Badge Attack dropping the Bruiser down to 1 HP, hoping for tough here. Had the plus 2 HP as well, playing into potentially a time bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Has the Sharp Sight as well to protect, but oh, this is also massive.
And finally, I mean, finds one of his champions, which is what he really needed at this point.
Yeah, Akshan now leveled up, has the Sentinel in play. With the Bruiser now online, we have the ability with Quick Attack and Spell Shield to just keep generating and getting the Sentinel's treasure here, probably for the next attack token.
And now with the right units, a lot of buffs to work with here. Obviously, we see Cataclysm, we see the Quick Attack on the Bruiser. Gonna benefit a lot if he wants to start clearing out some units, but 7 mana to work with still for Cosimo. He must have ways to refuel. There is the Time Bomb.
But there's Sharp Sight just preemptively swinging through on this. And again, look at all of this damage. Overwhelm about to come through. Oh, it doesn't put Overwhelm on the Bruiser. Knows that Cosimo needs to block, of course, so you just wait for them to do that and then see where you want that Overwhelm to go through. Maybe there's a way to like do a cheeky play to clear out a blocker.
Chrono Shift being played out onto the Zillion. You don't really have any other fast-paced plays other than the Quicksand. You can't Quicksand the Bruiser because of the Spell Shield, so I think it makes sense for the Chrono Shift to be played out there. Just trying to go for the highest value play and hope you're not going to die. 4 HP now for Cosimo. Nothing can interact with this Bruiser. There's still a Sharp Sight available, but it looks like you want to keep up mana for the Concerted Strike or just to bank it for the next turn, but looks like it won't be a lethal this turn.
Yeah, just barely stabilizing, but the Sentinel is about to pop. We're going to get this treasure. Font of Power to just draw 2 cards from a position like this is just massive. With the lucky finds, I think this could be a pop here. Bajatek thinking I can just wait, right? You just advance it by 1 and 2 based on the strike from Akshan, and then you just get it naturally at the start of the next round. Cosimo still does not have champions leveled up.
How close is Azir? There's a Doomkeeper in hand.
Azir is always the weak link. That nerf to Azir from 10 units to 13 units to level up hurts this Mono Sundis deck so much. And Zillion, even though he survived 1 time with the Chrono Shift, we've got the Overwhelm coming through because of Cataclysm again.
Yeah, that's true. Absolute lethal. Yeah, nothing to do there. Quicksand, can't do anything. You don't have the mana for it. And Spell Shield is there as well. So Badge Attack takes the game 2, takes the bracket reset, and takes Fight Night 2nd week in a row. He's on a dominant streak. 2 fight nights in a row, qualified to Worlds in between as well. I mean, And at this age as well, and at the, the performance he's been having the entire year, I'm obviously going to expect to see him qualifying with Czechia to EU Masters as well for the next one, happening in 2 weeks after that. He's currently qualified, looking at the current standings with a few days to go still. So Badge Attack, congrats to him because he's been putting up a great performance in the past few months.
And we will also get a quick interview with Badge Attack after this quick break. We'll hear some thoughts about the metagame, about his current hot streak, about what decks potentially are strong. It will probably be a bit tight-lipped with Worlds around the corner, but we'll try to get as much information out of him as we can. So stay tuned and we'll be right back with that winner's interview. Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. Unfortunately, you just missed a really amazing grand finals, but fortunately you are instead on time for the winner's interview that we're going to jump into in just a moment.
That being said, I'm not sure, looking at this bracket right now, I obviously would have wished Cosimo to win the tournament, bringing Mono-shurima, being a Spanish player. I had a little bit of bias there, but it is impressive to see what Badzak has done, not just in this tournament, but overall in the past few months. So excited to see what his thoughts are going to the winner's interview. But this is obviously what happened today. If you've been following along, Badzak went on a crazy streak, straight to the winner's final, beat his Czech teammate and friend Thomas, and then took it against Cosimo in the grand finals. Very exciting tournament overall. But congrats, Badzak, you have joined us here for the interview. How are you doing for this second week in a row?
I'm doing absolutely awesome. This week was crazy, and yeah, I'm happy.
I want to ask you, obviously, going off of last week's interview, you didn't want to share too much because the World Qualifiers were happening and you wanted to keep things secret. Worlds are still around the corner, so I'm guessing you still want to keep things secret. But is this lineup that you played today a bit indicative of what you think is currently very strong in the meta?
To be honest, I just want to test the silver option that played Alan. This is kind of modified into Nami, even though once again no one played Nami today, so it was kind of. But I just want to test it because I haven't tested the without two nanos at all. So I just want to see how it goes, and I think like the 1 of 5 how it's
Bruiser.
called. I'm not sure. Yeah, Bruiser was kind of good.
He just
today.
carried 2 of your games. You don't even know his name. Badge Attack. Some respect,
He's crying
for this
over
poor,
the corner.
for
Hurts
this
his
poor soldier fighting for your
large man's feelings getting hurt here.
not even his real name, but you don't even know his title. That is the next level of disrespect for this poor guy.
But I also wanted to ask regarding Nami Zoe. You're trying to target it. Do you think that this deck is still going to stay popular? No players brought it today. Do you think they're just afraid of being targeted? Or do you think players are kind of cooling off on the deck a little bit where no Nami, no win has sort of become the meme surrounding the deck?
I feel like, yeah, I think like people were scared that there's gonna be a lot of Demacia, and they just didn't pick it up. I expected it, to be honest, so I'm kind of was surprised as well. So yeah.
I think it was the case we saw with, and it's happened before in many Fight Night tournaments with Zirelli in the past, with Gohard in the past, with TF Fizz even, where it's this big boogeyman deck that everyone's talking about, and then everyone kind of panics and says, oh, I can't bring this because it's going to be countered by everyone, so it ends up happening like today. It seems like a coincidence, but I think it's a very common like psychological trap, or not trap, but pattern that we tend to see in many Fight Night tournaments because there is no ban, of course, so it's a bit harder to stop targeting, let's say, to some extent. Badge Attack, going into Worlds now. You're on a really hot streak. You've won 2 Fight Nights in a row. You obviously qualified to Worlds. You're, at least from my experience watching you the past year, you're at the peak of your form in terms of results. Do you feel also in terms of your gameplay that you feel you're at your most confident and most comfortable in the current meta with the current decks as well?
Well, I'm confident in the meta, definitely. And yeah, I'm at peak definitely now. But yeah, I feel like, especially in qualifiers, I had like some questionable games, to be honest. But gladly make it. So yeah, hopefully it's gonna keep up, and I'm gonna show it in a week.
Yeah, I mean, we're all certainly looking forward to your performance. You've, as Panda already said, you've been just really knocking it out of the park lately. Is there any people in particular that you want to give a quick shout out to that have just helped you practice and have helped you test decks?
Yeah, like last time, especially I want to thank like Thomas and Pokovac. I gave them shout out on Twitter. They helped me. Also, I had to win against Thomas in lower bracket in qualifiers. So yeah, it was kind of sad.
So as a final question, going into Worlds, I want to ask your predictions without obviously saying that you're going to win it yourself, which I think is obviously going to be your first answer. Give me your top 3 players that are in Worlds most likely to win it over who you think are the best 3 players that you have to compete against.
Alan CQ, Jihu, and Cosimo.
That's a good answer. All European. That's how we want to see it here. I know Scarzig is like an infiltrated European, so he might not agree with us here, but everyone else agrees with you. Very, that's objectively the correct answer, by just like, well done.
Yeah.
I mean, those are really great names. Really strong performance from Europe in general. And I think that Europe is, again, the region that has basically setting the tone for the World Championships themselves. So I'm glad that Badge Attack can be a part of that. And I certainly look forward to your performance. And congratulations once again for qualifying and for your back-to-back win for Fight Night Legends EU. So you have a good one, sir. And thank you for taking the extra time to share your thoughts about the metagame and your performance.
Thank you, and see ya.
So again, that was our newly crowned winner, Badge Attack, who is cruising along on his hot streak, moving towards the World Championships that will be taking place on the 16th, 17th, and 18th over across a 3-day event. So that's going to be really exciting. But that is all we have for you here at Fight Night Legends EU today. We are going to have the NA bracket starting up in a few hours. That's going to be 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so just under 3 hours from now. and that will be 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time if you're on the west coast of the United States.
And midnight European time. And talking about Worlds, I think I'll take the chance to announce that I will be also joining the broadcast team and casting Worlds when it comes up next weekend. And Scarzig, do you have anything to add to this message?
I also will be joining the broadcast team for Worlds. We just got the word that we are able to spoil it for y'all. I don't know what other big official announcements will be, but for those beautiful people who joined us at Fight Night EU today, you are the first to know, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, going to be a great team of co-casters joining us. Obviously, great players, and I think overall going to be the pinnacle of Runeterra up until this moment, and hopefully it's a standard going forward for future World Championship events as well. So definitely a great honor to be able to join for the first one, especially alongside Scarzig.
Yeah,
maybe some other very good friends of mine.
Duo casting partner from so many tournaments. The synergy is gonna be fantastic, and there will be certainly a lot of heavens to Betsy in the World Championship. So we'll see you all then, and for Fight Night NA. But until then, you have a good one. Peace out.